Was it like Ray J or something?
Yeah.
It's like his face every like 20 seconds. It's like, oh my god, stop it! Why do you think I'd be watching this video? So I could see your face, Ray J? No!
That was back when she was actually young and attractive.
Yeah.
You guys need a higher table?
Girl.
Like for writing on, or you guys good the way it is?
Somebody's calling you. You got this way.
No. It's nobody's importance.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't have an actual amount to be.
Yeah. Some asshole 800 number, you want to leave a message?
Asshole.
Fucking asshole. Fucking motherfuckers.
Oh!
Okay, so.
That movie, have you guys seen the movie The Room with Tommy Wiseau?
Mm-hmm.
I feel like you told me about this.
Oh my god, no, I saw it Wednesday night, and holy shit, it's voted one of the worst movies of all time. It's so funny. Oh my god. It's terrible, but it's so worth the watch because it's hilarious.
Well, have you seen that movie on Netflix, Cowboys versus Dinosaurs?
No!
That's a good movie. There's the best part of the movie is this line that this guy gives. Like, raptors are attacking, and they still haven't quite figured it out that like raptors have started attacking people. And he's getting. What's really weird about the movie is all the women in it are like boning like really old men. Like, you kind of feel like it's like some weird. But anyway,
The director's life.
yeah, but anyway, so like this guy, he's joking around with this girl. She's like, I heard Susie or whatever was mauled by a dinosaur. He's like, whatever. He's like, dinosaurs are, you know, extinct. They don't exist anymore. He's like, I'll show you a dinosaur. He's like, let's go. And she's like, stop it. And they're like getting all like into it and stuff. He's like, let's do it raptor style. I was like, raptor style?
What does that even mean?
I don't know. But that was the best part of the entire movie. I mean, there were other good parts, but that was the best part. Let's do it raptor.
Well, it's like the sci-fi original movie that you and I wrote.
What was that?
The cockroach.
Yeah.
And it was like...
Wasn't it like La Cucaracha?
Yeah. And then like, at the end, like the Mexican, the garden hand or whatever he was called, he dies, but then turns out that like he's alive in the end. And then like the final line of the movie is like, what was it?
I don't remember.
I'm tired of these freaking bugs. And he finally kills the large one. But it had to start with a sex scene and a tent.
Oh my gosh.
Dewey and I have the formula nailed down for these cheesy movies. Alright, so...
Do we need to move that table over here so we can use it?
Yeah, that's what I asked if you guys want it.
Oh, okay.
I don't need it, and I doubt Dewey does because we have the ends of this, but if you and Mitch want to go ahead.
Yeah. Raptor style.
Alright, short arms and long legs.
You're like, what is it even supposed to mean?
What? Oh, looking for
It's a
some.
little, no, it's just off.
Oh, because of the carpet?
Yeah.
I've got the camera rolling. Do you want to check the feed to see if it's brighter than what it was on YouTube? I
I'm
felt
sure
like
it
was,
is
but
now because
yeah.
like I can see and that's probably giving off enough light.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
kinda what I
it's
thought.
pretty good.
Okay.
TV's up, getting off pretty good.
Hey.
Oh,
Hey, I didn't see you there.
We're doing it.
Alright, so who wants to go over what happened last time? And where we left off with our interpretive adventurers?
Let's see here. Okay. Alright. So we started off by progressing deeper into the dungeon of the Death House, where the chain team started to become clear that he is ancient, he is the land. Bears snuck around and found some secret passages. When we finally decided to go into their room, all we kept hearing was more chanting and that one must die, and they basically told, these phantoms told us we had to sacrifice someone. We debated sacrificing Rain for a moment.
I definitely kind of wanted to.
Yeah. And the name of Lorgoth the Decayer hungers. So we didn't sacrifice anyone when Borgrus left the ritual area.
Somebody had to step off.
The shambling mounds animated and started chasing after us. At which point, Varys knew that the thing was going to overpower us if we tried to fight it. So we ran back up the stairs to find that the house had basically become this trap house with swinging axes and boarded up windows. We proceeded to deconstruct the house by tearing down walls, wherein rat swarms started to attack.
Shit got serious.
Yeah. There was poison gas all around. We finally managed to get out of the house. Something seemed to pull Malark through the house, and all of us really. Varys passed out, almost died. And then a voice greeted us, basically taunting us. At least I assume it's Strahd.
That's what I assumed as well.
Yeah. We ended up in the village of Barovia. The house had faded when we left it. And then we passed by a house that had some sobbing in it. And then went to the Blood on the Vine Tavern. There we met an Ismark. And Ismark greeted us, well, greeted Malark really, because Malark did all the talking, and offered us a job for shelter for them. He took us to his manor where we were introduced to his sister Arena. There was undead attacking the house. The house was all boarded up. She had her undead father, or not undead, but her dead father, inside the house, and we were tasked with escorting Arena out of Barovia into a safer village. But she also hired us to take her father to a church and have him buried. When we took her father to be buried, we found out that the priest of the church had vampires, or at least we assumed vampires, or vampires spawned in the basement. So we heard screams of them being hungry down below. Also, to note, Malark was struck with hallucinations. I was struck with paranoia.
Oh, that's right.
And Varys was struck with amnesia, not remembering any of his comrades.
One of you was healed, right?
Yes.
You. Okay.
Both of us, because mine only lasted
Yeah,
an
yours
hour.
were off.
Yeah.
But I still have
I
no
believe,
idea who you
yeah, I
guys
believe
are.
his is like through the rest of the day.
Yes, that sounds right.
Wasn't it like 10 or 10 hours or something like that?
Yeah.
Varys also helped pick a lock within Arena's home, which belonged to her father, inside which he found a bow, which Borgrus told him was cursed. Varys, without heeding Borgrus' warning, used the bow, which drains his sanity.
A lot. He used it a lot.
It saved us, okay?
So after we left the church and decided to take Arena to a safer village, we were attacked by a pack of wolves, and we bested the pack of wolves, and that's pretty much where we left off. I don't think.
Huffing and puffing as we destroyed the wolves.
Yes.
Oh,
that sounds
also, when we were at Arenas, Strahd visited us because Strahd was able to cross the threshold because, assumingly, one of the people inside Arenas Manor let Strahd in, in which he played a trick on us and made us basically think Ismark was that on the table, but it was actually nothing but an illusion.
Did you also go over the burial?
Where we buried her father.
Yeah,
and
no, it's that
the
creepy
priest, yeah, that had the
Okay.
vampire spawn down below.
Except we didn't do anything with it.
Yeah, we didn't do
Well,
anything, we just
alright,
left.
let's not deal with it.
I think that's...
Do I feel bad for the guy? Yeah, but I'm not gonna die.
I like my blood in its original container.
Yeah.
I like my blood in its original container.
Okay, so
Jeez, dude, you've been keeping some good notes over there.
Yeah, I've been trying to keep notes on our session.
Jesus, what the heck happened?
it's over there.
Damn, it's been almost a month since we played last.
Yep.
It's weird to think that. Well, I mean, I guess we typically get 2 sessions in a month, like one of those, one more.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so the wolves have been fought off, and you are all continuing. So as you can see, E is the village of Barovia, where you guys were. This is technically the DM version, but I don't care if you guys see where all of the important things in the world are. That doesn't matter to me. You are currently, we'll say, after you fought the wolves at about,
I was gonna say, I don't think we've crossed the river yet.
yeah, no rivers have been crossed just quite yet, so. Okay, so, you're not too far out of Barovia. I mean, yet actually where you are, you can probably still see it off in the distance. So, how do you guys continue?
I don't remember. Were we told what town we were taking Arena to?
Yes. Well, I thought you had told us, I just don't remember what it was. Or are we headed to Valakai?
That's close. Yes. But it's pronounced Valaki.
Oh,
Valaki. They actually phonetically put it in the book. Because I thought that too. But the book says it's Valaki.
Yeah, track that.
But it's hard to see. The map is made of hex, and each hex is a quarter mile.
Oh, okay.
So I think that would put. I looked up the travel speed and I completely forgot to write it down. Actually, it should be on the screen, right? So
On average, we can travel a mile.
per hour, you can travel 4 miles if you're going fast, but that's going to give you a lot of the negative effects. Normal pace 3 miles an hour, slow pace 2 miles an hour. So basically, if you travel at a normal pace, you can cover 12 of those hexes in, right, JT?
you said they're a quarter mile each.
Yeah,
And you said
3 miles
Yeah.
an hour. So every hour you've covered 12 of them. So
Oh, rough estimation, but it looks like it's a 15-mile trek if we take the road.
And we're trying to get to Valaki.
So that would put you at about 5 or 6 hours, depending whether or not you encounter anything. We'll say, I mean, combat doesn't last long, so the wolves only set you back a couple of minutes. And you guys set out, I think, at what you assume was
It was
mid-ish.
daybreak.
Yeah, so you probably got out at about midday because you did the burial
Right.
Yeah.
and met Duty McDudenson. So, after you defeat the wolves, you notice since you've gotten here, it's been almost fall-like weather. Not really cold, but a chill in the air, and you're noticing like more of a bitter chill, as though it's becoming more of like a winter kind of weather. And off in a distance, you can see the storm clouds of what looks to be some sort of storm rolling in. Are any of you trained in nature? Is nature a thing now? Can you remember?
Yeah.
Yes, it is a thing, but no, I'm not trained.
I think the only one who would be is Rain.
Yeah.
So
Roll bones!
What about survival?
Yeah, survival works.
Would it for
To tell like what's going on with
Because-
the weather.
if I feel the cold coming in, then I look down at all the wolves we've slain and suggest, with the chill in the air, perhaps we should skin some of these wolves so that we can have some hides if we have the time to fashion into winter leathers. I don't know if anyone else here has noticed the chill in the air as I'm kind of nursing some wounds.
Go ahead and make me a survival check.
That is a 10.
Okay, so being somebody who's just traveled, and I'm sure you've seen pretty much any environment at this point. Well, not environment, but the seasons exist. Really, are you trained in survival?
Yes.
Okay. Are you guys trained in survival? Okay. So even though you guys have probably traveled, you're not. Whenever the weather gets bad, you guys are like, put me in it. You know, I'm not gonna be out in the bad, horrible weather. Dewey, however, you're more. You got a place to be. You're the USPS of the D&D world. Rain, mud, sleet, snow. You know that the wolves can be skinned. It will take some time. In terms of curing them, you would say it'd probably take a total of a day to skin them and cure them. And unless an actual tanner can cure them correctly and make them into actual clothes, they probably only last maybe one good storm. Like if you were wearing them in the snow and they were on you for like an hour or two, they'd be ruined after that point. So it'd take a day to make, and they keep you warm for a couple of days, but if they were to get wet or soaked, then they'd be done for. So.
Well, I looked at Malark, kind of giving a cold glance over to Varys as I warned him about his bow and he's used it, but shake it off and look to Malark and say, well, should we skin some of these wolves? What do you all think? It's only going to get colder. As I look at Arena, I was like, I think we're entering a winter season. Asking her if she's kind of, since she's from this area, what...
She looks and she's, well, you can never really tell what season it is around here. Unfortunately, the weather comes with the whims of the master of the land. And it seems like the master would like for it to be winter. Although, it's never warm here, it's always cold and dreary, so that's at least normal.
Well, I would like to try to just skin the wolves. I don't want to try to tan them or cure them or anything, but just skin them and roll up the hides.
Okay.
Just if we do stumble upon a tanner in Valaki, we have stuff prepared. Will that take long? You want me to roll to see how long that'll take? Or?
Do you guys remember how many wolves there were?
13.
Wow.
I know there were a lot, okay.
Was there 13?
I thought it was 13, but...
We'll say, even though you guys messed them up pretty bad, they're pretty big wolves, so you can still get a decent amount of fur. How many are you going to try to...
Do you want me to give you a roll to see how well I'm skinning these things, or?
Yeah, I'm also thinking for time. Like, how many do you want to skin?
Because I don't want to be spending like half a day doing it, but I figure I could skin enough for...
You know you could probably skin 4 or 5 of them.
While we're resting.
As an untrained, like if you were a tanner, you could knock it out in no time, but as a survivalist, you can at least get 4 or 5 acceptable pelts within an hour or 2.
Okay. I ask if anyone has a knife. Does anyone have a knife so I can start skinning these things?
I got the sword.
I pull out one of my daggers and hand it to you, Hilt first. Grab it and say, I better use this back.
I have no need for a knife as I motion to a great sword and long sword. Thank you, Varys, and I start.
Okay, so he's skinning wolves.
If he's going to, I'll join in while he does and try and help with a couple of the other ones.
Okay, are you trained in survival?
No.
Go ahead and give me a survival check.
No.
Okay, what are you doing?
So the stuff that I got from the chest that was in the safe, I got potions of healing. How does that work? Can I take one right now?
I believe a potion of healing just lets you expend a hit die automatically. Let me check. I think that's in an EMG. That's where I'm looking. Do you remember, Dewey? If that's
What is it?
Does potion healings let you expend a hit die?
No, I believe it actually cures a certain amount of health. I believe it's D8.
Yeah, it must be in the PHB then. So let's see it here.
Potion healing 2d4 plus 2 hit points.
So 2d4 plus 2.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and chug one of those then. So is that how you want me to do it?
For the healing potion?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, because the purpose is it's just supposed to be a, you know, an alternative to taking an actual rest, basically. So, do you guys remember how I gave out hit points for madness?
Yeah, you said it was our intelligence.
Okay, just making sure. I wrote it down somewhere. I can't find out where I can't find where I wrote it
Yeah,
down.
you said it would be our intelligence
Yeah.
score, and then
You were having
just
us keep track of it.
Okay, okay, just making sure.
Yeah, and is there, like, how do we regain it? Because I am pretty low. I'm pretty low.
Um,
can't remember how it's done.
the regaining of your sanity can only be done during a long rest. Like during short rest, it's because you're still assumed that you're under the pressure
Okay.
of,
But
you know,
that's
dungeon or whatever.
that's the only way is that.
Yeah,
for a long
or
rest.
I mean,
The
medicating
lingering
potions.
effects you said, yeah, it could be with like cures or clerics
Yeah,
and stuff.
yeah,
Okay.
like potions or clerics or anything like that. So
Okay.
it's pretty much just like health, but it only comes back during long rest. Because you're really not supposed to take as much damage to it as your health, but that's kind of a gamble with your weapon.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll say you chug your potion in rest during the break. Arena and I can't remember her fucking brother's name. Yes.
Last session
You're
having
Malark.
trouble. Last session
It's
you were
so
having trouble with
close.
burning. Now you have trouble with this.
They as you guys are resting, they also
Is this
rest
Mark
on-
with us? I thought he stayed behind.
Yeah, I thought he. Yeah, he
Yes,
stayed behind.
yeah, he stayed
we're
behind.
only
Yeah, you're
we're
right.
only
Um,
leading out the
She just takes the time to sharpen her blade and also get rest. You
I'm also keeping watch.
okay?
As she sharpens her blade and I'm like digging my knife, or Barris's knife into
Yeah.
another wolf, I look over and say to Arena, I noticed your blade shined with a pure white light. Is that a magic blade you wield?
She looks at it, she's like, well, I inherited from my father, and I've never known if it's magical. It's at times whenever I'm in the presence of evil, it shines.
Who was your father again?
Well, my adoptive father was the burgomaster of Barovia. My real father, I don't know.
Which father did you get the sword from?
Her adopted one.
That's what I thought, but just making sure.
Yeah. So, during the, we'll say, hour and a half, 2 hours that you guys take, you are able to successfully skin 4 pelts doing. JT, you, however, not being a survivalist, are only able to skin 1, and it's pretty tattered. But you feel like if you got it to a tanner, it could be turned into, like,
Something.
something, yeah. Something
Yeah,
that
that's
would
fair. Wolf
razors,
gloves.
yeah.
You're holding on. You're like your flesh is all flayed off. Like, what you do?
Fear me!
So yeah, I roll it up, stuff it in my pack, and say, unless we feel like wasting more time on more of these wolves, I think these pelts should suffice. And I clean the blade off my leather and hand it back to you.
Thank you. She did.
Okay. So you guys
Because I was
progress?
using a hand axe.
Yeah.
Good.
Is this how you do it? Just rip it off. It's not working. So you guys progress and you eventually get to a bridge that crosses over.
Damn it, come on, where's your laser point at?
Yeah, I don't know if a laser pointer works on an LED screen.
Got a brown laser pointer.
You dick.
Damn it.
Look at it.
You guys get to a river. It's a very clear.
Dustpan down here?
No.
The last time I saw it, it was outside in the back steps.
The black one should be attached to the broom.
I saw the
I
white one.
specifically took it up earlier today because she asked me to.
Maybe she hasn't looked at the broom.
So it's a very clear blue water that's running through the river. You notice it as a contrast to the rest of everything else. Like, everything's brown and gray, but this is a very nice blue river.
I stopped my horse and motioned to the water and said, perhaps we should fill up our water skins. This water looks pure. And I get off my horse and fill my water skin and wash my face.
Arena gets off her horse and she's like, I agree, I feel now is as good a time as any to make sure we're well nourished.
I agree.
Hey Evelyn, can you move? Right now the camera's filming the back of your head.
How can it take its own pictures?
Magic. Yeah, it's a magical camera.
Magic.
Yeah,
What is it taking a picture of?
it's filming. Yeah.
Actually taking lots of pictures.
Yeah. It's taking probably 60 pictures every second. So Rena also gets off of her horse and starts to fill up her water.
Okay.
Evelyn, if you are annoying and intrusive, you can go upstairs. You may stay down here if you are quiet. Honey, it's filming. Yeah,
Taking a video.
video, just like mommy and daddy's phones. Just a big version. So are all of you filling up your water skins?
Yes, I will.
Yes.
Do we splash
I
the
lost my
face
piece of
clean off?
paper that had all my
What?
that piece of paper that had all my page numbers for important things written down, and I don't know where the hell it went. I bet she knows. Or her sister. Sorry, I'm flipping around so much. Okay. That's not what I needed. Damn it. Where are my menu counters? Aha! You all die.
Damn it!
Finally!
Water.
Gosh, I hated you guys. I mean,
Let's play again.
It's continuously taking pictures right now, as we speak.
Okay, so you all fill up your water. Anything else before you set off on your horses?
clean off my dagger that that Warburst used to skin the wolves.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll clean off my whatever I was using to skin off wolves or skin wolves and my blade.
Oh, one
killing
thing I
wolves and
forgot
whatnot.
to. I don't know if I kept track of it.
The arrows you shot.
The arrows I shot, yeah.
You don't have to track your arrows, I don't care.
Yeah.
Unless for your madness, I don't care about ammunition. That's
Just keep finding your arrows. You'll eventually kill stuff and get XP. And
yeah. Everything is dead, and that's how Mitchell saved the day. Okay, so as you guys are traveling, some time, not too much time passes. You get to you pretty much right across the bridge. Perceptions, passive.
13.
12.
Are we deceptive enough?
You're dead. Well, you don't realize it, your perception is pretty low.
We're Bruce Willis now.
I don't.
What?
says, look at the sample trap section in DMG in Chapter 5. Where the hell is it?
Shit, we got the trap.
Would it be that hard to just give me a goddamn fucking page number?
4.
Yeah, gosh.
To the left of the correct page.
What are you looking for?
A specific trap.
As long as it's not money from the Holy Grail.
That's one bad rabbit.
1, 2, 4. 3, sir. 3.
The movie never gets old.
Holy. Just let no one get arrested at the end.
Yes, but it is nowhere near where they said it was.
Bastards.
Sorry, perceptions again.
13.
12.
Okay. As you're traveling, Marina looks to the side and she notices, she points out, she's like, looks like there's a trail here that we can take that'll cut through to the other side and it'll save us quite a bit of time.
Where are we at point now?
You are... Man, a laser pointer would be nice. Let's use my mouse.
Where I point at?
I'm dying. You guys are about here, and a trail looks like it cuts through about there. Looks like you'd get back some of the time for your rest. And at this point, the storm clouds are much closer than what they were. So
Well, we'd probably be able to seek some shelter within the trees from the storm approaching and cut off some travel time, so the two of you are up for it. It seems to only make sense to go this alternate route that you just pointed out.
Logical to me.
If it'll save time, and hopefully we can handle whatever comes if something does happen.
Hey, want me to scoot this out?
no, it's good.
You know, those wolves pretty handily, so.
So, are you guys taking a bath?
Sounds like it.
Where's your
Okay. So you walk on the path. It looks like it's only been traveled a couple of times. Foliage blocked the entryway, so to any of you three, it probably wouldn't have really stuck out. It just would have looked like a generic path. But it seems like Arena's a bit more perceptive and caught track of it. Go ahead. And go ahead and give me perception checks as you're walking down the path.
7.
22. 4.
Okay, so we'll say
Nailed it.
Margaret and Varys, they're a little bit ahead of you. In both of them, Arena's behind you, and as both of them are progressing ahead of you, you hear like a snapping, buckling sound, and you know that they've stepped on something that's about to give way. And you have enough time. One of them can probably get out of the way, but one of them's falling. So you get to pick who you shout to get out of the way.
I shout to whoever's closest to me.
Probably.
Yeah, because I assume you're taking point.
Yeah, I mean, if you're typically, shooting stuff, I would
Yeah.
I'd be like, Archer.
That's how things work.
Archer, tank
I mean,
for
is he
me.
close enough I'm gonna grab him back or like tell him
Yeah.
to jump back?
Yeah, that's how you get a pick, because you can reach out and grab one of them and pull them back.
Okay, then I'll grab him and pull him back while I try to stop Arena since she's behind him.
Okay, so you successfully pull Varys back, and you do stop Arena, and she bumps into you, and she has like a gas of surprise, but as that all happens, Vargris, you feel the ground just give out from underneath you.
I see how it is. You don't even save the NPCs that I present to you with traps in my game, and you don't even save my player.
You take 17 points of falling damage
Oh my god.
as you fall into a pit that as you hit the bottom, it's not just falling damage, sorry, I should specify. As you fall into the pit, you feel multiple
Piercings?
pieces of wood just stabbing through your limbs, and you're just like shish kebabbed at the bottom of the spiked pit right now.
What about my horse?
Oh shit, you were riding a horse, weren't you? The horses have health.
Well, so I would figure my horse is probably dead.
Yeah,
So I
the
thought-
horse took a.
Yeah, and
Actually,
as
since
the
you were on your
horse-
horse, go ahead and cut your damage in half, because your horse took a brunt of the damage, and you only took damage from like. Instead of falling 15 feet down on the spikes, you fell 5 feet, and were able to not be as impaled. So.
Okay, so you just do. And I just like stop and look and fuck.
Look at my horse!
How far down do I fall?
We'll say that it is 10 feet.
Okay. So I fall down and I'm trying to like shield from the loose debris and stuff falling down, and pull myself off of one of these skewers that went through my horse and through my shoulder and just. Oh. 10 feet,
yeah,
you said?
Yeah.
I just.
As this happens, I tell Varys. I want to say Vorgris.
That's what I keep
Yeah.
wanting to
Who's
say.
Vorgris?
I'm bored.
It's him.
I tell Varys to check and see if Vorgris is all right while I try to check around to make sure that we're not going to be like ambushed.
Okay.
Choke down with him.
Obviously, someone's
Are you okay?
So.
So we'll say you're heading down, like setting up a rope or whatever you're doing. As you're looking around, you can inherently, like, if somebody was going to ambush you, you feel like they probably would have done it by now. Arena points out that just the makings of the trap, the way that it was set up, looks like something that probably old druids years ago set up, because the path is so untrekked. There's no fresh tracks leading to the trap like somebody just set it up. It's like it was like heavily covered in foliage. That's why you were the only one that noticed it, because it really just looked like a dirt path because it's so old. So you set up your rope. Okay.
Once I notice that, then I'll go to helping Varys try to get Borders out of the hole.
Okay. So we'll say it takes a couple minutes, but
Does it look like that I'd have to go down on the rope with, like, down there with him?
What you said?
Or
10 feet
if I
down.
throw
Yeah.
the rope down, does it look like
it's only 10 feet. He's at least half that tall on his own. So
Okay.
it depends on his state of health.
We're using
No,
you
like-
as the rope.
Like you see, like I'm kind of bleeding, but I'm not like terribly like hunched over or anything. I'm just like really in pain and like just looking out, like what happened?
Looks like you hit a trap.
And then I look around and to like start to climb out. Like, well, I guess the only good thing we have going for us is no one placed it, or whoever may have placed it is not here to stop us. So I reach my hand out to you to have you pull me up and climb up.
As you successfully,
And I look down at my horse and I'm like, but we're down a horse.
as you come out,
I think
you start to notice a little bit of
What?
you start to notice a little bit of a burning in all of your wounds. Go ahead and make me a Constitution saving throw.
That is a 23.
Okay, so your
Oh, damn.
passive intuition lets you know that normally
You my best roll so far.
you've been stabbed and pierced, and you know that it normally doesn't feel like that.
Yeah.
So you know they were probably laced with some sort of poison, but it must have been the fact that the poison sat inertly for so long or whatever that it's just you're able to shrug it off like nothing.
Yeah, so I like examine my wound and see that like there's, bits of dried, matched up foliage of sorts, and just say, oh, I think that might have had some poison on the tips of those sharp sticks down there. Like I don't feel like nothing's acting up yet, so hopefully I'm just shrugging it off where the poison's not very good.
Well,
Alright, thank you for pulling me out.
Are you okay to continue?
Yeah, let's keep going. I'll just take it a little easier. We probably shouldn't be galloping through here on horses anyway, lest we lose all our horses.
Shit, another hole! It's a horse-eating griffin! How specific can these monsters get? So you guys continue, and you do eventually, the trail does successfully bring you out on the other side. Even with the fall, you feel like you probably did actually save some time. You're worse for wear, but you did save some time. You guys continue along the path, and you eventually get to point F. I need to stop being a Jew with my paper and actually print out these pages.
I'm actually going to burn a second one.
Okay.
So as I come out of the hole, wow, that sucks.
Double-sided printing, man.
Yeah, I should.
If you look really beat
Well, it's
up,
ink. I guess since that's a new printer, I need it. It's only got like the starter packs. So.
You can tell as we've traveled, like I've bandaged
God,
myself up.
jeez.
The bleeding has stopped where it's not like soaking the bandage, but
We're
you're
5 minutes away from Staples.
I give you one of my health potions and say, use this if you. Here's a health potion if you need to use it. Take it. I've got a couple more. Where that came from. I don't need you dying while we're on this mission.
Thank you, Varys. Pocket it and like, if we get into anything, I might chug it before, but right now I want to hold on to it.
Okay. So as you guys come across,
I still don't have my memory back, right?
Let's see. You guys took 2 hours to rest. Leaving the village, dealing with her dad, burying her dad, probably took about 2 hours. We'll say you've probably got about 5 hours left. So,
Just making sure I'm still rolling correctly.
yeah, no, your memory's still gone. So as you approach Point F, off in the distance, within the fog, you start to see the silhouette of what's obviously a gallows, just creaking in the wind. There's frayed rope hanging from one of the beams. There is a signpost opposite the gallows, pointing in 3 different directions. Pointing to the east, Barovia Village. Pointing to the northwest, Czar Pool, spelled with a T, and you can actually see it on the map there, next to Point G. To the northwest,
Southwest.
And the other one is to the southwest. It says Ravenloft / Valakeen. If you need me to repeat them, just let me know. The forks themselves, the northwest fork, so the one leading to Point G, it slants down, disappearing into the trees. The southwest fork, however, is an upward slope. And another thing that catches your eyes is across from the gallows, there's a short wall with some graves that are hidden underneath some low-lying fog. And it's obvious that there's been many people that have been hanged.
And
Hanged here.
Is there anyone hanging from a noose right now in this gallows or no?
Go ahead and make me a
Investigation.
charisma is typically used to fend off like mental affliction things, right?
Charisma is typically against charms.
Isn't? But intelligence.
If it were me, it'd be intelligence or wisdom. Probably more likely wisdom.
Yeah, go ahead and make me a. If any of you are like examining the gallows to see if there's a person hanging, make me a wisdom save.
Although if you want to keep in mind with sanity being based off of intelligence,
That is true. Go ahead and make an intelligence.
for an intelligence save,
Yes.
it's 13.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, 11.
11.
5.
modified 20.
Okay, so you look, Varys, you just see a galleon. However, Malkorth? Malark and Vorgris, as you look, you see images of yourselves hanging there. One of you, I don't remember who, one of you saw the same thing earlier. And so you, and Malark, you're bothered by it, but not too terribly bothered, so you take 2 points of sanity damage. Vargris, because this is the second time you've seen it, I don't know if your character's highly religious, but it's starting to feel like whatever dark presence is in this world is sending you a message.
Yeah, see, I wouldn't attribute it to like a religious thing. I would just attribute it to definitely like ill omens.
Yeah, you're seen as an ill omen, so you take 4 points of sanity damage. As it afflicts you a bit more because it's starting at the point where it's like, someone's out for you, it seems.
How do you want us to like RP like getting lower on sanity? Like,
Yeah, so
Someone falling into the bowels of insanity, however you think that happens. You're not like Chris Anderson insane, like, "Ah!" But you become more paranoid, you become skittish. If you're in combat, RP the fact that if you're facing off against like a skeleton, you're going to be kind of like put off and you'll attack it, but you may want to keep your, that kind of stuff.
Okay.
Things just bother you more. You don't have to act like a mental patient.
So it's not like we get like disadvantage on stuff or whatever.
No. The only time that I'll kick in for like disadvantage is whenever you get to completely empty, because that's whenever you start to suffer madness effects.
Okay.
So, as I see this, I reach around my neck and just like get to the point where I actually start squeezing really hard, like leaving like that blood rushing to the surface of the skin color, and I walk up to the empty rope and just cut at it. Assumedly cutting down, just stare down at the rope and just shake my head like, this can't be happening.
You guys also notice Arena kind of like since you're the only one who's okay, Arena also gets like wide looking at it. So it seems like everybody around you is extremely shocked by the gallows, but to you it's just like, okay, it's gallows. We've seen these before.
Don't really say anything, and I'm just kind of eyeing you guys.
You people are fucking crazy.
I count myself into.
As you cut yourself.
However, as you do go to cut the rope, Vorgris, an odd thing happens, and there's actually a corpse that's laying there on the platform.
Oh, okay.
On the platform, and it is it's a wolf that has spears and crossbow bolts through it, and if you really have to look close, you can see that there is human remains as well. So it looks like maybe it was a mutually assured destruction. The wolf attacked somebody and the person fought back.
Okay, so it's not like multiple spears, it's like one spear.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like the spear's coming up through the chest cavity of the wolf, and the bolts are just on the back of it. But it's a corpse,
Right.
so it's fresh enough that it hasn't rotted away. So
So I take my gaze away from the empty noose look at the body and look at the wolf body. Pull the spear out of the wolf and look at the rest of you. I'm like, it's
Yeah, it's corporeal. It's not him going crazy. It's actually when you see it.
so I pull it out and like, appears someone fought off a wolf up here. And does anyone need a good sharp spear? If not, I wrap it around back.
It's a magical spear of doom.
Yeah! I wrap it and I start to like pat the body down to see if the body has anything useful.
We'll say you find 10 gold. You find a skinner's knife, a skinning knife, whatever you would call that, and what looks like a tanner's kit. So your best guess is this was a probably a hunter or a ranger that hunted for furs and wasn't too good at his job.
Okay. I grab all these things and once again just kind of with a little bit of, insanity laugh and just say, it seems as though luck is with us yet again. There's Tanner's kit on this guy and a skinning knife. You said 10 gold?
Yes.
Do you think there are more of those ahead? And I point at the giant wolf.
I pray not that we find any more wolves or any more of these gallows. And I just like shake my head. I'm like, let's get out of here. I can't stand being here any longer. The hairs on the back of my neck are standing, and that can't be a good thing.
I agree. We're going to Valaki, right? And I point to the sign that says Valaki.
I like give out a long sigh. Like, oh, such a long trip, but
Marina looks and she's like, yes, I feel as though taking this path, and she points to the one that goes to point G. She's like, I believe that this path will be quicker. It'll cut through a small Visitani encampment, but they're friendly enough that we'd be able to pass through.
oh, what kind of encampment?
Vistani.
Vistani?
Vistani, yes. I believe
Is
that's
that
how
like
it's
a
pronounced.
group of people or?
Yeah, the name doesn't ring a bell with anybody, though. You guys are all like, okay.
Are you sure they're peaceful enough? I mean,
Well, I wouldn't say that they're peaceful. They're typically nomadic. They trade with Barovia and other villages in the land, and they keep to themselves. They're the equivalent of what some people consider gypsies. They're
well,
welcoming as long as you're willing to pay for the time that you're there.
Another friendly face, regardless of who or what they may be, I would welcome. Being out on this road, just the four of us, it's getting to me, as much as I don't like to admit it.
I mean, let's just not forget what happened last time we tried to take a shortcut. Like, look at your bandages.
Yeah. Like, what about this Sar pool? What can you tell us about this? There's no creatures or rumors of monsters that lurk in this pool, is there?
No more than there is anywhere else in this land. I suppose your chances of being mauled by a wolf or eaten by things that go bump in the night are as good there as anywhere else.
And once again, what's the name of the encampment?
The name of the encampment is the Tsar Pool Encampment.
And what kind of people are they?
Vistani.
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 I look to Malark and Varys and say, well, which way are we going? You two have the horses. Personally, I would suggest let's visit this encampment, see if we can't get any more supplies, and if need be, weather out this storm. It seems as though it's not hit us just yet, but could any moment.
Sounds like a wise plan to me. I go ahead with Wardress to.
Hey, Ramses, really funny.
decided that we should go down this path. I've been outvoted. People think it's a good enough plan to go through the encampment. Even though I'm not going to trust these people for a second.
I wouldn't trust anyone in this land at this point.
Just shake my head and whisper, I agree.
Okay. So, you guys are going to the encampment?
Yes.
Okay. You guys travel. It only takes about 15 or 20 minutes to get there. Whenever you do get there, this is what you see. A small encampment made of, what kind of tents would you call those?
Caravan.
Yes, caravans, thank you. As you, so as the road disappears, there's a muddy path that leads through the trees, which has the clear markings of wagons. You see multiple canopies in the distance, smoke being lit off by a fire. There are multiple small tents, but then one large tent in the distance. There are 8 horses that you see that are currently unbridled, bridled, which means that
They're not tied.
yes, thank you. There are the typical, I'm trying to think of how to describe it. Typical gypsy, like people, I don't want to call them jovial, dancing and singing, and you hear, kind of, I guess, and an accordion being played. That's the music that they're dancing to. So, that's what you see.
I take it we see nothing but humans dancing around and walking
Correct.
through here? Okay. I look to Varys. Like, well, it seems as though we won't find any of our kind here. Or at least
Seems like it.
close to our kind. I start to approach. Like, perhaps we'll be able to buy a horse off of them. Although I don't know what need gypsies may have of gold. But we can try.
So as you approach the group of dancing people in the center, you count probably about 20 people altogether. There's 12 of them, mixed between male and female, sitting around the fire, drinking what you would assume to be wine, since that seems to be the big drink of choice. And just being, like I said, merrymaking. As you approach, one of the men looks to the side and he waves to you and he's like, "Come, join us by our fire. It looks like you could use some warmth," as he's eyeing you down, and noticeably that you've got like holes in your leather and you're without a horse. And he's like, "Come, just share in our wine and have a seat."
I kind of look cautiously over to Malark and Varys and Arena. Shrug my shoulders and say, I would not turn away such a warm welcome. Thank you, stranger.
Nods, he's like, "Oh, yes, but strangers we may be, but friends we also are." And he offers you a drink. And you see there's like the typical like roast, like spit, like a pig. And he just motions, and he's like, "Please help yourself. You're welcome amongst us. All are."
I examine it all very closely before we eat or drink any of it.
They notice you, they feel offended, they kill you. You examine it, it all looks legitimate.
Yeah, if they give me a glass of wine, I just drink it. I don't take any of the food just yet. But.
Arena also sits down and she's kind of like Malark here, where she's a bit more paranoid about everything, but she does take their wine and drinks the wine, eats their food. We'll say you guys spend a couple of minutes. It's not a happy atmosphere, but compared to the oppressive spike pit and wolves that you've ran into, this is a much
party.
Yeah, exactly.
It's happier.
You've noticed these people are not as depressed and sad as the normal people you've ran into. Like the people that were at the Burgomeister's Manor and the people that were in the inn where you ran into what's his face, Bismarck. They were all still kind of like
Downtrodden.
yeah. And these people aren't that way. They have. You would think that this is back where you came from, a group of gypsies. You know, it's not some dark realm. It's these are normal people finally.
So, friend, tell me, all your fellow travelers, where is it that you're heading? I take it you're not setting up residence here.
Well, we head wherever the winds may guide us. Tonight we chose this beautiful place by this beautiful river. Tomorrow, maybe we'll be in an inn. It's wherever people will take our wares, and he like motions to some of the caravan. You notice that they do have like what you would consider like the equivalent of going to like a
flea market.
yeah, and you're like that's mostly useless, but I could see some people having a need for it.
Well, Barovia is not far, and although I'd hate to do it, I'm not certain are one of your horses for sale, as I motion to one of the horses grazing.
Looks, he's like, for sale? No, but we've already got one set aside for you.
You already have one set aside for me? Were you expecting company?
And he looks and he laughs.
Who are you?
And she's like, me? I'm... What is his name?
His name is Stefan.
Stefan? He's like, I'm Stefan of the Vistani. And you are, he eyes you and he's like, are you Varys or Vargas?
If you're expecting us, you should know who I am. My demeanor has changed from like slightly friendly and just being polite to more like standoffish and...
He's like, I assure you, we're still your friend, but Madame Eva has foretold your arrival. We've known about it for quite some time now, and she has very much looked forward to it. She thinks that you're the ones that can finally help this land out.
I finally chime in with, who's Madame Eva?
Well, that's a question that many have asked. None of us have really gotten an answer, though. I guess where you come from, you would consider her a seer.
I just kind of shake my head and step back a little bit.
Well, I won't deny that your Madame Eva must have some sort of precognitive, right? Precognitive?
Yeah.
Abilities, as she may or may not know, and you are obviously well prepared for us. Where's this Madame Eva? I would like to have a word with her if we are to be the ones to save this land.
Anzi's like, yes. And he motions towards a large tent. He's like, you'll find her in there, please. Head in and have a word with her.
I don't even say thank you. I just get up and start walking that way. I look to you too to see if you're going to come with me.
I follow.
Yeah, and I'm looking all around me, looking behind me as we continue to walk.
Although they pose no threat, I don't like the fact that they were aware of us coming here.
Agreed.
I look to Arena, I'm like, have you heard of this Vistani clan? And did you know that they had a seer with them?
Well, I know the Vistani, but I didn't know that they had a seer. The Vistani are just a group of peoples in our land. They come and go. They've never, to my knowledge, been enemies of any sort to any of the lands.
Well, we best not let our guard down.
Alright, let's see here.
And every once in a while, like as we're kind of like moving around, I keep looking over my shoulder, like darting and looking at something, and then shaking my head, and like as though I'm shaking off some sort of vision.
I do the same, except I don't shake my head. I just keep looking, turning my head to them.
Okay, so I think they got a picture of her in here. So I can just show you instead of trying to describe her. Because as you know, I don't give very good descriptions of people. Well, she has a face, and she has eyeballs on her face,
On her face, it's weird. Usually
and a nose, and some lips.
Just like.
What's wrong with you, you fucking freak?
Eva. I've seen your presence coming along with these eyeballs on my face.
Nope. Okay, so you walk in and you see it's a rather large tent. There's incense burning. In the center of the tent, there's what is obviously like a seer table.
Crystal ball.
Yeah, like the crystal ball, but there's also like the cards and all of that. She's sitting on the floor on a large rug. She has robes that are like a dark purple with gold embroidery, and a hood that covers up her eyes, like just like her head's like down. You can tell she's like looking at cards right now, and she's like turning them over and placing them down. No, okay.
I was just gonna look around and see if there was anything else of note besides the fact that this is obviously a seer's tent. Like, are there strange vials? Like, does she look like she dabbles in alchemy? Does she have weapons in here? Anything else besides, you know, seer type things?
No,
Gypsy
that's
type things?
just gypsy stuff, the random knickknacks. And as you guys walk in, you hear in an old, weathered voice, yes, I've been expecting you. I wonder when you turn up. Unfortunately, time is not easy to foretell, just events. She motions, she's like, please have a seat. I know you have many questions about this land.
Kind of look at you two.
Yeah, I wait to see if either of you two make a move.
I go to sit down.
What seems to make you think that we three could break the curse?
Well, because fate has foretold it. I don't think that
Who?
fate. I don't think you can save this realm. Fate thinks you can. I'm just a conduit for fate.
I kind of like smell the air to see if I pick up like the scent of, you know, hallucinogenic type, you know, herbs or aromas that, you know, people might smoke to kind of get that, you know, high.
Yeah. She was right. She sounded right in the tent, but now she doesn't.
Look, guys, I can fly. Watch! I'm gonna jump over that pit we were in earlier.
Go ahead and make me a nature check. To be able to identify the actual things.
Move over there, you guys want anything?
Could you grab me a good red?
Would you mind putting my other Red Bull in the fridge?
Sure.
I've got a couple of amps and a dairy bags up there if you want to bring either one down.
I'm
Make
not.
sure you got a breaker on those amps.
I'm not trained in
Get a breaker
nature,
on those amps.
but could I say that maybe I'm using investigation to
Sure.
like actually study the vials and stuff?
That's fine. Yeah, because even though it may not be nature, it might just be knowing what it is.
Yeah, like I'm actually taking the time to like try and use like from previous bounties and stuff that I've had just
Yeah.
to see if there's any drugs or
Garbage
opiates that
cans
she
on
might
the
be
other side.
using.
All right.
Yeah. Just right around.
You want this thrown out?
So
Sure. Thanks.
I got a 18 for investigation.
Okay. The vials and the incense that she uses, you know, they are mind. I don't know, mind altering. They're just a relaxant. They aren't something that would make you believe what you normally wouldn't believe. It's to kind of just, You would equate it. You may not know the magic of seer. You live in a land of magic, so the ability for somebody to foretell what will happen isn't.
Yeah, it's
Completely
not, I'm not in
far-fetched.
disbelief because she
Yeah.
obviously knew we were coming, but it's more or less like, is she aiding that with?
Right.
So, like,
You know, it's more like the incense are used for like those people who are like, I will not believe you, I absolutely don't believe you. It's to get them in and be like, okay, just hear me out. Okay, calm down a bit. But it's nothing bad. No ill intent. The vials are just, you actually notice a couple of like healing vials.
if there's anything like that I know that like I could drink or like, you know, kind of walk to actually get that calming sensation, then I take it and I use it. Like, still
Sure,
my
we'll
own,
say,
my own place.
You identify one of the
Thanks, sir.
potions that is a concentrated elixir that would give you that feeling of relaxation.
Yeah, I just quaff it. Like, without asking, I still haven't said anything. I just walk over, you know, huff some things and just drink it and kind of set it down back where it was.
And she just keeps looking out. She's like, ah, yes. I had it brewed last week for the anticipation of your arrival. And as you drink it, you regain, we'll say a D4 sanity hit points.
You want me to roll it?
You can roll, yeah.
Woo!
Nice! That shit was like really concentrated. Whoa!
And I
Wait, so what did I miss? Sorry.
Dewey identified that some of the potions were actually like legit potions, so he took
yeah, they're
one.
calming agents. So after I quaff it, I kind of like a warm smile crosses my face,
Yeah.
and I say, thank you for the nerves, as I'm sure you're aware. Well, you're
So
screwed.
yes, nerves get the best of us in any manner.
I sit down and say, well, you say that fate deemed it that we were to save this land. I'd like to know how we were pulled into this land.
She's like, well, that's not as easy to explain. The dark powers that live here, if they pick you, there's not much that can be done. We're in a realm that lives to the side of your normal realm. And the dark powers are able to sometimes reach out and pull those, willing or not, into this realm. Only one thing can allow for your escape, and that's for the Lord of this land to permit you to leave. Or for the Lord of this land to be vanquished.
Well, how do we vanquish this bitch?
She's like, yes, the important question. And that's why we must ask the cards. There are certain relics that hold power from before Strahd's descent into the darkness, that if used against him can help in his defeat. And the cards will tell us where those things are.
Well, let's get these damn cards to talk.
Your backstory.
Yes.
It was the army general, right?
Yeah.
Like you were in charge of a battle?
Yeah.
Okay. She looks and she's like, let's start in order of life. First we'll start and we'll let the first one, it will pick cards in order of life. And she looks up at you, Vargas, and now you can actually see her eyes. Her eyes are the typical what you think of seer eyes are. They're completely pupilless. And whenever she looks up, you get this, it almost feels like she's looking through you, like she's like peering into your soul almost. You don't feel like she's like assaulting you,
Yeah.
but it's at like, oh my god, she has a very strong presence whenever she actually inflects it onto you.
Even though, like, I would say, like, I'd kind of attribute it to my Tarvelm that I use, except it's, like, just seeing the way that she's looking at me and the color of her eyes, like, I know what she's doing. It sets me off, like, I want to turn away, but at the same time, the, like, drug is really starting to kick in, so I kind of just take a deep breath and let her do whatever it is that she's doing.
She looks and she holds out a deck of cards. She's like, just like life is lived, beginning, middle, and end. The three of you embody the beginning, the middle, and the end. The one who touched the infant, the unborn infant. She's like, take a card.
I take a card.
She's like, and you? The one who led the men in battle but failed them, ended the men's life before it was supposed to end. The one who convened and intersected the middle of a man's life. Take a card.
Alright.
And she looks at you and she's like, and you? The one who ends their lives. The one who's being chased by those who ended their lives. Take a card.
I reluctantly see my hand is kind of shaking as I'm taking it.
And then she takes a card. She lays it down. She's like, and now, for the final two. And then now that you guys have held your card,
At it.
yeah, you can. Okay, so
Kind of weird when she or regular.
she looks at Vargas and she says, Vargas, what does your card tell you? Go ahead and flip it. Normally it'd be a Taroka deck and it'd be like a dude having his head cut off, which is,
Well, I would say it seems as though you're right. My card represents the beginning as it looks as though it's the beginning of the deck. Other than that, I don't have your eyes, so why don't you tell me what the card tells you?
is it a two of clubs?
Yeah, 2 clubs.
Is it clubs or spades?
Sorry, it's spades.
Okay. She looks in.
At least I assumed it's spades. It looked like a spade.
Yeah, these are the only cards I own that had a Joker. That needed a Joker. They are cool cards though.
They are pretty cool.
As you look at the card, it's almost like it starts off blank, and then it starts to take form as you stare at it. And there are swords crossed on the back, and there's what looks to be a paladin on it. She looks at you and she says, "Ah, yes, a sleeping prince, a servant of light and the brother of darkness. The treasure lies with them, the treasure. Strahd's tomb. It lies with him."
Strahd's tome.
And go ahead and write down. So for you, it's the 2 of swords. So go ahead and write that down, because I'll need to compile it in my DM book.
Okay.
And then she looks at you, Malarkey.
9 clubs.
Yes, 9 clubs. Okay. It starts the same thing with Vorgris, where it's blank, but then it starts to materialize, and you see stars on it, and you see what's clearly a conjurer, somebody conjuring something of nothing. She looks and she says, "I see a dead village. It was drowned by a river, and it's ruled by one who has brought great evil into the world." So yours are the 9 of stars.
Ruled by one that brought great evil into the world.
What's yours, Mitch?
The 6 of clubs.
6 of
When
clubs.
you see me, I haven't looked at it yet, and whenever she looks at me, to ask me what I see, I very reluctantly and hesitantly slowly flip over my card.
Ah, my child, don't fear fate. Fate's plans are inevitable. If you fear it, well, you might just die afraid.
I just kind of shake my head and 6 of
6 of
clubs,
clubs.
I guess it is.
You said mine was United Stars, right?
Oh, you know what, JT? I'm sorry, I gave you the wrong one.
Dang it, Kyle.
Damn it, I'm sorry about that. Let's redo that. Oh, no. Well, okay. I told you the right thing, but did I tell you that yours was the town?
Mine was the
Oh, okay. She mentions that yours is for the holy symbol of Ravenkind. That's the thing that I did wrong. Sorry, I thought I told you it was a town. My bad. Six of clubs?
Yes.
Ravenkind?
Yes. On yours, Varys, as you look, it materializes stars, and you see a mage who, what's evoker is like fire.
Conjures like elements. yeah.
Okay. You see a mage who's got like fire in their hand, an evoker. It's the 6 of stars. She looks and she says, "Ah, yes. You must search for the crypt of a wizard ordinaire. His staff is the key. The key to the sun sword."
Okay, so essentially we're looking for a tome, a holy symbol, and a staff.
Sword.
Okay,
But
the
the
sword.
staff
Wait,
is
you
gonna
said
lead
the
us to
staff.
the...
You're looking for a staff that will lead you to the sword. She then flips her 2 cards. She's like, "Ah, and these cards will help you in your voyage, not just through items, but through someone that may be able to help you." She says, "You must find the girl driven to insanity, locked within the heart of her dead father's house. Curing her madness is key to your success."
Is Lena in the room with us?
Yeah, she is.
So,
I glance back at her then and look at her thoughtfully after Madame Eva tells us this.
She looks at you, she's like, "I don't think I'm mad."
so a girl who's been driven mad, trapped in her father's house,
Yes.
setting her free or
Mhm.
helpless.
And that is
That's fortuitous.
Don John.
What?
That's the thing on it. I have no clue what that is, but it's a Don John or whatever that is.
Like DONJON?
Yeah, let me see. They've actually got pictures of the Tarokas back here.
Oh yeah, Don John. I think it's like, I want to say it's the Joker. Or
Yeah, I
no,
feel like I've heard
Don,
that.
no, Don John. I think is the torturer or the prisoner, or the warden.
Haven't you been able to find the Tarot card yet?
Yeah, but they're only available on Gale Force 9, and they're $10 and shipping and handling is like 9. Cool Stuff Incorporated got them, and their shipping and handling is a lot better as they actually purchased them.
Gotcha.
It was one of those things where it's like they wouldn't have been here by the time anyway, so.
Gotcha.
Oh yeah, Dewey, you're close. Don John, I'm guessing is just a precursor to dungeon, so it has to do with like a
Yeah,
jailer
that's-
kind of
that's
thing.
right.
So I guess it's just a fancy way of saying that. Okay, and then for the last one, she says in this one here will bring you to your final confrontation with the Dark Lord himself. I think that's his name. She flips it and you guys see a Dark Lord. She says he lurks in the depths of darkness, and the one place to which he must return. That's all she says.
Right. So what is it? The
He
Dark
lurks
Lord?
in the depths of darkness, in the one place to which he must return.
Sarcophagus. Or coffin. He's right behind me. He's right waiting.
Ah, Strahd is here!
What card is that?
Dark Lord.
Okay.
And then she takes her cards and returns them to their pile. Nope. Puts them back in their magical box.
And fades to abyss.
And everything disappears.
The end.
Well, that's a story. And she looks and she's like, so this is what fate has foretold. This is what will guide you along your path.
Must we follow the cards in the order they were revealed, Madam Ava?
I would say you can follow them in any order. Fate just knows that these are the things that must be done. I would advise against finding Strahd first, however.
I want to find Strahd before we find our utensils.
So I look to everyone else, shake my head a little bit, kind of, after seeing the magic of the cards and whatnot, kind of coming back to reality and saying, is there anything else that you've foreseen or that you can hit us with, Madam Ava, before we leave?
No, unfortunately, that's the extent of my power. It's very exhausting to do this, and it'll be at least another, we'll say, I'm trying to think of a fancy word, a 10 night? Would that be 10 days?
Fortnite is.
Fortnite is?
A fortnight is about 2 weeks.
I think. So it'll be at least another fortnight before I could do something like this again.
We wait.
Okay. Okay, retells our fortune, reshuffle things. Move everything around, come on, reload.
I get up and look as I'm like looking at a blind woman and bow my head and, well, we thank you, Madam Ava, for your fortune. After kind of like breaking my, just bow the head to her, I kind of like roll my eyes and say, let's go.
Grace, bitch.
Yeah, after you stand up, I kind of stand up and don't really say much and just start to walk out, like looking back over my shoulder at her as I leave. And like continuously
I stand up
worrying
and
about
thank her
everything.
for her time and her help and go to leave as well.
She nods and she says, yes. Best of luck on your voyage.
So as I step out of the tent, I take a nice, calm, relaxed breath as I breathe in the fresh air and walk up to Stefan and say, so the horse you prepared for me, where is it?
He motions to one of the horses. A rainbow-colored pony. It works. It's just a normal riding horse, nothing special about it.
Okay. If there are saddles nearby, I offer to pay the gypsies for the saddle and then suit the horse up. Huh?
There's already a saddle on. They're that good.
They are pretty good.
No,
Yeah, there's
we've
like
been
everything
waiting
that
here
you
for 3 people to come here so we could tell them, hey, the last 40 people we called Varys, Fortress, and Malark, they were like, you guys are full of bull is what you are.
Full of bull malarkey.
Yeah, you know it. Yeah, so
She said.
I set the horse up and if need be, pay the gypsies and
What?
motion to my comrades like, let's not waste any more of what we have left of the day and get back on the road.
I agree. I'm falling.
Actually, it does go pretty nicely.
Yeah.
Now you just need a pointer of some kind.
Yeah, the mouse works, but it would be easier if I did have an actual pointer.
For next time.
So I'm not sure if... I know some screens, the laser pointers won't work because they like go through to the back. They like go through the screen and then the image is painted onto the screen, so they don't really work. I think they work on LED.
We'll just spray some paint in front of it. That way we
Yeah.
can see the beam.
Yeah. You could do that.
Get a protective film for the screen.
Yeah.
I think you did what I did and put the stickers on the wrong sides.
Which ones?
The beam, or like the burner, like the...
Oh, yeah. We were kids, what can we say? I'd probably do it still as an adult, but we'll blame the fact that we were kids.
Well, just cause like there's a space, but like on the other side, the burner goes to the all the way to the edge. So it's obvious that like it's not supposed to do that.
Yeah. Well, now it's obvious, but...
Maybe it was a manufacturing thing. The sticker was numbered wrong. Maybe that's why I did it too.
It's gotta be. There's no way we both made the same mistake.
Bastards. That was one of the things that was in one of the extras. Like they digitalized the Millennium Falcon in the new movie.
Mm-hmm.
They actually went back and like looked at like the prop from the original, and they did their best to like. There were a bunch of like little decals that the original creators like threw on there. They're like complete rubbish and just random.
Yeah.
And they did their best to like get as many like all of those on there and stuff.
Yeah.
They're just like those little tiny details that you'd never be able to tell, but they know they did
But
it.
yeah, but if they missed it, somebody would find out.
Oh, sorry.
You didn't put that on there, and I was
How
supposed to be.
dare
You
you?
didn't have to wait, you could keep going.
Oh, that's fine. So you guys set back off. You head up north.
I thought we were going back south.
We go back from whence we came.
I'm in.
I try to strike up a conversation with Arena and see or if she knows anything about any lore or anything about these three items that Madame Abel was speaking of.
Doing anything today?
This is the first that I've heard. This is the first that I've heard of magical items that can defeat Strahd. Although I would think that Strahd has an idea that we're looking for them. I don't think
So-
anything happens here he doesn't know about.
As I'm kind of riding a little bit ahead, wary of what happened last time when I rode too far ahead, I scoff a little bit and I say, "You believe the blind woman's words? Yes, she may have foreseen us coming, but you believe all those things she gathered from 5 cards."
Everything that's happened to us here, and you don't possibly believe that this could be true?
I'm not saying that there may or not be some legitimacy behind it, but you believe that it was all told to her through 5 cards?
Why not?
I
It's the best. It's better than having no lead and wandering aimlessly around this place.
I don't know if I still, and now that you guys are looking at it, I want to see what you guys get. I still cannot figure out what the fuck this letter is supposed to be.
I think it's a D.
I think it's an H.
Yeah, it's H. Because it's
Yeah, it's
H-I-J-K.
See, that's what I thought, but yeah.
Except for
okay.
that one above it looks like a freaking B.
Yeah.
You see, that's why I got
Well,
confused.
because
Why
it's
is
the
there-
same
Yeah,
thing.
these are gates.
Yeah, okay,
Oh,
I
okay.
see.
And
Okay,
that's why
anyways.
there are two D's, because they're
Yeah,
both the
I see now. Okay, as you were, sorry.
Um,
And like,
so I say I suppose you're right, Malark, but at the same time, I don't want to be going on some foolish blind woman's quest for items that may or may not exist. Now, sure enough, if we do come to find out that they exist, coincidence or not, I believe any help that we could gather from those cards would be beneficial. I find it a little too unlikely that we'd ever come across something like that.
That's all true, but I don't want to just discredit her because we just don't believe. There's no reason not to take a chance. We're stuck here, so it seems, as is anyways, so why not give it a shot? I say at the very least, try and get Arena to, how do you pronounce it? Valaki?
Valaki.
Get Arena
Valaki,
to
yes.
Valaki and maybe go from there, seeing if we can find anything about any lore about these items possibly. Go from there.
Kind of like lean over to you and like, humans with such short lives have faith in such silly things. I chuckle.
God, and say, I've never trusted a gypsy or anything of the sort.
I say I agree. Let's first focus on getting Arena to Valaki, and then we can discuss where our paths should take us next.
Agreed.
Okay. So you guys just continue on?
And I inquire with you, Malark. I'm like, Malark, do you have faith in the gods above? When I say the gods, I use it kind of sarcastically, very, like you could tell, but like I don't believe in any sort of god whatsoever, atheistically.
I don't know if I necessarily believe in gods or anything, but I believe there are some very strange powers out there and surrounding us. Clearly there's one surrounding us now, getting sucked into this world that we know nothing about and is very unlike our normal world or realm, if you will, as she described this place.
I shake my head and like, she did have some insight, obviously. I won't turn that away. She knew of our arrival, and the things that she mentioned as she revealed our cards. Was any of that true that she mentioned about your card? As I try to recollect what it was that she said about a general and...
Very unsettlingly so.
And if I get the sense that like you don't want to talk about it anymore, I'll continue to prod.
Come on, tell me.
Yours as well, I assume?
I look down, kind of like in that blank off stare that you saw me like last time, and shake my head and say, she had some insight, that's for certain. And leave it that way. And kind of break off like, okay, you pressed a little too close and like right away.
I'm not telling you anything.
Yeah.
I won't prod unless you...
Right, I figured you would, but it's just like that whole thing where it's like, yeah, sure. Right.
We'll go with that, whatever. Okay.
What are your thoughts, Varys?
I think we should focus on getting to Valaki and we can worry about the rest later.
Sounds like a good plan.
I have no intention on prodding on your guys' past as long as I can trust that you have my back in a fight. And so far you have not proven otherwise, so let's continue on.
Okay. As you guys continue, you eventually start to come back up, because remember you went down to get here.
Right.
It's you're going uphill pretty much the entire way. You eventually, after following the base of the canyon, at the far end you see a large waterfall. Large, large cloud of mist that's being kicked up from the moisture. And there's a stone bridge that spans the canyon here that you're coming up on. That you would say is probably about 1,000 feet high.
The bridges?
Yes.
Okay, so we're like
That's
at
what we're
the
talking
top
about,
of the falls?
Yeah, you're like coming up to it at this
Okay.
point. So that's just me describing what you're seeing as you're walking up that way. So as you guys continue walking that way, you notice that it becomes a little bit colder, and the mist is starting to get a bit thicker from where you came from. We'll say that you actually get to the tops here, where you're actually you're like at the large bridge. At the end of it, there was massive. At the four posts, there's massive stone gargoyles. You see nothing but thick fog on the other side, and fog on the path behind you where you came from, and fog from the path behind you that you did not come from. And Arena kind of gives a something doesn't feel right. We need to get over this bridge. An old bridge like this being this high up bothers me. Let's be quick about this.
Agreed.
I carefully and cautiously approach the bridge and test it out.
It's a massive stone.
Okay.
It's like this massive bridge is like. Good thing I tested it. No. As you're walking across.
It is a stone bridge. It's not some like wooden.
No, it's like
Yeah,
a
that's what I was
nice
thinking.
stone bridge. It is old, but it's nice.
So these gargoyles, they
It doesn't
actually
look like a gargoyle like
gargoyles.
with
Yes.
dust or anything.
And then you
Right.
said that they're like large gargoyles?
Yeah.
So I kind of,
Like one of them has like a broken wing from where it's aged and weathered, and
yeah, I kind of just like catch the glance of one of the gargoyles just because it like, I mean, of course we're like in this kind of creepy environment, but just the fact that like at like a man-made structure they decided to put a gargoyle on it is kind of what catches me. So as like I hear Arena talk about not spending much time, I just wait for Malark to cross and then look at Arena. I'm like, you're the one afraid of heights. Cross next, and I just kind of keep staring at the gargoyle until I see Varys
Also,
cross,
like,
and then
super off put by the gargoyles, and I like pull a dagger out and cautiously walk.
I like lean over as I see you cautiously. I'm like, I've heard tales that gargoyles such as these are ones that come to life. Do I feel like these are it? And I kind of have been studying to see if it's moved. And like
There's-
not paranoidally, but just like admiring it, but at the same time, like kind of like, you know, not.
I've encountered a vampire, a skeletal rider,
Yeah.
a trap. This wouldn't be far-fetched, yeah.
Yeah, not discrediting his paranoia. Like, yeah, just it's not
Yeah.
unwise to be, you know, on guard.
It seems like a normal statue.
Yeah,
I'd say,
so
yeah.
I wait for him to cross the bridge, and once he crosses the bridge,
It's a pretty long. We'll say it's about a. I mean, it takes up about a hex, so it's about a quarter mile.
Yeah.
It's a big bridge. So as you guys are midway crossing, so you're at the mouth of it basically.
Yeah, like I said, once they start like riding ahead of me, then I start to ride behind them.
Okay.
I'll wait for them to like cross and be like, "Have you crossed it yet? I can't see the
Right,
line.
yeah.
Have you crossed it yet?"
So as you guys are on the bridge, fog envelops the trail where you came from. You can't even see it anymore. And then ahead of you, the fog on the bridge starts to clear, and you see a silhouette. You see 5 silhouettes in the fog. One in the center, who's taller and kind of burly looking, and the other 2 flanking this silhouette. And this is after you've been on it for a little bit. You're almost towards the other side.
Like 2 on each side flanking it, or?
Like 2 his or her sides. 2 here, 2 here.
Okay.
2 on their right, 2 on their left.
I thought you had said 5, but the way you worded it, I thought you
5
meant
silhouettes total.
I
1
thought
in
you
the
meant there
center.
were 3. I got you.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So as you get closer, Irina she stops in place. She looks, her eyes are glossed over, and she's just like zoned completely right now.
So there's 5 figures waiting at the end of this bridge,
Yeah.
but we can't see them. We just see the silhouette.
Yeah, you see the silhouettes through the fog.
Do they appear to be on horseback like we are?
They're just standing there on foot.
Yeah, as soon as I see the silhouettes, I also stop and just stare at them to see if they make any moves.
As soon as I realize that Arena has like stopped dead, I unmount and
I mount her.
I unmount my horse and not draw my sword, but put my hand on it to be ready.
Okay. So as you guys,
If I see him get off of his horse, I stop my horse from like running up next to him and like lean over and I'm like, perhaps we should call out to see if they're friend or foe.
Fair enough.
And I will not turn away your advantage as I look at your horse. If we need to run, we're outnumbered.
Good
But
point.
we have the horse at least that leads
attack the horse.
us. Smack the horse and have it go first.
I will go ahead and get back on my horse then, because that is a pretty wise idea. A suggestion. And I'll call out and say that we wish to pass if they will allow us.
What is your name?
What do you call out?
I said we'd like to pass if they will allow us. Like pass by.
As you say that, it's silent, and then you hear a return, and it's a smooth voice that all of you instantly recognize from them whenever you got out of the death house. And the voice says, "Yes, you're allowed to pass, but only if you play a little game and pass my test first." And whenever the voice responds to that, the fog starts to recede. And standing there, you see Strahd, someone who looks like this. He's taller, burly. He's wearing like an ornate cape.
Okay, so we saw silhouettes in the fog.
Right.
Okay, I got you now.
Strapped to his side, there's a long sword. To either side of him, you see 4 what you would probably assume, if you know anything about vampires, are vampire spawn. They've got the red, animalistic eyes, the fangs, the claws, ripped and shredded clothes. It's like, I see that you've been having some fun within my realm, especially with the one that belongs to me. I would like to know what 3 men are doing with her.
I take it we can infer he's talking about Arena.
Yeah.
She asked for a guard on her travels to Valaki, and we offered our assistance.
Yes. Assistance.
I'm like biting my tongue right now.
Yeah, me too.
Like I'm visibly like you can see, like if you look over at me, like I'm like my hands are tensing on the reins of the horse. And I'm kind of like sitting there like looking at you, and like kind of giving that look like be ready to ride here in a second because I'm gonna say something that's gonna piss them off.
Yeah, and if anybody like.
I take it the fog
I'm like
behind
paler
us is
than I
like
usually
we still
am,
can't
like,
see the path.
You
It's
can
just
tell
the
that
fog
I'm
ahead of
pretty
us.
much scared shitless right now.
As he's looking, his eyes lock with yours, and he's like, Varys, you don't even know these men, yet you fight beside them? That doesn't seem like something you would do. And you two, the last man he fought along is dead because of his poorly planned assassination. An assassin, you have an assassin in your midst. And you're a holy man? Well, I don't want to call you holy, but a man who believes in the gods, right? If I'm not mistaken. Even if he has failed them and led multiple people to their death. And you align with an assassin.
I like lean over and I say to Varys, I'm like, forget, you may not know who we are, Varys, but you also don't know who that man is either. Don't
I say
forget
to Varys as well, as you said just a few minutes ago, what was it you said? You said something about, we've got your back and we, so far we've had your back and whatnot.
Yeah, you haven't given me any reason to think that you betray me.
So
Right.
is there still a thought kind of like parting? Okay, so I like look to you, Malark, and kind of like give this nod, like just go along with this. Look as you kind of say like we have an assassin in our midst. And I look at you and I say, just play along. It may save our lives. And you, I draw my long sword and I say, an assassin with us. You've not made us aware of this. Who have you killed? Who have you wronged? Whose life have you taken?
It was a simple contract gone wrong.
And I get off my horse and
It
like
happened to the best.
try to pull you down from your horse, like just pull you down to the ground.
And I go along with it and I fall off my horse.
And I point my long sword to his neck and like, Strahd, you know that this man is an assassin. What proof do you have? Besides your words. And I'll slay him here.
Well, I do have proof, actually. So yes, I believe I do. And you see him,
Wait, those are the wrong pictures.
he holds out his hand and there's like a black purple orb. He's like, yes, I think that I could bring him here. And you see a wooden, rotten coffin appear in front of Strahd. He's like, this is the body of his friend. I think you would recognize him, right? Well, he may have lost a little bit of weight since the last time you saw
I
him.
look up and if it looks anything like him, you just see me kind of droop, even more defeated and like not even. I wouldn't even consider myself like scared anymore. Just disappointed in myself. Like you just see me kind of lose all motivation.
I pull a rope from my pack and I say, seems as though you're not denying this, Varys. Mark, we've had an assassin with us this entire time. An assassin deserves only hangman's noose, and I start to fashion a hangman's noose.
As this is all going on, I try to glance back and see if Marina snapped out of her. She's still
like lost over him. Strahd, he looks and you can see like a grin on his face. And he's like, Varys, I know of your deeds. I know of all of your deeds. There's one thing that no man can ever know about another. There's one thing no man can ever infer from another. And that is what he wants more than anything. What do you want? If you could have any tangible possession, what would that be?
I just shake my head and don't answer him.
Man of silence.
Like I said, I'm fashioning like a makeshift noose right now. You know, still obviously standing over him. I've obviously resheathed my sword, but like standing over Varys, you know, saying that he's gonna hang.
And after a moment of silence, I kind of just say, well, if you know so much about my past, then you must know what it is I want more than anything. And bow my head again.
If only it were that simple. When you're brought to this realm, I can smell the stains upon your souls and upon your being. I learn from them, but I still don't know completely from them. Like, for example, Vargris and your ancient magic, Tarvellum. I think I know somebody that knows a little something about them. And as he says that, like there's an undertone to his voice that sounds like the disembodied darkness from your nightmares.
Okay.
Like he's speaking alongside Strahd at this point. It's like coming from Strahd's voice. He's like, I think it's the same people that gave me my power, baby. Yes, the darkness. It can be a very powerful tool.
Like, for a second, I stopped, like, forming the noose and, like, look over at him and, like, kind of call out, like, you want to play a game with us. You've told us of the traitor in our midst. What is it that you wish, Strahd? Do you wish for us to kill him? Because if that's what it is that you wish, then your wish will be my command.
What I want's not important. You're my guests. I just want to make you feel welcomed and happy. And make sure everything is laid out upon the table. Upon the table for us to feast upon, which brings me to my next point. My children, they're awfully hungry. I told them that they could feed. And unfortunately, it seems the only meal is right here in front of them. So I must be off. I have something to tend to. But you all just think about what I've told you. Remember, you can't always trust the people you're with. And he turns and starts to walk into the fog.
As soon as he does that, I unsheath my sword.
Yeah, I
fight them.
rip my greatsword off my back.
Okay?
And I looked at you, Malark, and like, we have to stop him. I start foolishly to chase after Strahd.
Okay? As you do, you see like Strahd stops, and he turns back and he just looks at you and he smiles and he just nods like he wanted this to happen. Let's see. Let's get some combat music going, boys.
So, is the coffin that he summoned still there as well?
Yes, it is. So, as you go to charge and you unsheath your weapon, the vampire spawns, let out screams. Mostly they're yelling, but it's like incoherent ramblings. But they're pretty much yelling like, "Yes, we will feast! We will feast on this eve!" And they all four, Vargas being out in the front charging, they all four start to pretty much plow down towards him.
Okay, so, like,
Towards Wargrim?
Yeah.
so as I go to charge after Strahd, kind of foolishly, I've obviously, like, got the rope still in my hand, even though I'm carrying my greatsword. So I'm kind of like dragging my greatsword. I toss the rope kind of like around my neck as though I have it kind of like an untied tie. And I call out to you, Malark. I'm like, two of them on the right, I'll take two on the left. I'm like, Varys, get up, we need your bow.
I hesitate because I'm still distraught over.
As you say that, I told Varys to stay back and guard Arena, because I assume she's still frozen.
Yes, she is.
And after I tell him to guard, or to guard her, as I'm running to go with Vargas to attack the younglings, I yell to Arena to snap out of it, in the hopes that maybe she might. Okay.
Did you get nothing?
After-
You do notice the only thing that she does is she moves both of her hands up and starts like rubbing at the bite marks on her neck.
After a few seconds, I finally get myself up and just mum to myself, I won't let this happen again, and take the bow off my back and ready my fire on them.
As you go to ready your bow, you hear a familiar voice of the friend, and he's like, "Won't let what happen again? You won't let me die?" And you see like a rotten fist come punching out
Oh, son of a bitch.
of the coffin and like rips the lid off the coffin, and it just like You can tell it's kind of him because he's wearing the garb that he would probably be buried in, but he's just like rotten. This is pretty much like almost a skeleton at this point. So, and he climbs out and shambling around, like his arms, like, barely hanging on by flesh. And he just starts shuffling towards you. We'll say. So the vampire spawn are coming down, so go ahead and give me attacks if you two are. Just resolve your attacks for everyone.
So another question too, are we near like you said we're at the end of the bridge, like where there's 2 more gargoyle statues as well?
Close to it, yeah. We'll say within like 50 feet of it.
Okay. I go to charge past 2 of them on the left. And as I do, I'm going to take the one on the middle, that's on my side, on the left side, and I'm going to just like swing my greatsword with like a charge right past the 2 of them to just see if I can just like take his feet out from underneath of them.
Okay.
As I keep running past.
Go ahead and give me an attack.
That is a 1.
Unfortunately, in the heat of things, you notice you've fought a lot of different things. Maybe dragons, whatever. Animals, wolves, boar horses, men, elves. You've been on so many bounties and fought so many things. But this is something on a whole different level. Like the speed with which it moves out of the way of your blade is like, you almost feel like even if you were at your best, you would not have hit him.
Okay, so as like I charge past, swing my greatsword up, and kind of use that momentum to carry me forward still, assuming that I was going to hit it,
Right.
Obviously, Donkey blurs out of the way. I call out to Malark, I'm like, their speed is uncanny, be aware of that, as I run towards the gargoyle statue on my
Okay.
Like I said, I've run between the 2 of them, like field goal right between the 2 of them.
As you run between them, you swing at the one and he's busy dodging, but the other one goes to swipe at you. What is your armor class?
15.
What kind of armor do you wear?
Where would you put those box fans?
Here. Why?
I'm gonna take one up in the armory's room. It's a little warm upstairs.
They're in. Watch out. There's drinks on the table right behind you, bud. They're to the left. You wear leather.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we'll say it was the momentum of whatever you were doing got you out of the way of his swipe attack. We'll say it was a she. She missed you, and she screams and she's like, "I need to feast."
As I'm charging, how is everything laid out?
Dewey's on the left of the bridge
Okay.
with 2 vampires that he just ran past.
Okay.
2 other vampires on the right. We're starting to head towards him, but then focused on you and Mitchell and are coming your way. And then there's a zombie in the center, just shambling along with no weapon in his hand, mind you.
Okay. As I run up with my sword in my left hand, I just thrust out my right hand and use burning hands on the 2 vampires on the right, or the vampire spawn on the right. They need to make a dexterity saving throw. And I assume that means that they need to spell save against 13.
Yep. That's weird. Vampires aren't weak against fire in this edition.
Never had it.
Has it always just been radiant?
I don't believe they've ever had a weakness towards fire.
The 13 you said?
Yes.
Well, one of them manages to save. You're hitting both, right?
Yes.
Because it's a cone attack. The other one does not.
It's a 15-foot cone.
Okay, yeah, you can hit both of them. One of them is able to jump out of the way. And the other one, it smacks pretty well.
Okay, it says 3d6 damage, so don't add anything to it, right? Other than just...
Add your modifier. I always add my modifiers for spells.
modifier and like...
What's your spell ability for this?
Spellcasting ability?
Yeah.
3.
So at 3 too.
Okay. Oh wait, spell attack bonus. What's that?
Well, attack is your chance to hit.
Okay. Okay. Well,
Yeah.
it. Okay, so.
Because it's probably intelligence plus 3. So.
Okay, so 6, 7, 8, 11. So the one that saved takes 5 damage. The one that did not takes 11.
Mitch?
Is there a vampire that has not like moved yet? Metagaming hasn't taken
Um,
a turn yet.
None of them have actively done anything. Well, oh, sorry.
Okay.
One of them hit at Dewey as a reaction. So 3 of them have not aggressively acted towards the group yet. They're just charging towards it.
Okay.
Charging in the sense of like combat. They charge and combat outwards.
Okay.
So for
I'm
the
asking
sake of your
because-
ability, you can use it.
Okay. So I guess I'll take aim at one of the. I'm kind of trying to ignore the fact that there's the zombie of my deceased friend, and just focus on the vampires. And I'll go to shoot one that, the one near Vorgris that hasn't attacked yet, and it gives me advantage. And doesn't matter. Both suck. 14 to hit.
It does not hit.
Okay.
Is that it?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. The 2 vampires that you attempted to turn into a barbecue pit come bearing down on you, Malarkey. What's your AC? Never mind, doesn't matter. You take 11 slashing damage. And what is how does grapple work in 5e?
It's opposing strength. Oh, it's a strength.
He makes a save if he's being grappled.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give you a
his
strength save.
Dex or his strength.
Okay, your choice.
Body strength. 15. 20 modified.
And they make an athletics check, I believe, to grapple.
Okay, so strength. Okay, so you realize like you're a pretty strong guy, but this vampire like comes up, it digs its claws into you, slashes at you, and it just got you right now in its grip. And you realize you're putting like almost all your strength into getting out of it, and it's just like a vice at this point. And as it's holding you, its friend goes to attack at you.
God.
Just so you know, these vampires are really beating the shit out of you with criticals. I got 3 on you.
Son of a bitch.
So
This is what I get for trying to like frickin' be a badass.
okay. This is gonna be kind of rough, actually. You take. So as this vampire comes up and the other one's got you held, he just lashes into your shoulder and digs his claws into you. You take 7 points of slashing damage, but then he follows it up, and he just screams. He's like, "I will feast!" And he just goes to bite the shit out of your neck. And you take 9 points of piercing damage, and 12 points of necrotic damage, and your maximum hit points are reduced by 12 points.
I'm out cold.
So you see the vampires just like lay into Malort. And then the zombies still just kind of like shambling towards Mitchell's character, not doing much of anything. Dewey, if you've looked at the zombie,
How much did
He-
my max go down?
12. He looks like a generic Barovian person to you. Like he's wearing what they wear. So you don't know what he's freaking out about right now. Like, you don't know this. To you, you're like, you don't know this person. Like,
Who?
the zombie.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead and...
Yeah, you guys literally just, after this vampire takes a bite out of me, I just go limp.
And as he goes limp, you hear Strahd go, "Ha ha! Oh, what a show we have! What a show we have!
Son of a bitch.
As this happens, I kind of try to shake off his laugh and see like.
Again.
Death is negative hit points.
Yeah.
Or if your maximum hit points hit 0.
Okay.
So,
Well, negative half.
negative half, yep.
No, we said it was negative.
I thought it was
No, it
negative
is
full.
negative full hit
Yeah.
points.
Because I would have died.
Yeah, you're
if
right.
it wasn't.
Do any of you know anything about vampires? Or you two? The two alive people? I can't remember from the previous check, okay.
I mean,
I don't think any of
I
us
might
really
have
knew anything.
encountered some in my, just from taking contracts, but I wouldn't really know a lot about them.
Vargas, you don't really see it because you're still charging away from where Malarkey is right now. But Vargas, you see they aren't stopping. Like, he fell unconscious and the vampires are still attacking him and trying to eat him.
Yeah, if I
Like an
turn-
animal. Like this, normally you know, like, if you fight a person, if he goes unconscious, they're like, leave him. Or even a goblin would be like, we've got other fish to fry, but these vampires are trying to eat him right now.
Yeah. I don't know how long it takes me, but as soon as I see this, I stop. You know, my guess is I was running straight for the statue because I was going to use the statue as part of my action. But I turn around and like
If
jab
honestly,
my
whatever
great
you
sword,
want.
and like turn around, see that like they're starting to feast on him. I take the rope from around my neck and like put my great sword on the ground and go to like swing and try to lasso the one that's like on top of him to try and get it around its head and like just pull back on the rope and try and pull it.
And I'm still like back near where.
Yeah, you're a pretty good way back.
And I like start shaking her and trying to get her to come to and.
We'll say, since you're now like making contact with her, in the time that you've taken contracts, you've probably come across wizards. Even in an assassin's guild, you probably have wizards. You know that she's under some like insanely powerful charm curse right now, and you know typically it's up to that person to break out of it, or like a remove curse or some sort of anti-magic to break it. And even if you were to smack her around, since it's a magical effect, it's to you, you're elf. To you, you are like, well, it's a charm. I mean, charm doesn't really affect elves at all.
Yeah.
So you're like, what do you do in this case? Like, but you know, just in what you've seen, she's
So-
under the effects of a charm.
If I start shaking her and I realize that it's not going to happen, I just
Yes, sir.
useless and yeah, I just
Charm
shake her.
women
It's
can't say
useless
no.
and go to take aim at the one that's actually grappling Malark.
Okay, good. Make me your radio check and make me your attack.
How do you want me to make the radio check? What, you make like an attack roll?
I would say.
So like I said, I'm using the knot that I tied for like what I was going to use for
Right,
Grace's
right.
use to try and lasso that around her neck.
Is there animal handling?
Yes, actually there
It
is.
is. Yeah.
Let's say that because it's almost like you're attempting to lasso it.
You could say it's acting like an animal.
Yeah,
And 21.
Unless-
for mine.
because I think it makes it tough is you can't really say strength, or if you want. What does animal handling use?
Wisdom.
No, don't use that then. Just do a dexterity attack. Like you're using a finesse weapon, basically. It's something that takes skill to use.
Okay. Well, I'm going to say that I don't have proficiency with it because I've never lassoed anything before.
Haha! Like the days
What?
on the ranch.
That's a 20.
Modified.
Modified.
Okay. And we'll say he makes an opposed dex check. He fails. So you successfully lasso.
So yeah, as soon as I see like the lasso like start to go over the cusp of the head, I just immediately like with all my strength just try to like pull back and just try to pull this vampire who's like feasting on Malark right now just to pull it back.
Okay. Go ahead and make me a strength. Attack check, but same thing I guess. Well, do an attack so you can get your proficiency. You're proficient in being strong.
Well, you should be proficient
17.
if he doesn't, or you should be proficient in athletics, aren't you?
Yeah. Either way, the
If you want
surprise
me to
is
put
some.
athletics in it, it's 2 more, but yeah, 17.
Yeah, athletics is good.
So 19.
So the vampire is so caught off guard by the fact that somebody in the middle of a fight just lassoed his neck that you just like pull him right over. It's just like shock and awe, and you've got him down now.
My blood was just
21 to attack. Which one did you go for? The one that was...
Yeah, the two that I like initially charged past, I've ignored. I've gone to the point where I lassoed the one that was on top of him and just pulled
Because
it
there were
off.
2 on him, right?
Yeah, there's 2 of them, but I assume one of them that was like on top.
teeth on my chain shirt.
Yeah, because I was taking aim at the one that was like actually grappling him. And it's 21.
I got my chain.
Yeah.
I got my chain collar popped up.
Yeah!
I was fighting you, Strahd. I might look like a douchebag, but I sink my neck.
Your hair is spiked up in a fake tan.
Backwards fucking hat.
This is what happens when you praise
9
people.
damage.
9?
Yes. My goal is to like catch him off guard and kind of
There, I
stagger
thought I
him
was
a
being all
little bit.
badass running in and burning them with some fire.
Yeah, work. It's just they're like, fuck you.
Yeah. So just as like a passive thing for the 2 people that are still alive, you know that Strahd just sicked things on you that you don't even stand a chance against.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's
He's
just a matter
fucking
of
with you guys right
trying
now.
to pull this shit off of him from
Right.
getting feasted on.
The 2 vampires. Oh, good.
I was just gonna say, like, as I was darting to the one gargoyle statue, the waterfalls are on the left side of us on this bridge, right?
To the west. So yes, the left side.
You said the 1,000-foot drop.
Yes. So
Well, then
if you
the
look,
sword that I-
there's
It's
like
the
a
waterfall.
lake right here. You see?
yeah,
You guys are here. The lake's here, and that's the waterfall.
yeah, that guy.
But the bridge to either side would be 1,000 feet down.
yeah, no, I'm not gonna. Because
Do it!
I was
Do it!
I was gonna grab him and tell you to grab Arena, and we're gonna jump off to the side of the bridge.
Let's see.
But
50
a
D
1,000-foot
1d10.
drop into a pool
Yeah,
of
put
water.
it to no water, so it's
Come
fine,
on,
right?
But yeah, I'm pulling the.
Hey, what's the worst that can happen to me at this point? I die.
Yeah, but then everybody
Some
dies.
more.
So
Hey, they could dive in properly and
True.
maybe take
my next thing, if I manage to pull the one off of him and I see you shoot a bolt into the other one, I'm now like charging to Malark's body, pulling the vial of healing potion that you've gotten, and just like going to run and like skid.
Smash
Yeah, like knee pads, like as though I had knee pads, just go to slide across and just dump the vial into his mouth.
Okay, so as you go to do that, the 2 vampires that you lost focus on are on you, like blazing fast, like before you even notice that they're there. And they're both just, it's a flurry of claws at this point.
Please don't get any more crits.
Well, you're luckier than JT. The critical misses still have a return. Okay. So the one that's flailing at you right now is actually really just like off in the distance, looking at something completely different. The other one, what's your AC?
15.
The other one, both of his attacks managed to land.
Okay, so if one of them manages to land, as I feel kind of sinking into me, I turn around and just like motion a triangle in the air and call out Noir, and then I cast shield.
Okay. 3 more AC?
5.
5?
So 20.
Okay, so that puts you up to 20?
Yeah. For one of the attacks, I believe.
It deflect. I think it's for an entire
Well, yeah, it might be
round.
for the entire turn.
It does successfully deflect one of the attacks. The other one, however, it as you see like one of the hands bounce off from the shield,
Start my next turn.
the other one like barely shatters through and still gets through your shield. Very, very barely gets through. And you take 7 points of slashing damage.
Huh?
And then so there was the one that had him grappled, who now pretty much just has him pinned down. You pull the one, and the one that has him pinned down.
Shit, not getting great.
You see he goes to claw into JT's body and goes to bite at JT's neck, which it's a guaranteed hit because JT's helpless, isn't he? JT, you take 11 damage, and then your maximum hit points are reduced by 12, and you take an additional 9 damage.
You just killed me.
Okay. So, at this point, it's just like a bloody mess. There's just blood everywhere. Like, his neck is ripped open.
How much damage did I take initially?
11.
Okay, so that would be negative 17. Yeah, as soon as you take away my hit points, I'm dead.
So he dies.
Look,
And
so,
it's just like you see, like his neck is ripped open, blood is flying everywhere, and then the minute he dies, Strahd snaps. And he's like, "That's it. That's enough, children. You've feasted enough. I think that we've showed these gentlemen what they're dealing with. So let us be off for the night. We have other things to tend to."
okay, if Strahd's anywhere nearby, like I'm like kneeling over a Malark and realizing that he's carved open like a turkey, I get up quickly, draw my longsword, and just foolishly charge once again towards Strahd. Like you're not getting away with this, Strahd, and I charge towards him.
Okay.
Thanks, Marcus.
Let's see. As you start to charge towards him, he casts Comprehend Languages. You guys are just saying that's one of the spells they have for him. Like, what? Oh, damn it! You guys won because I used Comprehend Language instead of Fireball.
We're going to have a battle of wits, and if you can't answer my questions, you lose.
As you go to charge at him, you notice that he doesn't. He looks over his shoulder, and he just like becomes one with the mist. And you kind of think back to whenever you came out of the death house, and it was almost like the mist was talking to you. He's just gone, and his vampires spawn they just run off into the fog.
Yeah, at this point, I'm swinging until my arm gets tired, like at the mist. Like I'm in kind of like that blind, like
Right.
focus, you know.
So it takes a while, but you do get to that point.
After this happens, I just draw my bow. and-
What the hell happened to your zombie?
Yeah, is he still there? Or did he also?
The zombie just kind of like falls over, and now if you look at it, you notice it's just a generic Barovian person.
I don't even look at it. I just, whenever I notice that he's dead, I just draw my bow and just drop to my knees and just kneel there, just staring at the bloody mess. Just like, yeah, has it been long enough to where I remember them?
As the battle ends, you remember everything.
Yeah, because we'll say that you were at the camp, that the reading took a little bit of time. We'll say that pieces of your memory are starting to come back. And you are, like, you do remember them. Like, you don't really remember why, like, where the hell are you, but you do remember, okay, I know you guys, but where are we right now? So, not everything's coming back, but pieces.
So yeah, I'm swinging in the mist, doing the whole "Con!" or "Strahd!"
Okay, let's see.
And I'm just staring at what's left, just silent.
Where the hell is it?
We say you threw vampires.
What?
So why can't we just say you threw rain at vampires? I grabbed rain and used him as a shield. He was a hero object.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point.
What?
Could have just thrown rain to him.
Yeah. I'm
But
fine.
see,
I charged
yeah,
the damn
Malark died a
vampire, so-
heroic charge,
Yeah.
like. And plus, like, if you use like rain when he's not here, well, Chris, if he's not here, is like a death, then it doesn't mean as much as if like we actually have a player.
That is true,
And
yeah.
a character who's actually died that's like here that we can react to.
Yeah, damn it. I
Pretend
see.
my head's just flopping around right here.
losing all
This
my
is
shit
big
that
one
I
I have
had. I
on
don't
this.
know. I saved a bunch of
It's
shit in
fine.
my Google Drive. It's like not there.
You should look on the computer.
You shut that hole.
My bad. Ghost can't speak now.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to do that really quick because there was something important I had for what happens next. I can't find. Oh my God, here it's right here.
So I pointed right at it. If we
Damn
all
it.
need to look away, we can.
You stay dead, JT. You're not coming back.
Huh?
Said you're not coming back to the dead. Sorry.
Oh, I wasn't thinking that. I just didn't know if whatever you were doing, it's supposed to be a surprise or something.
Nah. Not anything I'm too worried about.
Google Maps.
I just went to Google Maps, like, wait, that's not what I
Where
wanted.
is Barovia? We're on this quickest route. You will arrive at your destination.
It's only an hour away. What the hell are we doing here?
Wait a second. Her last name's Cummins.
Hi, and there's John.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, because I guess
Yeah.
my Google account's filled in as John.
Yesterday, how do you spell your last name?
Seward. S-U-H-R.
Okay, because somebody came in last night with the name of Surrey, which was S-U-H-R-E. I was like, is that GT? They were like, Surrey. And I was like, oh, there's no E on GT's last name.
Oddly enough, I have not been to Dewey's Pizza yet.
So that's pretty good.
Yeah, it is.
But then again, I cook most of our meals, you know, trying to...
Dewey's Pizza is some of the best
Yeah,
pizza.
that's true.
There are
Do
a
you
couple
make
of
some
things that they
great
bring
pizza?
here.
Do we want pizza?
Do we want to eat a pizza?
Oh, what was it that we said before Dewey came over?
Do we want to have Dewey come over?
Oh, okay.
That's what it was. We were talking about how you were coming over. And Amanda said something, do we want to?
Oh, I saw raise debt. Who can raise debt?
Okay. Give me 1 second to pop this in the drive.
Mississippi. That was a long second, too.
You shut the fuck up. You shut your whore mouth when you talk to me.
Look in my eyes when I'm staring at you.
What?
That's what the psychos say in Borderlands sometimes.
Google Trio.
Google Drio. I hate fucking touchpads.
Why don't you get your mouse?
Because I don't need a surface for it, JT. Come on.
You have a table right in front
Let's
of
be
you.
realistic here,
You
man.
have like 4 surfaces to choose from.
But it's me. I had to do things the most complicated way possible. You guys know me well enough to know this.
Then quit bitching about it.
You shut your whore mouth.
I don't have one of those, so I'll keep talking. I've got a monogamous mouth.
Monogamy.
Monogamy. I hardly know me. Ah, you suck. Okay, sorry about that. I thought I put that in my drive, but I guess I didn't. I'm also really bad about keeping my drive organized, and sometimes I'll be like, that was in my drive, wasn't it? And it's like, oh, I put it in my budgeting folder. That's where it went. Okay, so, malarkey. You die.
I
As you
gathered
do,
that.
you fall into darkness.
Oh wow, I just know the story.
Death is not what you think it was. You see your body, the darkness fades, you see the bridge, you see your body, you see your 2 comrades, but you know, you no longer have a body. You no longer exist, if you will. It's very unsettling, because whatever beliefs you held about life and death, you thought that death was an end. You either became nothing, or you went to whatever pantheon you believed in.
Right.
But this is something wrong. You're trapped. You can't leave this place now. If you're dead, how are you ever gonna topple Strahd? You can't. You're stuck here. As you are standing there, you see a dark figure. No, what's the word I'm looking for? No characteristics, no face, no nothing. Just a dark figure. You can tell it's
So
watching.
just like a shadow.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's standing within like 5 feet of Vargas. Almost like it's keeping watch over him. And it looks at you and you can tell it's looking at you even though it doesn't have eyes. But as it is looking at you, you do see like 2 red eyes start to glow. And you hear what sounds like almost like a dark, echoey kind of voice. And it says, one who died trying to free this realm from the grasp of Strahd. That's a shame, you know. You'll be stuck here till the end of time.
What do you mean?
It's like, well, no one can leave this place. Unless they defeat Strahd. You will have a hard time doing that without a body.
Very true, but I'll find a way. If I have no other way to get out of here, I have no choice but to find a way or continue just wandering aimlessly in this shadowy void of a world.
Yes. Or I could assist you. I don't care much for Strahd. Long ago we gave him power that he has twisted and turned into this dark thing. What I am now thanks to him, this bastardization of my power. My fellow mage's power. But I think I could give you just enough to bring you back.
What's the catch?
Yes. Sometimes there's a gift that gets bestowed upon you. Nothing too bad. You can still live as normal. If you're wondering if you'll become the next Strahd, that's not the case. You'll still be in control of your body. There's no deal. The only deal is that I'm letting this happen so that you can, in fact, defeat Strahd and free me as well. I'm also shackled here.
Are you saying that Strahd's not in control of his body?
Oh no, Strahd's in complete control of his body. That's the, I guess you could say, problem. He's in control of everything here. He made a pact, and unfortunately, he betrayed his end of the deal and retained the power of the darkness, but didn't fulfill his end of the bargain, and he must pay for that.
So what's my end of the bargain?
I was like, well, I bring you back, and you do your best to defeat Strahd and strive towards defeating Strahd. However, if you give up on that quest, then I will take back the power that's keeping you alive. And you will no longer need that power once you leave this realm. Whenever you leave this realm, your soul will be returned to your body as though a resurrection curse was cast, or spell was cast upon you.
Well, seeing as I have no intentions to abandon my quest to defeat Strahd, especially now, I'm pretty pissed. Your terms seem reasonable. I ask one thing. Whom are you?
Me? Well, that's a hard question. I'm so ancient, even I forgot my name. And you see like the red eyes that showed up, they kind of give like a pensive look. He's like, well, I've always just been known as what translates from Elven typically into the void. The darkness. I've never given myself a name. I never subscribed to the idea of titles. Power is not within a name, but within the person that houses it.
Very true. Fair enough. I accept your terms.
Ah, yes. Then the pact is finished. Dewey, do you currently have any souls from your Tarvelum?
Do I have any souls?
Yeah. Like, you house their power, pretty much, right?
I mean, more or less, kind of, yeah. But right now, I would say I haven't performed the contract of souls. The last one that I performed was with the original like merchant gypsy guy that we spoke with before he got transported.
Right.
Yeah.
So, as
But
you're
even then,
standing,
I haven't completed it.
okay. So as you're standing there watching over Malark's dead carcass, you feel the memory of some of these souls. Like you gain their memories. You're aware of that fact, and it feels like a bunch of them just kind of disappear. And you no longer, it's like they were there, but they're not there, and you can't, it's like, I know I had them. I can't remember them, but I know I had them.
Well, that happens, and like I fall to like my knees, like in a daze, like my body.
This shadowy
just
figure
falls.
was like watching
Close
over
to
him,
him,
like
yeah. So you see him fall over. Like fall to his
Like I
knees.
barely
like
put my
exhaustion.
hand out to stop my face from collapsing into the ground.
And as he does, you see Malark's body, like there's like a purple aura around it, and you see his wounds just sealing and closing. You feel like almost like a tug from within your belly button just pull you backwards, and you get sucked back into your body. Go ahead and roll me a d4.
1.
Yes, that's what I was hoping for. So as
If
you're
I
looking,
see like the wounds and stuff start to heal, I like pull out a dagger and like I'm ready for combat.
It's like, well, I wasn't paying for that.
Well,
well, damn it, then you make another deal. Do you have any souls left?
I'm thinking he might be a zombie and that he'll try to charge at me or something.
Yeah, considering the fact what we just dealt with. No big throwaway.
So you go to open your eyes and you feel an immense pain within your eyes. And you see this, you see his eyes open. He doesn't look like a zombie. Like he looks, at this point it looks kind of like what somebody does after a resurrection spell. He's very like shocked, almost like somebody who was drowning and got the water pushed out of their lungs. As your eyes start to burn, you notice, Varys, that his eyes are just covered in darkness, and his actual eyes just start to melt out of his eye sockets, just melting away. And you are in an immense level of pain. Like your character would be like screaming in pain at this point.
I'm screaming out then.
I literally just drop my dagger and start like.
Can I still
away.
see, or have I like lost my sight?
Yes, you can see. So you have empty eye sockets. You have disadvantage on charisma persuasion checks, but you gain blind sight out to a range of 60 feet.
Jesus. Okay.
However, you are blind beyond that distance, just in general. I don't know what his blind sight exactly. Let me look it up.
Okay, so
Blind sight?
Yeah.
I believe it's like they can't see, but they use like it's like Daredevil, kind of like how he can see even though he doesn't see.
Aha.
so I only have disadvantage on persuasion skill
Yes.
checks, right?
Yes.
Okay. Which means that I roll 2d20s and take the lower.
That is correct.
Well, good thing I don't normally try to persuade people of things, but
Yes. Do as I ask. You're looking the wrong way. Hmm? Oh, yes.
see, I was thinking like empty eye sockets were making me quite fucking fearful, and people would just do what the fuck I say.
So like his eyes have completely melted out of his head.
Yeah.
Okay.
Will say, I like that, GT. So you have success on intimidate checks.
Okay.
It says a creature with
And
blind sight
success
can
or
perceive
advantage?
its surroundings without relying on sight within a specific radius.
Yeah, so I use like
Okay.
sound.
Creatures without eyes, such as oozes, and creatures with echolocation or heightened senses, such as bats and true dragons, have this sense.
So he just sees as normal within 60 feet. That doesn't seem too bad for a fighter. I mean,
So
really
beyond
don't see
60
beyond
feet, I
that.
can't see shit.
Yeah.
So, as this happens, like,
What's normal view for?
I'm not sure.
I guess that would be like under a human, right?
You can shoot a bow 120 feet, so 300 feet maybe.
Well, it's a good thing I'm not a freaking ranger.
Yeah.
so like as this like as those souls are drained from me, like I would imagine that like my body or my like skin starts to like crack, and then like it all like fades off of me and like falls off me like dust and ash, and just kind of blows into the wind. And like my face looks like as though it's aged. I mean, for an elf, it looks as though it's aged. Like I've actually got cracks in my skin.
So you're kind of like in the middle of this thing between both of them happening. You got his skin falling off and him aging. His eyes melted out of his head.
You're probably scared
the thing
shitless.
is, yeah, like I said before, I just literally drop my dagger and just start backing away.
Ah!
Now, where he
Like,
lost
you did,
memories
like,
from
my
his souls,
face just
do I
goes-
gain them at all, or no? I'm just...
My face
I don't
just
care,
goes
I'm just
pale and
catching.
I'm just.
Yeah, they've been transferred into you. So you suddenly have a bunch of weird memories in your head that you don't know anything about.
This is freaking very disorienting, man. I'm just like...
My eyes!
Yeah, like... Just
My memories!
screaming, like, I'm, like, shaking, I'm, like... I'm freaking out.
Yeah, I'm like on my one hand, like holding my face and like smacking into the ground, like shaking. Still, like trying to like just shake more of this ash off of me, and just kind of you can tell that my eyes are closed. I'm just barely like coherent as to what's going on. I'm breathing, but I'm just barely keeping myself up.
And
I'm not
as-
even aware that he's coming back to
Yeah.
life.
As this all happens, Arena just comes like walking over and she's like, "What happened? What's happened?"
I don't say anything. I'm so shocked that I pretty much don't even notice her and just keep walking away. Like my bow and my dagger are still on the ground, and I'm just
You fall over the edge of the bridge.
still just backing away from them.
You meet a shadow who wants to make a deal with you. She's just kind of like, "What happened to him?"
I finally hear her and snap out and say, I just
Once
take
I'm
a
able
little
to
bit to
find,
compose myself. And
yeah,
just-
once I'm able to find some composure, I just like Strahd attacked us and killed me, but I made a deal with someone to come back.
While you were zoning out,
Okay.
we were attacked by Strahd and 4 vampires, and they latched on to Malark, and he didn't stand a chance, and they just...
I don't suggest anyone try that, by the way.
I'm gonna jump off the spring.
Fuck this shit, I'm done! Make a deal with me! What do I get?
And I don't know what happened, but he's here now.
Well, this doesn't sound like anything I've ever heard of him. I mean, I don't know if I should be surprised.
I try to get to my feet and like stumble and use my sword to prop myself up and walk over like the edge of the bridge and like sit on the edge. And just hold my head in my hands. Just, do I remember everything that happened?
Yeah.
Okay. Then I slowly recount everything that happened, relaying the figure that I saw in the shadowy world, or the shadowy figure with the piercing red eyes over Vargas, and making a deal with them to come back and defeat Strahd.
Well, okay. I guess if that's what happened, but can we, and here, she's got one of those, like the trains on the cloak. She like rips some cloth off and she comes over. She's like, can I like wrap this around? Because your eyes are really unsettling.
If I put the cloth up to my eyes, so I like. Not
You can
see.
still see, because it's like magical sight that's you're able to see through right now. So
But you have to click your tongue and stuff. Echolocation.
Use my sword as a walking
Yeah.
stick. Oh, I'm sorry, I cut off your foot, man.
my bad. She's like, well,
I'll go ahead and tie the wrap around my eyes then, until I can find some eye patches and.
So when he talks about the shade that he saw, did you describe it in like detail?
As much as I can. I mean, it was a shadowy figure with the red piercing eyes.
Does this like what he's describing? I mean, it's a shadow, but does it sound a lot like what I have like in my nightmares?
yeah, like it's the way, like the demeanor that it had whenever it spoke to him. The fact that it was like so nonchalant, like you're dead, but it was like whatever. Yeah.
So
And the fact that it seemed, I mean, your character can put two and two together.
right. So
Like you had your soul power stolen from you, and
I relay that as well. Like I have all these memories that that aren't mine, as well.
So I like weekly get up and like start to like manage to call my strength back to me.
I'll even like spout off a few of them, maybe to.
Yeah, I go over them and like this very like cold, like serious, like probably the coldest look you've ever seen come up. Well, you can't see, but like Varys, if you're looking like this very like serious look comes across my face, like I've encountered someone worse than Strahd. So I go up to Malark, and if he's like sitting along the edge of the bridge, I just grab him by his collar and pull him up and like turn him around, even though he's got like pull him. And I just hold you by your collar and like, who the hell are you? And I'm like holding you like over the bridge right now, like.
I'm gonna go pee really quick.
I'm Malark,
Since this is the PC.
the same
stuff.
guy you've been fighting with for the last few days.
I don't know, why is there a breeze on my face?
As I'm holding you over the bridge, I yell at you like in your face, like, who the hell are you? Don't lie to me.
I'm Malark. Who do you think I am?
You stole what was mine.
I didn't steal it.
Then you described memories, souls, that was mine. You stole that power from me.
I didn't steal it from you. It was given to me. If it was taken from you, I'm sorry. This figure that's watching over you, I'm guessing it is watching over you. It seemed to be. He's the one that did this.
But like, there's a faint like little glimmer of like remembering who you are across my face, and I kind of like not shove you, but like kind of angrily let go of your collar, and like if I come to find out otherwise, I will not turn your back on me. And I turn to you, Varys, and like sheathe my longsword, go grab my greatsword, and like we have her to get to Valaki.
I kind of shake my head and say, yes, we can't forget about the mission, and go to pick up my bow and my dagger that I just dropped. I just set off.
I cautiously walk around, not trying to piss off Argus. Well, I definitely get to see that coming.
Because you don't have any eye.
Bum. Though I am kind of curious now, what other things could have happened to me?
Yeah, that's what I want.
Yeah, your eyes.
So apparently this must be the coolest according to Kyle.
Yeah, that's the one that he wanted to have happen to you.
Oh, I better add that to my personality traits. My eyes melted out of my head.
I'm also about to push this corpse over the bridge.
You take the corpse and push it over the bridge.
Yeah.
So as you're pushing the corpse over the bridge, I'm like, what was that? Was any of what Strahd said true?
As
Who is this man?
as I push the corpse over the bridge, you see me just staring, and you just see me say, "I'm sorry," and just pushing, and then after you ask that question, I say, Yes, before we were transported here, I was an assassin. Yes, I mean, I grew up in an orphanage and it was burnt down, and I didn't really have any choice. I had one friend, and we basically took bounties together, and one moment went wrong, and I hesitated, and it cost him his life, and I'll never forgive myself.
I like bring your horse over to you and like offer my hand to help pull you back up to your horse. Say, don't let Strahd's words or actions get to you.
So,
nice.
while you were gone,
Jesus Christ, that's like the largest hole in the world.
Okay, so I can't really like see in detail. I just perceive that like stuff is around me.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah, have you seen Daredevil, JT?
Yeah. Well, I know of it.
No.
I haven't seen the Netflix one. It's on my list to watch, but
Well, do you know how Daredevil
Yeah.
functions? I mean,
Yeah.
it's pretty much the same thing as you.
like how most people would think Batman works when they hear Batman without watching or seeing Batman for the first time.
But yeah, I offer my hand to you to pull you back up on your horse. Say it's in the past. You can't let it haunt you here, Varys.
I just kind of shake my head and say, "You're right, but
I look to you and then I look over to Malark and kind of whisper, I'm like, I don't know how much we can trust him anymore.
I mean,
Hey, are all my other
I
senses
don't think
heightened
I'm
now?
gonna trust him as much as I did before.
Oh, no.
What just
There's
happened?
some cups still. Scoop.
This did turn out better.
Yeah, it is better to make it.
Are you grabbing a drink, dude?
Yeah, you guys want something?
Would you grab me a Code Red?
Could you grab me a good red?
I'll
Home
take
slice?
either a Dr. Pepper or a Good Red.
Surprise him.
So what other crap could have happened to me? Unless it's possible it could happen to someone else.
I'll make you guys know.
I was just curious.
You could have developed gills,
Huh.
breathe underwater, but have disadvantage on con saving throws when not fully submerged. Your skin would turn cold and clammy to the touch. You gain resistance to cold damage and vulnerability to fire. Or, at night, the character can send one hit die to move through solid objects as they were difficult terrain.
Oh, okay, we'll have to
A character who ends his or her turn inside an object takes 5 1d10 force damage. The character counts as undead creature for the purpose of spells and effects such as turn undead. And that's why I was like, yes, you got the one I wanted because you got the worst one out of all of them.
Oh, thank you.
Thanks. I was also hoping that you would get that or the gills. Because they would just be the funniest.
So I pushed the corpse over the side of the bridge,
Okay.
kind of as like almost laying to rest the body of my friend.
Lay to rest.
Yeah.
You hear a splash in the distance.
But did you recognize that was just a regular Barovian corpse when you?
Yes, whenever I did that, but whenever I pushed him over, I finally. Or after the
I see
fight,
that.
I noticed that it was just a regular.
Okay, I couldn't remember if you actually remembered he was not a corpse or not.
Margaret's just pissed at Malark. He thinks he stole from him.
Oh. You think he stole souls?
Yeah.
I swear I didn't do it, man. But you're an Eldritch Knight, you had to have.
And I told Vorgris about how I was an assassin and there was a mission that went wrong. I don't know if Malark was close, he probably would have caught bits and pieces of it. I wasn't really trying to like whisper it. But I also was one of screaming.
So, Arena's snapped out of her.
Yeah. She's almost kind of in shock, like. what the hell happened, you know?
I look at her, I'm like, what warrior are you if you freeze up in combat like that? You literally cost us one of our lives.
I didn't even know that combat started. Last thing I remembered, we were just heading across the bridge.
And I look to Malark and forget that Malark is brought back from the dead. And you see me like look at you with like that old familiar like make sense of this with me, and then I immediately dart over to you, Bears. And look at you, I'm like, do you think this has to do with Strahd's hold over her?
Whenever. Did she freeze up before? Has she frozen up before ever? I can't remember.
Not like that.
Well, you hear me talk. I'm not whispering this to him. It's just you see me.
Not
like,
that you know of.
I would normally like motion to you
Right,
about her,
yeah.
and now I'm like, no.
I drooped my head as I noticed this.
This is strictly in character, by the way. Not,
I know.
Okay. Like, look, tease you about my character.
No, I understand. Makes sense.
Are you guys trained Arcana?
No.
No.
That's
I
all.
don't know why I was reading the check. Yeah, I was looking even to respond to your question. I just say, I mean, it's the only thing that really makes sense. Would I know? You said I would know what a charm is, right?
Yeah, you would. You may not know like what exact charm spell it was, but you know like that's obviously something who's charmed.
She seemed like she was charmed. Like it's something that doesn't affect us because we're elves, but
So
a
it's,
human.
yeah, as you say that, like I start to be like, yeah, and then I look over to you. I'm like, do you remember being charmed when Strahd arrived? You did fall to those vampires quite easily.
No, they were just strong as crap, and I couldn't break free of them.
I kind of give you like a knowing look like this. That looked like what happened as my back was obviously turned when he went down.
I confirm with him. Yeah, the two of them just managed to grab hold of him and wouldn't let go. It looked like he put up as much of a fight as he could, but I think this is what Strahd wanted to happen.
So it does seem true that he does have some sort of hold over her. Either way, we need to get her out of our possession into Valakia as soon as possible so we don't have dead weight with us.
I agree. And
At this point, speaking like, I don't care what arena hears from me. Like, you notice like after this battle, like I've gotten quite a bit more cold than when I mean, I'm always kind of calculating, but instead of being calculating, I'm getting cold.
Mm-hmm. Where you were starting to warm up to us a little bit, you kind of regressed because of what happened. Makes sense.
But you remember like when we first all met, like I was kind of like cold, but I was like distant, like, oh, I'm an elf, you're a human, you're another elf, but I don't know you. Or we take a while to warm up, but like you sense, Malark, that it's like, I'm even colder than that the first time that I met you. But yeah, I tell her to get on her steed so that we can be rid of her dead weight and drop her off in Valakia as we promised.
so at
Kind
this
of,
point, have I like regained complete memory?
Yeah, we'll say it's coming. It's pretty much back.
Okay.
But that also means that the moon is coming up. Nighttime's approaching. Because we'll say you guys woke up pretty early in the morning, like 8 o'clock-ish. So.
Well, as we ride a little bit on our horses, I realize that I'm actually bleeding pretty badly. And I call out, I'm like,
Oh yeah, it's a
as
big
much as I don't like to, can we see that next patch of woods past that next gate that we're going to be heading through? Yeah, that one.
Am I like fully
Yeah, you
healed?
can see it.
So,
Yeah, you're back to full health.
Okay.
so I point to the woods straight ahead. I'm like, about before we not trespass, but pass through those woods. We rest here for the night. I could use the rest.
Can we also see those towers?
B.
B. Will we be able to see those?
Um,
Because where are we right now?
you're at H.
So we're still like at the end of the bridge?
Yeah, you are, right? Well, you
I
rode a
think
little
we
bit.
maybe rode a little bit, but
So I mean, like, you're actually, like, probably at the bend where H is. You see that there?
Okay, like where the bottom of the S kind of starts.
That's a 9.
No, but like
Oh, the S. I got you. My bad.
We will say you can't see the gates because
Can't.
they're. You would assume.
Well, just
Or a
because I
couple
know
miles
the
off.
You've
last
already-
one
like, you-
had guard towers.
Yeah, exactly.
I
But they're-
can't
you're still
because I
not-
can only see 60 feet.
But you do see Ravenloft. Cast Ravenloft on this, which is K.
so I take it Ravenloft is huge.
Yes.
Yeah, we could see it through the forest back in Barovia.
Well, yeah, I remember when we were at the foot of Barovia, we looked up and we saw it.
Yeah. I mean,
Castle Ravenloft's probably like the point that we can see no matter where we are in Barovia, I bet.
yeah, because even if like you can't see it, it's up high enough. That's pretty much always above the horizon.
Oh, so it's like at the highest point in the land?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, yeah, I should just be rest.
Yeah, I think that's a smart idea, especially after what we just encountered. We just have to be careful. I don't know what lurks here in the night.
We'll keep watch. And when I say this, I'm looking strictly at you. Like, do you want first watch or second watch?
Say, you look worse off than I do. I'll take first watch.
I shake my head
There's
and
some pretty cool stuff with this now.
Yeah.
Just run into battle, rip off my bandages.
You stare into my eye sockets when I'm looking at you.
so yeah, I unfold my bedroll, lay it out, and rest my body and enter a trance.
Did you say you were gonna take watch? You're.
As you guys
Did you take any damage?
start to rest and the night goes on,
Not during the fight.
you see the same skeletal rider from the first time you came in.
We see this before I go to rest? Or?
See what?
Just late at night.
So while
Each
I'm
of you
resting-
see it. Like each of you, if any of you are like on lookout, you see the same rider, and it's the same thing where he just is walking down the road, riding his horse down the road. And eventually disappears into the mist.
I mean, if I see that and I recognize it from before, then I pay no mind to it and just kind of keep an eye on it.
What were the three things we needed to find?
the sword, the staff that would lead us to the sword, the tome, and then also the
Was it the sword of the sun?
yes,
Yeah,
sword of
the
sun from the
staff is key to the sun sword.
Okay. I assume sun like S.
No, what was the card that you pulled?
Me?
Yeah.
The holy symbol is the other.
Yeah.
Hey Mitchell, what? Did anybody get
Upgrade
below
your time.
half sanity points? Because if
No.
so, that's how you get long-term madness, and indefinite is if you get the 0. So, did anybody else? other than
I
you?
was at one point, but I quaffed that thing at Madame Ava's. Because what was it that you had happen tonight? Oh, when we were at the gallows.
Yeah,
I
the
wanted
gallows.
that.
Yeah, because I'm.
So as you go to rest, you're okay. So
But I'm back over half an hour if that matters at all.
as you rest, it's a very exhausting night. Go ahead and give me a D100.
said regular D10 and the percentile, right?
Just Mitchell.
Oh.
Oh, just Mitch?
So, what is it?
Oh wait, no. If you have less than half, or you have taken, okay, let's do Mitchell first.
So I got a 10, like a 10 on the percentile and then a 2 on the regular, so that's 12. Oh god. I'm scared.
Roll a d10.
8.
We're struck with amnesia again.
Hallucinations for 8 hours.
Oh man.
Disadvantage on ability checks. Did you take any sanity damage?
I'm at 9, so I was.
He
at
took
that
some
when
from
we
the showers
started.
like I did.
Oh, go ahead and give me a d100 for each of you.
For both me and JT.
30.
Holy shit, 100.
30.
Roll a d10.
Both of us?
Oh no, just do it.
Okay.
Alright.
As so as you guys are waking up in the morning, you're suffering hallucinations. Roleplay that how you will, but he comes out of his trance and immediately just falls unconscious onto the floor. Somehow that's a madness effect. What was yours?
I had 30. Wait. Wait. I had a double 0 and a 3.
That's 3.
3.
Okay, then 3. Damn.
Damn it, I wish it was a 30. That would have been the character becomes incapacitated and spends the duration screaming, laughing, or weeping. You're unconscious for 5 minutes.
For
So
5
the,
minutes?
yeah, the way I'm doing it is if you take any damage, and so if you're not at full, between half and full -1, you get short term. Under half to 0 + 1, you get long term, and then at 0 you get an indefinite madness.
So, and also since we're long resting, do we recover sanity?
Yes, you do. Full sanity.
So we go back up
roll
to
a d10.
full?
Yeah, you go full.
Oh yeah. But I still get the long-term man.
Yeah, because you, before the rest. So for 8 minutes, you.
8 hours. Oh.
This is short term.
Okay.
You retreat into your mind and become paralyzed for 8 minutes. So he's pretty much still just sleeping,
Well, my eyes could be open. I could just be like staring off.
but nobody would know.
Yeah, so like as I get up from
You don't have eyes.
That's right. Wait, do I still have eyelids?
Nope. You pretty much look like him.
Yeah, because they melted. So-
Yeah.
Except for with skin on my. Well, that's why I like. That's
No,
why,
it, like it's just empty sockets now.
Okay.
so yeah, as I
But
get
I
up
still
from,
have like skin on my face though, right?
I get up from my sleep, roll my bedroll, like I tuck it, and like you just see like my eyes start to like sway, and like it's time for
And him, he like rolls over, goes to sit up, but then you still just laying there. But nobody knows that you're paralyzed.
We'll say that like.
And he's like, ah!
We'll say that after he just like fell over, I saw some shadow that looked humanoid just like dart away. And it's like. So at this point, I pretty much get my dagger ready and like.
So the
close.
hallucinations affect your ability check.
Okay.
So kind of like JT, it doesn't have to be something that you're constantly suffering, but every now and then it'll kick in. So.
Alright.
We don't have anything like that, right? Do we, right?
But I go over pretty much and like start shaking you. Forrest. Forrest.
I just have flashes of the battle last night and dying and the everything and coming back and the horror of being brought back to life and the pain and everything in those 8 minutes as I retreat into my freaking mind
Well, actually, you know what?
of horrors.
That reminds me.
What the hell was 30 that was so funny?
Oh, you.
That was the one where you were
You laugh. or
incapacitated. And
straight-
it was
Oh,
like,
okay, that's right, that's right. That one was really screwed with him and his hallucinations.
What is it, Mark? What are you screaming at? Why are you laughing?
Oh, I was more going to go for the maniacal laughter.
Ooh, that would have been good.
Ooh, that would have really fucked.
That would have been bad if I was still conscious too, because I would have like.
You would have like just.
What the fuck are you laughing at? So, when I get up for my 5 minutes after you shaking me, I take it for 5 minutes.
I don't shake you for 5 minutes. I'm pretty much like, what about Arena? What's happening with her?
she gets up and she's perfectly fine.
Bitch.
I just like,
Damn it, PCs.
at
Like I
this
said-
point, I'm pretty much like,
As you
not
start to,
trusting Malark, and I'm not trusting Arena, so I kind of like shake. So I'm shaking Morgris, and after
these
like
people are crazy.
a minute, I like realize that it's not doing anything, and I kind of like look over at Arena, and just kind of back away from her, kind of like suspicious that she did something.
So you, Malarkey, since you realize, like, if you guys die here and your soul is stuck forever, that, like, really drives you to the brink of insanity. Roll me a D100, and you are now afflicted with an indefinite madness.
Okay. 41. Oh god.
Oh, that's not bad. Did you say 41 or 31?
41.
Okay. So you have a new flaw,
Okay.
and that flaw is achieving my goal is the only thing of interest to me, and I'll ignore everything else to pursue it.
Huh. That's pretty much right up
pretty
with
much.
mine.
Yeah. That's what you needed to do anyways for your deal. I was hoping it would be I've discovered that I really like killing people. So.
They'll send my carving their eyes out and like putting them in its own eyes.
Yes! I have eyeballs again!
The true story of Sal.
Yeah, exactly. That's where he got his beginning. So, that pretty much is brought on by the fact that, like, that's your way to cope. That kind of fits, because you died, you realize your spirit's stuck here forever, and now you are, like, determined to kill Strahd, and nothing will stop you. Hopefully.
Only Strahd.
Okay, so, Arena eyes the group, and she's like, well,
Next time I see Strahd, I'm just walking
I think we
up
should
over
get
the
going,
face
because
and be like, what out, bitch?
as your friend said, you need to drop me off.
Well, this is after they all come to.
Yeah, it's only a couple of minutes, so.
Okay.
So wait, she does something when we're all back.
She says, she just suggests that we get going. Because, as you said, she's dead weight and she needs to be dropped off. And you can tell that she's, like, insanely ashamed of what happened. And she does agree with you. Like, you need to get me out of your
Yeah,
way.
like normally I might like feel like a little bad for what I said, but now I like look over at Malark again, look to you, and like, are you rested enough to go?
I say, yes, let's get going.
And without checking with the others, I'm like, then let's go.
But with my new flaw, I'm all just like, let's do this shit.
Yeah! He's like, talking to a gargoyle. Go team! Nothing will stop me!
I just imagine like Mr. Torg.
Explosions!
I'll make you explode!
I was wrestling Strahd with a ball of time. You may ask yourself, who was wearing a ball of time, me or Strahd? The answer, yes! Okay, so you guys continue on. After some time, you get to the gates of Rovia, which are exactly like the ones that you came in on, except these ones have statues of guards on either side.
Instead of towers.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Nothing too important happens. except somebody dies. And it is. It's GT again. What do you know? What do you know?
Let's do this.
Gonna get
One
to,
round now.
We're gonna get to like death 13. JT's gonna. Oh, again.
Again, he's gonna have gills, no eyes. Because I told him like the other things that could happen. There's 4 things. It's you sprout gills and you have disadvantage unless you're submerged in water, like on checks, on con checks I think it was. The one that he got with the eyeballs. One is like you become cold to the touch and you gain resistance to cold, but vulnerability to fire. And the 4th one, which in my opinion is awesome, at nighttime you can expend a hit die to become incorporeal and pass through objects. But if you get stuck in an object, you pretty much die. Again.
How would you get stuck in an object?
If you can't complete your move.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, just a second. Hello? I can't talk right now. I'm in the middle of something. D&D, so I will see you later. Okay, bye. I'll get on Discord whenever I'm done. Alright, well, I won't be there, so have fun. Alright, well, I'm in the middle of this, so I gotta go. So, see ya.
Schweitzer?
Sounded like David. And he called me a dumb boosted monkey, so that's
What the f- I don't even know. Okay, let's see here. Dewey, roll me a d20.
3.
Okay, passive perceptions, please.
12.
12.
Mine's still the same, correct?
Yes, passive should be the same, I think. Is
I
that
just
so?
mean with my blind
Yeah,
sight.
he's flying 60 feet out.
I would say, yeah, because perception is here.
If it's
and-
within 60 feet, I
Yeah.
mean,
Okay.
Oh, passive. 13 then. Gotta roll.
Okay. You guys continue.
so
Oh shit.
I would kind of like let him take lead, even though he is blind.
Right.
But like I don't even like really know that his eyes melted out of his head because it all happened while I was like on the
Yeah, right
verge
now
of
he's just
flashing.
got cloth
Yeah.
over his eyes.
But either way, I figure something's going on, so I kind of like let him lead, and as he does, I cast Tarbellum and focus my gaze on the lark.
As you focus your gaze on him, you see him.
Is this a regular glaze or are you glaring at me?
Well, I mean, it was I'm always glaring at you now, so.
You see an aura made up of many souls. Like he's a vessel for many souls now.
So, like, if I were to look upon another Olderos, the same sort of thing? Okay, alright.
Can you look at yourself in
Cast
the
that.
mirror with that?
I'm not actually able to see my own. Well, like, my reflection is always distorted when I see my own reflection.
Okay. What about if you look at just your hand?
It just.
What if we see your...
It's like you're moving like the Flash.
Well, I see you looking at my reflection and a reflection of your eyes.
Reflection.
So
Okay.
we pass through a gate that has 2 guards on either end of it. Well, not guards, but like statues of guards. Okay. At this point, like figuring that I don't know if there's any signposts or anything, but I would assume like we plotted out our trek that we're about halfway, if not a little past halfway.
Yeah.
So I call out to everyone. I'm like, all right, let's pick up the pace. Enough of this stalling, and I start to like, push my horse to ride faster.
Okay. You eventually cut through the woods. You come out into a clearing.
I
Whenever
don't go
you-
any faster though. I slow down.
No. When you round the bend there, off in the distance you see a large, decrepit windmill, or O is.
Okay, so like larger than a normal windmill, you would say, or just it's a large windmill.
A large windmill.
I don't pay it any mind and I keep writing. And I look back to make sure that the rest of them, unless like they're like actually like keeping up with me or passing me, I look back to make sure they're all following.
I kind of
I'm
think
not
back.
bashing, but I'm keeping up.
I kind of think back to Madam Eva, whatever you pronounce her name, and like what she said about how we have to find those objects, and just call out like to you, where we're just like, what do you think's in that windmill?
As I'm kind of like almost near full gallop, I kind of like slow my horse down some to kind of pull back to a trot and call back to you. I'm like, what does it matter? Let's drop Arena off first.
And then I kind of shake my head and say, yes, let's focus on the matter at hand, you're right, and continue on.
I kind of like, as we like start to pick up speed, I kind of give you like a questioning look. I'm like, well, why? Did something call out to you from it?
Just what Madam Eva said about the staff is the key to the Sun Sword, and how we have to find a tome of some sort. There's something off-putting about that windmill.
I look to Arena and kind of like slow down and kind of like notion like, let's talk to Arena about it, and point to the windmill. I'm like, what's the story on that thing? Have we seen like any other windmills in the area?
No. Let's see how much years ago.
Most windmills are used to what, to like process grains and stuff.
Typically, yeah.
Are there like any farms nearby? Is there a farm with the windmill?
No, not really. It just kind of seems like, well, okay. Yeah, it's a windmill.
Yeah, so I point back to it as we keep, riding, and ask her what's the story on the lone windmill out here.
She looks just like I don't really know much about this area of the valley. I pretty much don't leave the immediate area or the actual village of Barovia. One thing that you guys notice, there are ravens overhead, like cawing, circling overhead right now.
Do they seem kind?
Make me an insight check.
Can I tell that?
I mean, you're still like aware of things, right?
Like over,
He'd
like
still
over
be able to hear as far.
Modified
If
20.
they're more than 60 feet, you probably won't be able to see them, but you'd still hear them.
like over top, like over our heads or over the windmill?
Like in between you and the windmill, like circling back and forth. If that makes sense.
Okay.
You realize there's something ominous in the raven's call. Like, people often look to birds, specifically ravens, as like supernatural, and that they oftentimes try to ward off evil spirits. And you feel like the ravens are warning you and warding you off from this area.
Like away from the windmill, or just
Yes. Away from the windmill.
I relay this information to you guys then.
When I look to you, look to Arena, look to you, Malark, and kind of say, well, I guess it's a good thing that we're not going to that window right now. What gives you the impression that they're warding us off?
Just a feeling, just the way they're calling, it's just very foreboding and very it just seems like a warning.
I shake my head and then say, well, perhaps the town of Valaki will know what's up with the windmill. And I, once again, I'm like, let's pick up the pace and get to Valaki already. And I, whip my horse into a full gallop.
We can always come back and investigate later once we are finished with what we set out to do in the first place. And I also pick up the pace.
Arena stays and stares at
I'm charmed by him. Mitchell, give me a d20.
1.
I'm a fucking retard.
What?
I've been rolling on the counter table wrong. It's a d12 plus 8. I'm just rolling a d20. So I look at him like, you can't roll a 1 on this. Roll a d12 and a d8, sorry.
12. A D12 and an 8?
Yes.
10 and 8. So 18, I guess.
So the lowest we could roll is a 2 and the highest we could roll is a 28.
No,
20. A D12. I was thinking D12.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's always good.
Sometimes I think they put those tables in there just so that the D12 can have like
They
some
do.
use.
Unless you're a barbarian.
Yeah.
I mean, like, who the hell's gonna use it?
Well, I think there's some spells that use D12s, but it's just like at most times it's like, what's a D12 for? Not
Yeah.
much.
Sit there and look pretty, Brendan.
Yeah. So every time I'm like, ooh, I get to use my D12.
Okay, passive perceptions.
13.
12.
Okay. As you guys round the corner through those to the area of the forests there, you see.
Little horseshoe.
GT, you haven't rolled anything for random encounters yet, so go ahead and give me a 2d4.
2d4.
Mhm.
You want their total?
Yeah.
5.
Okay. Wow. You guys are caught off guard because you're not a perceptive bunch. It seems as though
I thought it was.
like a person comes like walking out of the shrubbery and goes to swing at whomever is in the front.
Which?
Not me.
I think it
I
was
think
Dewey.
is that you, Dewey? Or is it Malark's son?
Yeah, I.
Dewey's
assume
pretty much the
since-
one that's been taken.
Yeah, since he seems to. Well, he's got a blindfold over, I probably would have taken the.
Okay, you get hit by like a branchy arm, and it's like needles stabbing you in the chest as it goes to swipe at you on your horse. You take 6 points of piercing damage.
Okay, so this thing hits me as I'm like.
Yeah,
Well-
it just kind of like comes out of nowhere and smacks you. Go ahead and make a athletics check to stay on your horse. I guess. Right? There's not like a ride check or anything, right?
I mean, the animal handling.
Would that just be a
thing.
string?
Yeah, do you want me to do. Like, is my horse freaking out? Or.
No, this is more like the reaction to
Stay
keep
on.
to keep the reins in your hands.
It was almost a 19.
Six.
So you lose your grip on the reins, and one of your feet come popping out of the holster, and you're like falling over to one side of the horse, about falling off of it. And you guys see this happen.
How large is this thing?
It is same size as a humanoid,
Okay.
medium.
So
it's seriously like you're riding and it comes up and it just like somebody took their arm and just smacked
Right.
you like this in your gut and knocked
and
you
I
off.
took 7 damage, you said?
Yeah, piercing damage.
Do we see it when it hits him, or?
Yeah, and as it hits him, you see even more of them come walking out of the bushes. And like I said, it's like a plant humanoid, and it has like needles all over it. And to metagame, it's a needle blight, is what it's called. And there are 5 of them in total, encircling the party. And he's falling off of his horse. His horse is now rearing up and starting to come to a stop. So, what do you guys do?
I jump off my horse and rip off the bandages and look at whichever one is closest to me, and I just like, did Strahd send you? Bring it on. And unsheath my sword to attack.
I pretty much just like freak out for a second, notice it's falling, and just, you know, get my bow ready to attack one of the ones that like came up from behind us.
Okay. So go ahead and give me attacks, or what you guys are doing.
Right, and I'm
So
attacking
there's 5 of them surrounding us right
Yeah.
now?
It's basically like a star. There's one up at the point that took you out, 2, and then 2 more. So.
Okay,
and
so
for sake of
Of course.
my assassinate ability,
7.
I'm
They
attacking
haven't
one that
attacked yet.
hasn't.
Yeah.
They haven't.
4 of them still haven't.
Alright, I'm attacking one
What was it?
behind us.
7 to hit.
Oh, that's not it.
18.
That hits.
So I, like, as I'm like knocked to the one side of my horse, I just like roll off of the horse, and kind of as I get up, I see that they have stopped, obviously riding, and kind of shake my head in frustration that we've been 1 intercepted and 2 that we're stopping to enter combat with these things. Rip my great sword off in kind of like frustration and just charge at the one that knocked me over and go to just cleave vertically down on it.
Okay. Go ahead and make your attack.
Alright. 16 damage, so
24 to hit.
one behind us.
You hit. You killed the one behind Mitchell.
13 damage.
You kill the one that you're aiming for, so you kill the one at point. The 3 remaining, the one that you went to swing at, Malark, goes to return the favor. He manages to hit. You take 6 points of piercing damage. The other one goes to. Are you in the middle or back?
Yeah, I'd be in the middle, I think. I would have been like right behind.
So the other one in the back, opposite the one that you took out, Varus, comes over to start swinging at you. And if you're on your horse, do they have disadvantage with their attack?
I mean,
Because they don't use weapons. They're pretty much just trying to like smack up at you right now.
we're
I feel
not
like
like
that
that much higher than them, so I mean, but
Yeah, that's true.
I'm not on my horse. I've rolled off of my horse.
Oh, okay.
I'm still alive.
He misses you. I was just wondering. Like I didn't know if like being mounted gives you.
I think we get advantage on our attacks against unmounted creatures.
Okay. Oh, that makes sense.
Oh, I do?
I believe.
I would say so. Okay, so now it's up back to you guys.
So I have advantage on an attack now?
Yeah. Well, you definitely would because you're on higher ground than them. And in my opinion, as a DM, that gives you advantage. Period.
Of course, this
Didn't
one's
you
like
just
right
roll
up
that?
on me now.
No, I rolled a
Oh.
2.
What'd you get?
9.
Am I like far enough away to be able to like shoot at the one
Yeah.
right next to me?
They got rid of the idea that you can't be next to him because if you're on a horse and you're 5 feet tall and he's standing, you still got 3 feet between you and him basically. So
Yeah.
you still sink an arrow into him. In a world where
19
people
to
can
hit.
shoot fireballs, I mean, come on, you know?
It doesn't really
You
say
hit.
that we did anything for being mounted. It has rules about like controlling the mount and getting hit and knocked off of it.
I would say if you're attacking from mounted with like a not a dagger, you basically have advantage. If you have anything that you can just swing, then give yourself advantage. Or a bow, because bows should always get advantage.
So
on high ground.
I killed the one endpoint, right?
Yes, you did.
And he's attacking one. Did he kill one?
I did.
Okay. And
So now
did
there's
you kill one?
I haven't hit
there's
one yet.
two in the middle and one in the back.
So the one that he's struggling to hit, I just kind of drag my sword and swing down with frustration.
And I just did 9 damage on the.
16 to hit.
You hit.
14 damage.
Okay, you kill it. The one that you shot, Mitch, it's kind of like on its last leg. The other one in the middle goes to swing at Vargas, but as it does, Arena jumps in and intercepts it and hits. And is it a D10 for?
It's D10 for a longsword. She's using it two-handed. D8 if it's one-handed.
Okay. She is swinging two-handed. Where the hell is my D10? And she manages to get a good blow and slices it in two and kills it. And now it is down to the single one that's left, and it goes to. This is the one that's at your horse, still trying to smack at you. It misses. Back to you guys.
So I pause for a moment, looking. This is the first time I've seen you without your eyes, and I just like, kind of like lose focus for a moment and probably react after all of you. And then hearing that there's still something at his mouth, I shake out of it and go to charge at the one that is at.
And I just immediately just, take another. Critical.
You kill it. So you just turn it into minced divines, basically. They don't really bleed, I guess. So, but you kill the needle blights. You defeated Strahd.
Zap.
Yes. Good job, guys.
This was the
Next
secret.
campaign.
Zap would make sense, yeah. So Irina sheaths her sword and looks at him, and she's like, I've never seen anything like this before, as she's like getting on her horse. She's like, I thought it was bad enough being attacked by vampires, being attacked by the trees is pretty worrisome.
As I see that you've killed the last one at your mount, I look to see if there's anything else, and then I look to you. I'm like, what? And I like wave my hands, and I'm like, what happened to your eyes?
Was I the only one that saw that?
Yeah.
I think so, yeah. Well, Arena did.
Oh,
Well,
yeah.
she didn't.
Did she? Or I thought she was still like charmed when that happened.
No, she was charmed.
She was
Okay,
like,
she didn't see it happen, but
starting
she
to
saw
break
my
out of
eyes
it.
gone. As
Oh my
as he
gosh.
asked me this, I go to reach down and pull the cloth to put back on my eyes. I said, it was the price I had to pay to that shadowed figure, I guess, to become whole again.
And I kind of grimace and I say, "Hole," and I grab my great sword scabbard and tie it back across my back. I'm like, "We're almost there." And I get on my horse and look to everyone. I was like, "Is everyone okay to keep riding?"
not my
Right
head.
on.
Keep riding.
Keep riding.
Oh,
Keep
keep
riding,
on.
boys.
Keep on.
Keep on keeping on, Joe Dirt.
Damn, I should have tried using my second one when I was dying. But it would have only prolonged it.
Yeah, one of you were gonna die in that encounter. It
I
just
bet it
happened to be you. Well, that's the thing in like encounters like that, where I'm sitting there like I'm gonna kill one of you to just, add the effect. Like you're gonna come back, but to show you guys like you're messing with someone strong. I can't really kill Mitchell easily. Otherwise, it's obvious I'm singling him out as a DM. Like, yeah, your two buddies with the swords are slicing them, but they ignore him and run for you.
Yeah.
So another death house is in line, I think.
Uh-oh.
Um,
I will not go into any more houses in this campaign.
Nope. I don't like houses
There's a
anymore.
monster in my basement. Well, fuck you, kid.
Well,
Too
I'll
bad.
let you go fight it.
I think you were the only one that didn't really get screwed over at all in the death house, other than being ranged and not being.
No, he almost died.
Yeah, when you got
When
pulled
we got
through.
out of the death house, I almost died.
Yeah,
He was like a hit point
We
or two
both got
away.
possessed.
Oh yeah, that's true.
That's just because he got flung out of the house and
Yeah,
Yeah.
true.
and he doesn't have nearly as many hit points as we do.
Get more hit points, yo. Okay,
I pretty much
So,
saved Dewey.
you guys, you keep
death
riding.
blob thing.
Yeah.
I like turned around and shot it. Was like, run! Get out of here!
Okay, you guys keep riding through the lovely forest. Now, very paranoid about the fact that another bush is gonna come smack the fuck out of you.
Every once in a while, you see me kind of like jump, hallucinating that I saw a bush, but really it's just like the wind moving it.
You guys eventually approach a town. Right now, you're on a road known as the Old Valich Road. It goes down into a smaller, even though you're in a valley can have a valley, so there's a smaller valley. And to the north, you see the large mountains where the Valich Woods are. I'm assuming that's pronounced Valich, because usually SMB means silentness. There's a mountain berg surrounded by the forest, as you see. There's thick fog pressed up against it. As it seems, there's always thick fog against the cities in this area. As you approach, there are iron gates with figures standing behind them. There are also, one thing that sticks out, 6 pikes with wolf heads planted on top of them. So,
Like normal sized wolf heads, like the ones we encountered on the road.
yeah.
Okay.
We'll say that. As you also approach, you see that a large wall is actually enclosing this town, whereas Barovia was like open. This one is actually surrounded by a wall.
Is it nestled in the woods or like it's in its own clearing, and the woods are just kind of
We're
around?
coming up on Valakai.
Yeah.
Okay. As we do, and I see
Okay,
the
so it's
walls,
nestled?
as I see like the walls and everything, I turn back and just murmur to Arena. No wonder you thought you'd be a little bit safer here.
Yeah, supposedly this is a place that Strahd doesn't frequent or touch very often.
Any
So you guys
idea why?
you guys are approaching from
And 5.
N5 it looks like.
Oh, Jesus, there's a lot of hands.
Supposedly they have some sort of celebration or a festival that can supposedly keep Strahd at bay.
Interesting.
Perhaps we should learn this and fend him off if he ever tries to mess with us before we're...
Hey man, don't mess with us.
This definitely sounds like a good place to research to find out how to take him down. Let's go and find some info.
Also, it became much colder as you slept through the night, and it did start to snow, but it's still not like a storm. But the storm clouds that are pretty foreboding, and anybody at this point can assume a blizzard, is extremely close to rolling in. A couple of hours and it'll probably be here. So, keep that in mind. And don't let me forget either. I need to kill you guys with it.
So
Nah, I'm not fine.
as we approach, I point out the wolf heads, piked. It seems as though this is warding off some sort of
Oh man, it's gonna start.
creatures. I don't know why they would.
The NPC's name is Vargas.
I don't know why
Varus
they
Vargas
would.
Vargas.
Oh God.
I don't know why they'd be putting wolf heads on pikes. I don't think wolves would be intimidated or feared off by this.
Maybe they're just trophies.
Grizzly trophy, if you ask me.
Maybe it's to ward off something else.
That's what I'm afraid of. I'm like, where are we dropping you off here, or is the gate good enough for us to be considered done with our debt to you? As I look to Arena.
Are we supposed to be getting payment?
Well, I would think that we need to
I think her
meet up.
payment was resting at her manor.
We need to meet up with the burgomaster.
You need us to escort you there?
Well, I guess you don't have to escort me there, but if you're wanting to look for leads or tips on what to do against Strahd, this might be a good place to start.
Who's the burgomaster?
Baron Vargas Valakovich.
Like, does the title burgomaster mean anything to us?
It's mayor.
Oh, okay.
Because her father was the burgomaster of the.
Yeah.
Okay. She does have a point.
Oh, I don't disagree with her point. It's just we're no longer indebted to her.
This is true, but if she's going that way, we're better to start than the mayor of this city. Obviously, he's going to know things about this city, probably about the celebration. It doesn't hurt to know things.
Perhaps, but I'm wondering if he's going to be willing to share with strangers such as us. And I motion at me and Varys.
Well, perhaps he'll see that we're with Arena and he'll be a little less
Are we into the town yet?
inclined to distrust
Are we
us.
still
You're
discussing?
approaching it.
Okay.
I mean,
Why don't we get inside the
Yeah,
walls
I
and
haven't
inside?
stopped. I'm just like as we're
yeah.
approaching, I'm kind
so
of.
as you approach, you get to the Iron Gate. There's guards on the other side, and they don't really like say anything, but they kind of like eye you, and then they lay eyes on Arena, and like they're standing close to each other, and you see one of them like nudge the other one and look at her and give kind of a look like, yeah, she's good looking.
Are they inside the gates or outside the gate?
Inside the gates are open,
Oh, okay.
so like whenever I say inside the gate, I mean like
Right.
the thing where the bars would be,
Right,
but
okay.
it's open right now. So the gate way, kind of like a doorway.
Yeah, I was
whatever
just
that's
making
called.
sure that like it wasn't closed.
They're just standing back. They're like,
Yeah.
oh, you want us to open up the gate? No. But they do. They eye the rest of you, kind of like. It's one of those things where it's like this group looks as. I don't trust them though. You also notice as you get into town, what looks to be like streamers and like festival decor up in the streets, and it's a lot less depressing than Barovia, but it's still, again, it's not as excitable as the Vistani camp that you're in,
Right,
but
but
it is
they've
still
got-
like,
Color and decoration and
yeah.
life.
Oh my god, there's color here.
So
How would you know?
Damn it. I'm gonna forget that.
Just try.
So I stop, ask the guard. Guard, where's the burgomaster? Burgomaster?
Burgomaster? That's how I pronounce it, but I don't know if that's right.
Burger Master.
I'm never good at pronouncing things.
Where's your king of the Whopper? The king of the-
Where's your Burger King? He's just suddenly behind you with a hamburger.
Oh, Jesus.
Burgomaster?
Is his head proportional to the rest of his body?
It's very
Does he have
unproportional.
tiny hands? Look at these tiny hands.
So yeah, I asked the guard where's burgomaster is.
He tells you that it is on the southern part of town. He says, follow the road in, turn right at the first. No, sorry, you guys are coming from the east. He says, follow the road in, turn left at the fourth intersection, and then turn right, and you'll find it. So he's pointing you towards N3. He looks at you, he's like, do you have business with the burgomaster?
We do. I'm gonna keep writing.
He stabs you to the pike. I don't trust you!
What's your business?
Tell me!
Yeah, unless he's like asks anything like, you know, we need to know what your business is or anything. I'm not like galloping up and now I'm just trotting off.
Okay.
As we're passing through town, I want to look and see if I can find any clothes. God damn it! If I could perceive it, I'd like to find a clothing shop of some sort.
Yep, this is a clothing shop. No, it's not. That's not that's someone's house. Ow.
Yeah, I just kind of nodded.
Or if we want to take care of that after we've done stuff. That's
Yeah,
fine,
you can't really perceive one. And unless you tell them that you're looking for one.
I will not be a crutch.
Okay. Hey guys, keep an eye out for a clothing store for me.
Your tongue burns out.
So you actually ask us to keep an eye out for a clothing store for you?
Yeah.
Okay.
So as you guys go through the city, you notice it's obvious that a festival has happened, but they haven't taken the decorations down. So you wonder.
So obviously there's like not like a bunch of merchants like being jovial. There's not a bunch of parades and stuff going on or people preparing. It just looked as though stuff was left from.
It
one
looks
that
like
had
people are
celebrated.
actually preparing another one.
Oh, okay.
So you kind of realize like one festival right after another,
Okay.
and that kind of sets like that's odd. And Arena even comments, "This is odd that they're throwing festivals for a place that had wolves' heads piked outside of their main entrance."
Yeah, but didn't you say these festivals ward off Strahd?
That's what the burgomaster here thinks.
Have you met this burgomaster before?
No, I haven't. Just from what my late father said about him.
And we were to entrust you into his care.
Well, that's what my brother seems to think is a good idea.
So is he aware of Ismark then? The burgomaster?
Is he aware of your rival?
Oh, so you said he can be?
Sorry.
Where he is?
He
aware
is.
of Ismark?
Yes. She assumes.
Like Ismark made a deal with this burgomaster to like take Arena into his care?
Yeah.
Okay. Just want to make sure it's like knock knock. Hey, you're gonna take care of this lady. Like who the fuck is she?
She's the key to everything.
Just look at her. It's like, ooh, okay.
Okay. So you guys eventually make your way through the town, and you come upon what's obviously the burgomaster's mansion.
And there's decorations for this festival everywhere.
Yes.
Okay.
The large double-sided doors that enter
What?
Even on your horse.
What?
into their manor. A dirt trail that leads up to their house. Double-sided doors that lead into it.
Okay, I hop off my horse and start to lead the horse up.
Okay.
Pretty much follow Vargas's lead.
Same here.
And I look to Malark, realizing that he's blindfolded, and then I look to Arena and I'm like, you may have to do most of the talking as... I take it like, is there like life on the streets? And is
Yeah,
it,
there's
once again,
people, like,
primarily human?
Not a ton of people, but here and there. But it is still kind of like Barovia, where people are pretty much inside.
Are they all human?
Yeah, is it like, okay, so I look to her and I'm like, you'll probably have to do most of the talking.
Our only human.
She nods. She's like, very well.
Now.
She gets off of her horse and walks up to the door and, gives the knocker a good squeeze. And the door swings open, and there's a man who opens the door, and he's like in a butler outfit, but he's got like one big eye and one small eye. Not just like a normal size and big eye, it's like one small eye and one big eye. And he's like partially bald, but he has like his hair like combed over. and he's like in a waiter, like a nice waiter uniform, but it's like ripped and torn. He's like a big hunch arm, and like one of his arms is like ginormous, and the other one's like really small. And he looks at you. He's like, "What do you want? What do you want?" He pretty much looks past her, and it's obvious that he's the type of person where it's like, I deal with men.
We're here to see the Burgomaster.
So, whoa, everyone's here to see the Burgomaster.
I look to see if there's a line, and if there's not, I'm like, well, it appears we're first in line.
Well, I'll go get him. And you see him like limp and trudge off.
Is
He
one of
comes
his legs
back.
big and one of his legs small?
No, they're the same size, but they're too small for his body.
Okay.
It's Lee Famston.
It was a legit.
That's what I thought when you said the little, like, big legs instead, right?
Yeah.
What happened, Lee?
Well, your legs, but remember, like, your one side of your body, one limb. So
Oh,
you're
that's right. That's right.
Drag.
That's right.
He eventually comes back after a couple
minutes.
minutes
Riding a horse.
with a gentleman. I got to describe the deformed henchman, so JT, describe the Burgomaster. He is a very obviously not good guy, so describe that. But you guys don't know that he's not a good guy. He's a good guy. But describe the bad guy.
Okay.
Alright.
Big, round guy. Twirly, wispy mustache. Top hat.
Teddy Roosevelt? Seeing it?
Yeah, but except he's got like one of those pencil thin like
Oh,
twirly
like
mustaches. Yeah, exactly. He's got like a goatee that kind of just a little bit pointed.
Okay.
And we'll say he's got a very distinct scar on his left hand. We'll say it's like a crescent moon.
Okay. Alright, so that's what you guys see. But, of course, the clothes are, like, dingy and boring and bland. So, not, like, super, what you'd expect here. Even the rich people, their clothes are, like,
Crap.
brown, yeah. And as he's, like, walking, he's got his, like, cane. It's mainly not even a cane for the purpose of health, but just, like, I'm a rich person and I have a cane. And he's like stroking his mustache and rubbing his goatee. And now what do we have here? Who's this motley crew? Do you have names?
We do, but we're here on business for Ismark of Barovia.
Oh, yes. He said that something would be delivered, but I don't see a package.
That's something as someone, as I noticed in the arena.
Ooh! And who are you, my lovely? She's like obviously completely unsettled by this guy.
I'm unsettled by this guy.
Told you he's a good guy. Shouldn't be.
So at this point,
He's a bad guy? It's great.
I sense her unease, but at the same time, we've done our part. So I looked at him and asked, tell us, what do you know of Strahd?
Strahd? All I know is that in my town, all is well. You see, I feel Strahd. He just doesn't want people to be happy. So I throw festivals and I make the people happy. If everyone is happy, then Strahd has no power. And if Strahd has no power, then he'll die. And we can all go back to normal. Like last week, I had the Wolf's Head Jamboree. Keep the werewolves at bay. They don't like when you pike their friends. Needless to say, one of my guards was maimed yesterday. But that's besides the point. That's besides the point. In 3 days' time, we'll have the festival sun. The festival of the sun. The sun's festival. Well,
I
Happy
give
Sun
glances to you
Festival.
guys when he
He's
says
like
this.
obviously making us up on the spot, like he's trying to think of a next festival. I'll think of it later. Anyways, more festivals, more happy people. More happy people, less Strahd. Less Strahd, more happy people. You see it's cyclical, it fills itself. Now you said I have a package. I will just be taking it. My dear, you have to check your sword at the door with my assistant. Isaac, here. And she gives the look like, I'm not giving my sword up to these people. He's totally got rape face going on, by the way.
So, it's like he
Rape
says all
face.
this, and I'm like, you have no ownership of this woman. She's no slave to you.
Oh, no, my dear boy, I wouldn't dream of such a thing. When I say package, I mean friend. Yes.
And then I look to Arena, and I'm like, Arena, do as you wish. Our contract is over. If you wish not to stay with this man, then I suggest you don't. And I look to the burgomaster, I'm like, do you have a library in town?
I wouldn't call it a library, but we do have a place with a few books.
Books, perhaps, that shed light on the history of this land?
Oh, no. You see, Strahd doesn't like for people to know the history. So he got his hands on every book he could, and he destroyed it. Except I'm told there's one. His own tome. I say it's malarkey. What'd you say your name was?
Didn't.
Oh, I say, I must have some divine knowledge then. See, he's like, oh, you gentlemen.
Divine knowledge of what?
Your name was very.
Yeah.
My name's Scott.
Ooh, I know. You gentlemen don't look like you're ready for the storm that's to come, so I suggest you visit my fur shop and you get some clothes. That can be your payment for helping bring Arena here.
Okay, just nod and look at you. See if you're pretty much done asking him questions.
I nod and I say, thank you for the payment, sir. Where's this fur shop, this tanning?
He points you. This is one that I'm making up for story's sake, so you tell me where it is.
We'll say since it's his, it's somewhere local, so perhaps just northwest of N3, slightly, off the dirt path and look down that road that's right above N3.
Sure, we'll go with that. So he points you in that direction. He tells you, when you get there, the name of the place is the Hare and Hare. It's like, and you're looking for a man by the name of Gregory Whirlbrat.
What's his last name?
Whirlbach.
Whirlbach?
Whirlbach.
Okay.
Just tell him that the burgomaster sent you. Now, if you will excuse me, I have some high-ranking official stuff to do. I'm totally not going to rape her. And as he says that, his extremely sexy assistant Isaac, what's the word I'm looking for? Ushers in Arena and slams the door, and you hear the bolts locking into place. Not like I'm raping her right now.
No, but like, again, like, kind of that, you know, not warmth, but that like protectiveness. I kind of like put my hand on her shoulder. I'm like, you don't want to go here, don't go here. I give her that kind of like look and make sure that she's willingly going in there and he's not kind of like coercing and forcing her in there.
Like, well, it's this or Strahd. I don't think that they could do anything worse than Strahd could.
And I let her know. I'm like, if you're ever in need of any of our services again, we'll probably be in town until the storm passes.
Very well, thank you again. She heads in, and like I said, you hear the deadbolt locking, and you hear smacking, and clothes being ripped, and anal penetration. It's actually just the burgomaster and his assistant.
Oh, okay.
She's just videotaping.
Yeah.
He's like, yeah, see, that's why I'm thinking, like, how do we know what anal
It's someone screaming saying, "Not my anus."
The burgomaster was like, yes, finally we have somebody to film.
Yeah. Woohoo! I'll be famous.
You go in, he has all these paintings of him penetrating his
You have to look at them very quickly.
Yeah, so I go to the hair in the hair.
Okay, so as you head there, you find the hair and the sign. It's spelled the hair, H-A-R-E, and hair, H-A-I-R. You walk inside, and as you do,
We do pelts and haircuts.
you see
We take your hair from your haircuts and make more pelts.
you see what looks like unfinished pelts, like they're not turned into anything in the window. There's not very many of them. You walk in and there's a man with a beard, bald. He's a portly kind of man. And there's a pup that's tied up to like the frame of his counter. And it's just a small pup, and it's it's like yipping and barking. He looks up and he's like, welcome, please come in. And he seems a lot, I don't want to say cheerier, but he's not as like humdrum as everyone else.
He's not creepy like the burgomaster, is he?
No, you actually kind of get the feeling from him that he's, I mean, well, you don't see him, but upon seeing him, you guys kind of get the feeling of like, hey, this guy's not a depressed sack of sorrow, and it's kind of nice. He seems like, so what can I do you for?
Are you Gregory Whirlwalk?
That's what my father called me.
The burgomaster actually sent us here. He promised he would set us up with some furs for the coming storm. We had performed a job for him, and he said that payment was promised by you with some of your wares.
It's like, well, I would love to do that, but because the burgomaster did tell me within the next couple of days he'd probably be sending payment my way for something like this, but there's one little issue, and that's the fact that the normal trappers that supply me with furs haven't come back in a while, and I've only got enough to supply you with maybe 2 full outfits of cold weather gear.
I take the hides that we gathered and say, I don't know if this might help any with your supply, but we actually did manage to procure some hides before coming into town. We saw the storm and thought it best to have these prepared.
If he didn't have mine, I'd throw it in my.
Yeah, he takes them. He's like, well, they're not in too bad a condition. Certainly an amateur, but the issue is I need to tan them, and that process takes days. The people who supply me would come back with tanned hide that I could sew into leather fairly quickly. It would still be a couple of days before I got anything that you could wear.
Understandable.
Maybe, well, if you're really in need of some gear, we do have the storm rolling in, but you could always check with the trappers and just see if something has them held up. I mean, they just live on the outskirt of town, a little bit into the woods, not even an hour's trip from here.
Which
Check
direction?
in to the south.
And I kind of ask, well, will we be able to take 2 of the sets of winter wear that you have available now? The storm looks like it could hit any moment. There's already a chill in the air, and if we could take it as an upfront payment, then that would be greatly appreciated, and we could look into finding your tanners.
Yeah, I think that's agreeable. I think that's a perfectly acceptable plan. Especially if you can find my tanner and get my supply line running again.
What is his name?
There's actually two of them, a husband and wife. Alina and Laszlo Vaduva. It's these I know, they're so hard to, yeah, it's like...
Plug it into your phone and tell me exactly what it says.
Yeah.
Or your computer.
Yeah, right, it would be like, Vaduva. Yeah. And as you're talking to him, like the pup is like, nipping at your feet and like, pawing at you and barking and trying to get attention, and he looks down and he's like, I had to keep this one hidden from the Burgomaster after his last festival.
I look at it. Does it look like a wolf pup?
Yeah, it's obviously a wolf pup. He's like, wolves, some of the most, some of the best companions if you can train them from young. This one seems like he was either a runt or maybe born a little bit too early because he's pretty small, but if I can raise him into adulthood, I think I'll have a pretty good assistant on my hands.
Assistant?
What were the names of the tanners again?
Alina and Laszlo Vaduva. Vaduva.
You said that they went missing?
Yeah, I haven't seen them. My last shipment was due in 2 weeks ago. And so that means it's been about a month since I've seen them.
Well, I looked to all of us and I'm like, well, I don't know how much you all have been bothered by the cold. I'm like, so who should we have fitted for the winter wear? I myself...
Probably definitely him.
Yeah, I kind of look at my build and look at your guys' build and say, well, I'm not asking for handouts, but I think that I'd have a harder time staying warm.
So I looked at you and asked how do you fare with the cold? I can't say that many of my travels have taken me to cold climates, and the chill in the air is a little unsettling if I must be frank.
I quite agree.
You're Vargas.
Hmm?
You're Vargas.
In a gesture of friendship, I'll let you take the cold gear.
I nod and kind of and thanks. And they say, very well, then it seems that we'll be suited for the winter wear.
Okay. So he provides you with just cold weather clothes, which are just like a step up from commoner clothes. They're just commoner clothes with more fur, and they actually keep you warm from the cold.
Are we
And he points you in the direction of their camp. Like you said, it's maybe an hour out.
Before we leave, I walk up to his counter and I ask him, I have found myself in need of some eye patches. What you got?
Eye patches.
Well, this bandage is getting a little annoying. I'd like something a little more stylish if we got it.
I mean, I can take a piece of scrap leather and fashion you something really quickly. Just give me 10 or 15 minutes.
You got it.
He kind of looks at the rest of you like... and he fashions pretty much like a pair of sunglasses made of leather. He's like, there's even an adjustable strap on them. Here you go.
I pull off the cloth in front of him and then put the leather bandage on. I'm just like, nice. Thank you, sir.
I at this point put it on my winter clothes.
Well, hopefully I'm gonna go back to tanning some stuff. He turns around, he shifts like stitchy leather, like.
Yeah, well, I the entire time been talking to like a pro. Thanks, buddy.
Oh, what's wrong with your friend?
As we leave the hair in the hair, I look to Mark and Ferris and like, well, do you think we should take care of anything else while we're in town, or look into these missing tanners? I'd like to find out if there's. what happened?
I just thought of something funny to do later. I need someone to attend it.
Oh my gosh.
Oh no.
I'd like to see if we could find out any history that might lead us to figure out more about Strahd. What?
He
Can't read books.
If you guys ever like learn new wizard spells, you're gonna have to read it to him.
Yeah.
Wait, how can you? He can't cast spells. He can't see his target.
Wait, yeah, I can. I can perceive them.
True. Take that, and you see him burning a tree. Malark, that's not right. So as you guys,
Yeah, if you talk about like the history, I say, well,
Like I'm
as
done with
weird
Strahd
as the
messing with us.
Burgomaster was, I feel like he was correct in saying that it's going to be pretty difficult to find anything because, I mean, we've seen what Strahd can do, we've seen what he will do. He's obviously very messed up, and I really doubt that he would want anybody to know anything about this place. It's part of what keeps him in power, I feel.
This is very true. I think maybe even if there aren't any books at the library or whatever it was, maybe there's someone that is a keeper at the library that might know something.
That's what I was hoping too, that there might be a historian in town.
as you guys are discussing this, like before you actually set out from his shop, a woman, an older woman who has like a very, that's what I'm looking for, full of herself.
Arrogant?
Yes, an arrogant air. Justin's coming on.
He has a sneeze.
No.
Coming on what?
Damn it, Mitchell! I lost it. Anyways, she walks in and she goes over to the desk and she like slams her fist down because he's got his back. And he turns around and he's like, "Oh, let's see if I can pronounce his name right without butchering it."
Arena. Like, what?
Lady Wachter, W-A-C-H-T-E-R.
Slowly again.
It's German. and
W-A-C-H-T-E-R.
Walked her.
Lady Wachter.
Doctor.
What can I do for you?
Oh, yeah.
She's like, you know damn well what you can do for me. You can give me the shipment of new blankets that I ordered. I am cold in my bed and I do not like being cold. I am too important to be cold. I'm too rich and good to be cold. And the dog's like nipping at her and trying to be playful with her, and she's like kicks it and it yelps. She's like, "Stupid mutt." She cut its head off and put it on a pike. He looks at her and he's like, "Hey, now listen, just because you're a lady and a baroness does not mean that you can come walking in here like you own the place. You don't own the place. The Burgomaster does. And you need to learn your place. The furs haven't been coming in. I can't make your blankets. You have to deal with it." She's like, "Ah, to hell with that Burgomaster. I spit on him and his stupid festivals. He can't stop Strahd. Nobody can stop Strahd. That's the way it should be." She turns around and she looks at you three and she's like, "Freaks," looking at you two specifically, and looks at him. She's like, "Imbecile," and she was like, walks.
I get in her way as she goes to walk out the door.
She just pushes you.
I grab her and I just.
Oh my god.
So you think Strahd should be in charge and be all powerful, huh? I flip my eye patch up and say, look into my eyes and tell me that.
You don't have eyes! What's wrong with you? She like slaps you in the face. She's like, Strahd will be in charge and he'll make sure everyone burns for not believing that he deserves it. She gets her wrist away from me. She's like, you freak! She turns around and stomps off.
As she goes off, I yell out that Strahd won't be in charge much longer.
Oh! Gregory, he just, that wench, she thinks she owns this town. Her family used to be the big dogs on the street, and then the burgomaster,
Big dogs.
yeah, and then the burgomaster took over, and she wasn't too very fond of that, but what can you do? Unfortunately, whenever
I chuckle under my breath and say, why didn't the burgomaster cut off her head and put it on a pike?
he laughs, and he's like, I don't think that's a bad idea. She's definitely a beast. Anyways, she's never been the same since her daughter went missing, and supposedly her husband had something to do with it. The man always beat the girl. Wouldn't be surprised if he fucking locked her up in the dungeon.
Dungeon?
Well, I mean, come on, rich people. They gotta have a dungeon. Whatever you call it. A holding cell.
By chance, what did this daughter look? Oh, crap. Click!
Mitchell's sitting there like, I don't get it.
Okay, anyways, by chance, what did this daughter look like?
He's like, beats me. Nobody really saw her. They kept the poor girl inside. Supposedly she was mad. Then again, in this valley, who isn't mad?
So like as he like starts to relay more things, and now it's like finally starting to like hit me upside the head.
Click!
Yeah. So I kind of like shake my head at like the coincidence of the tarot cards, look to you too, and say, this place where he's supposedly holding her daughter, is it in town?
Oh, I think it's at their manor.
Would you tell us where that is, sir?
We might
Sure.
be able to take care of your problem.
He points you towards the north side of town where Inn 4 is. He's like, but good luck getting anywhere near it. They've got guards, and hell, the only time I can get in is whenever I have a fur shipment for the winch. Which unfortunately I don't have right now. He kind of eyes you guys and he's like,
So would you?
you're
You'd
not
be-
looking to pilfer, are you?
Of course not.
Well, because if you were, I think I could put you on my list of shippers for the fur. I don't like that woman at all.
Well, we would like the opportunity actually to provide the delivery for you if it gets us into the manor.
I'll make a deal with you. And normally, I don't look kindly among lawbreakers, but that family is a disease, and they really deserve something bad to happen. So, I'll let you deliver my furs next time, assuming you bring them back. Whatever happens after that happens. The only thing I ask is please do not kill people if they don't need it, and don't attach my name to anything.
What name?
Good.
I show like, even though I figure it probably won't mean anything, I show my, I guess like seal writ of like the bounty hunter
Okay.
that I'm a part of, and I say, sir, I'm a bounty hunter. I don't kill for pleasure. I kill if it's business, and I only kill if it's legal business, which would mean if someone's life was threatened, whatnot. So I can assure you that you won't have to worry about that with me or any of my comrades here.
Good, because I know that man beat that poor girl, and like I said, supposedly she was mad and the family wanted to hide that, but if somebody can turn up the nice, dirty little secrets of the family, maybe it'll put them in their place. It'll put them in the stockades where they belong. I think I could have a good time throwing dung at them while they're in the stockade.
I just look at him again as a deal.
As you're like talking to the dog. You got it.
So, I take it though you'll need some wares for us to deliver, and we'll have to find these tanners first.
Yes, definitely.
This might be the best lead we have so far.
I think you're right.
I agree as well.
I think we
To the
should
tanners!
set off to find these trappers as soon as we can.
For help.
Yeah. Okay. Did you guys like want to stock up or try to find shops or anything before you set off? Because do remember, the storm will arrive soon, and if you're not there and back, you will be out in the cold whenever it hits. So
did he
I
say
will
like how far
say-
south outside of town that these tanners?
he said it's about an hour out of town, but you would assume that probably means like leaving town and getting there. So we'll say it's less than a mile. They're not that far into the woods.
Okay, but they are in the woods outside of town.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure they're at N9.
No, that's actually something else.
Oh, damn.
Dun, dun, dun.
Yeah, I mean that's why I was going to suggest before we left if you all had any business that you wanted to attend to before we left town.
Just taking down Strahd.
Then yeah, I get on my horse and
These chairs. Can I take this home with me now?
I know those chairs are nice, aren't they? I love those chairs. So you guys just head out. We'll say 7 hours is the best guesstimate. Like you guys aren't meteorologists or anything, but
the storm will hit. Okay.
yeah, but like looking up, it's like well probably.
Less than an hour.
Yeah, that's fine.
Did I?
Well, you were talking about the storm
Oh.
approach. I thought you meant like to get out to where we were going.
But you looking at it, it's like well okay, the speed at which they got here from where they were yesterday, it's probably about a half ish of a day or something. You know, of a day, not 24-hour day cycle. I mean, you know what I mean? God damn it.
So about 7 hours.
Hour to get out.
24.
Hour to get out, hour to get back, 5 hours to do some crap. Let's do this.
Let's do something. What are we gonna do? I don't know. I can't see. Okay, so you guys head out of town. You get to the woods. Not too much time has passed. We'll say you've been in the woods for about 15 minutes, and you still can't find their campsite or their house, and it's sudden realization sets in that you didn't really ask what you're looking for. You don't know if you're looking for like a cabin or a campfire. But luckily he told you that they don't actually have a cabin. They just live in that area. And they usually set up like a campfire. They have like a...
Yeah, I mean, I figured we'd look for any sort
Yeah.
of... But if he relays that information to us, I look to you, Garrison, like, do you have any tracking skills?
Really quickly, if you're going to do track... Okay.
Investigation, that's the closest thing that I can
You guys choose, as you're going through the woods, a perception or survival check.
To make?
Yeah, just as you guys are going through the woods as a group to find your way around.
I'll use perception.
It's a tree.
It would be an 8 either way.
7.
7.
Go ahead and give me insight checks.
Oh.
In addition to this?
Yeah.
5. God damn it, dice start working.
11.
18 for insight.
Yeah, 11 for insight.
Are you at disadvantage?
Oh shoot, I am. So we'll say that was my second roll for the one,
So you guys are kind of like leading since he can't see shit. You're in the back. You hear them in front of you
I'm
like
still at
talking.
disadvantage for checks, right?
Yeah, it has been 8 hours, yeah. You guys, you hear them in front of you,
Mm-hmm.
but as you're walking along, you hear them in front of you.
7 for the insight check.
Something bumps into your head at least you're fairly certain something just like bumped into you. But they're both in front and ahead of you. What was yours?
My perception check was 7, and so was my insight. With the disadvantage.
What was your insight doing?
18.
Okay, Mitch, you get this really weird feeling in your gut. Almost like your gut's like you're sick and it's like twisting around. It feels like there's something wiggling inside of your gut, but then it goes away. But then like every couple of minutes it comes back. As you're walking along, you find tracks. It looks like they're wolf tracks, but they are insanely massive and they don't... You're a bounty hunter, so you've encountered a lot of wolves, more than likely. Dire wolves, normal wolves. These are like, they're nothing you've ever seen and they're massive. So it's not a wolf that you've ever encountered before.
Okay, I stop and kind of study the track. So seeing as we've heard stories of werewolves and whatnot, I'm not unfamiliar with werewolves. Maybe.
I mean, in tale,
but
yeah.
I know what a werewolf. So I kind of try to study the tracks further and see if it's a creature that's walking on 4 legs or if it's a creature walking on 2. So like investigating the tracks or just studying the tracks.
Go ahead and give me survival. Or nature. Whichever.
After I feel the nudge on my hip, I like whip around and see if I can see anything around me.
20 survival.
You don't perceive anything.
20 survival, investigation, whatever you want it to be.
It looks like a bipedal creature. So.
Okay, so I hold my hand up, like as we're kind of like walking, and point to the tracks, and kind of like in a low whisper, I call out and like, these are werewolf tracks.
I just look at you and like,
and so as this happens, I just unsnap my greatsword from my back, and I'm like, we're not gonna take any chances of being caught off guard out here.
Okay.
I whip out my sword as well.
Do I see like any tracks like blood or like the tracks maybe picked up a pace, like they
are
were
we
in
walking
pursuit of
or are
anything,
we on
or
Are we on horseback?
yeah.
I
If
figured
we
were
saw
walking.
these tracks, I would be off my horse at this point, studying the tracks.
I'd say it's up to you guys. I mean, you're not on a trail, so horseback
Then-
probably isn't the best.
Yeah, if
I
I'm
was
not
just-
sure,
I
I
was
tied
just-
my
'cause
horse
we
to-
didn't-
Yeah,
Like,
if we
we
knew we
didn't
were headed to the
specify
forest, I
if
figured
we
we
were-
were.
Yeah, I mean, I knew at least I figured we rode out of town, but if we're in a forest and there's no path, then
Yeah.
I would just tie my horse to a tree outside. So.
Okay, so we're not on horseback in the forest.
Right.
Cool.
But yeah, I would whisper this to both of you.
I ready my bow.
But yeah, as I'm studying the tracks, I'm also looking to see if these tracks look as though they change in pace, if they're like what all I can garnish from the tracks, like maybe where they're leading, if they're hunting something, how many there are, all sorts of.
They're
whatever
going
I
off
can
towards
gather.
the east. You guys are going south. The tracks are going towards the east, northeast. So,
Okay.
but it didn't look like. It just kind of looked like it was walking. Like if it was running, they'd probably be smudged a bit more than what they are. Like they're not, they're not perfect tracks or anything. But you would assume that they were just walking as normal.
Do I gather like the numbers? Is it just one?
Yes.
Okay. Like, well, the only thing that seems to be good for us is like motion and like see how there's only one track, but we may be in luck that's only one werewolf.
Okay. So as you guys
Yeah.
keep progressing and looking for the
Did you
camp,
say let me? Yeah.
I said, point me at him.
Oh.
you the air is starting to become colder. And again, that the blizzard will probably be here in a couple of hours. Eventually, just another 15 or 20 minutes of looking, you start to see like the smoldering, like a fire that had been smothered out, and you come across a campsite. Within the campsite, there's signs of a struggle. There's scrapes in the dirt, boot tracks, and a corpse, a very heavily damaged corpse, that something happened here.
Damn it. I was gonna say, I investigate the corpse, but I can't do that.
Yeah, I mean, if we come across a scene like this, I start to investigate to see what I can put together from the scene.
As do I.
Okay, the body is male. Based off the description that was given for Laszlo and Alina, this looks like it might be Laszlo. Go ahead and give me whichever check you want. I would say probably survival, nature, perception, medicine, investigation.
Investigation.
That's what I marked
What
as.
is it here?
Like any, whichever one of those that any of you want to make, even you, JT, it's okay.
Fuck.
I'll go for perception.
Wait, I'm at disadvantage anyway.
12.
Investigation is 14. Or, sorry, 19.
Okay, so JT, you were.
Perception.
What was your total?
12, sorry.
You don't pick anything up. What was yours?
19 investigation.
And I was 10 investigation, so I don't think it's on.
Well, this kind of makes sense. So, the same tracks that you saw earlier, you notice that they're going through this campsite. They are heading towards the east. But there are no, like, human tracks, just the wolf tracks. But you know at this point that there probably were wolf tracks.
So the same tracks that we saw basically have cut through this camp.
Yes. So it's like a tent, the campfire, two sacks, backpacks, whatever you want to call them, and then his body. And those tracks went through the camp. Yes.
Okay, so I look over at you as you're studying the grounds, and since he obviously can see, I kind of like notion. I was like, see how the tracks cut right through the camp here? And it's like, and both their knapsacks appear to be here. Laszlo, unfortunately, looks as though he's been killed. Does it look like he's been killed by a werewolf?
Yeah, he's pretty ravaged.
Okay, so
Like those claw marks across his face, and
How fresh?
pretty fresh.
now I find it concerning that her body's not here and that both their knapsacks are here. So that makes me assume one of two things.
Damsel in distress.
That or she's the werewolf as well.
Either way, let's kill us a werewolf.
I'm gonna shake my head and make sure that there's nothing else that we're missing inside the tent, inside their knapsacks that might give us a little bit more of a clue as to what
I
happened.
instinctively go searching their knapsacks.
Yeah, and if
I've-
there's nothing, then I follow the tracks.
As we leave the campsite, I murmur, though, that it's rather ironic if a werewolf is a pelt gatherer.
True. So all you really find amongst their goods, some furs and skins, a silvered dagger,
Their silver dagger.
I said with whose prints, but we won't really be able to figure that out. We've been playing too much Batman.
yeah.
I'm scanning the evidence with my detective vision.
That's about it.
I take the silver dagger and study it and swing with it a little bit to kind of.
Do they have silvered weapons in the
used
PHP?
I believe so.
I think it does the same damage unless you're fighting
Yeah,
a lycanthrope. I
I
think
think
that's
it also can harm ghosts as well.
I think so, because I think it's considered magic. Like, not magic, it has a property of magic.
If no one else has stopped to do it, I go ahead and pack up the pelts and skins.
Belts and skins.
Yeah, there's silvered weapons. It's just that it ignores their immunity or resistance. Non-magical weapons are susceptible to silver weapons. It's actually pretty nice because it costs 100 gold pieces to silver weapon.
Oh, you do find one more thing. As you're examining his body, One thing sticks out. Let's see if I can find it.
If I'd known we were going to be fighting werewolves, I would have probably tried to get some of my arrows silvered. I guess this will have to do, and
We got wolves all over.
Maybe more.
Probably not a bad idea once we get back, maybe to do that anyways.
you're right. That's the first thing I'll try to do. Like, take a couple more swings and.
If anyone didn't hear me before, I went ahead and I'm gonna pack up the pelts and skins since one of our main goals out here was to find them.
Yeah.
So we found them, but we forgot your. Ugh.
Oh, you wanted us to bring that stuff back. I thought you just wanted us to find it.
Do you,
Oh.
does the DMG separate magic weapon sections and magic item sections?
I believe it breaks them down by category, so you'll find like magic items and magic staves, then magic weapons, and then magic rods, magic
Yeah.
wands.
Great. I have no idea what this one would be considered. It's a whip.
I would think a weapon.
Well, I mean like weapon
Probably a
type.
staff.
Oh,
What is it that you're looking for?
Whip.
A whip.
A specific whip?
Whip of warning.
Because I think the way they break everything down, it's in alphabetical order, or rough alphabetical order.
did you try looking up warning whip? In the back?
Hmm?
You try looking up warning whip in the back?
Yeah. I didn't see it at all.
Where are you looking?
And the W's, but it's not here. It could be anywhere.
Are you looking under
Oh, it
the...
might be sentient.
Oh yeah, if it's a whip of warning.
Yeah. Like, why wouldn't they just have it in the fucking glossary in the back? Like, yeah, we put everything else in there, but not that. There's so many magical items, what the fuck? Why? So you said it's in like pseudo alphabetical.
Yeah.
Okay, so armor, potions, rings, rods, scrolls, staves, wands, weapons. What's up? Oh, is warning a property that it can have? I don't know if that's what it is. Bucket,
Okay,
you find a deck of
weapon of
mini-things.
warning. Okay, so it says. Okay. This is like someone's. What I think is it means that you can like never be caught surprised. You can never be surprised.
So it is just a property that's on it?
I believe it's just a property, yeah. It might be under weapons, and just look under weapons and it would say warning as a property.
Like, just where would that be?
What do you? Oh, it doesn't break. Yeah, I mean that's the only thing that I can kind of gather.
Because I also looked at, sentient. Well, you find a whip of warning on him. So, if we can figure out what the fuck it means. It's just like one of those things where it's like, about how they go into like so much detail about some stuff, but then other things it's like, man, have fun finding it.
You want me to take a look at it? Well,
yeah, that's fine. You know the book a little bit better than I do.
well,
so-
it's not just. I mean, it's just so that way you can also keep moving on.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So, you guys find all of that, and you notice the tracks. Well, excuse me, Vargas notices the tracks. And you continue searching and following the tracks, I take it?
Yeah, the tracks
you can
continue outside to the east. Okay, so weapon of warning, the magic weapon warns you of danger. While the weapon is on your person, you have advantage on initiative rolls. In addition, you and any of your companions within 30 feet of you can't be surprised, except when incapacitated by something other than non-magical sleep.
Okay, cool.
The weapon magically awakens you and your companions within range if any of you are sleeping naturally when combat begins.
Cool.
Damn, it's pretty nice. It's page 213 if you want to mark it again.
I even like lost over this page. Where in the hell is it? Oh, right there, weapon of warning. I was looking for whip or warning. So, I was looking for things that make sense.
Yeah, like I said, the way that they have that laid out is really weird.
Okay. So, as you continue searching.
What kind of weapon is a whip?
finesse reach.
Yes, I think, yeah.
I just looked it up a second ago.
I also believe it does some
Reach.
dual damage.
So as you guys continue progressing through the woods, you start to notice small bundles of sticks, so bags.
It says 1d4 slashing.
As you keep walking, the bundles take more of a humanoid shape. The largest one is about a foot tall, and they're hanging from the tree branches. So
Okay,
like
so-
little twigs in the shape of humanoids hanging from the trees.
But these look like they were handmade, like they're wrapped, you know,
Yeah.
twine and whatnot.
Yeah, and as you continue to walk, at this point, even though their camp was only a mile in, you've been walking about 2 miles now. Like, you've been in the woods for a while now.
Okay.
You actually come across a clearing, and there's actually 4 of the large effigies, which are, they're made of wood and sticks, and they're lashed to the trees. They're about 15 to 20 feet tall, and something about the area is just very, very unnerving to all of you. So go ahead and make me a. Does anybody want to like investigate what they are?
Yeah, I mean, if we start seeing these things, I would definitely like take note and be like, this isn't right. Something is fashioning these.
Go ahead and make me a religion check.
If I saw these, I wouldn't.
Yeah. I mean, I would just point it out. I wouldn't know anything
Okay.
about it.
Yeah, I would. I would.
I would look
If
into
anything,
it.
I would get more on edge about
Yeah.
everything around us, and I'd focus more on our perimeter than on the actual effigies.
And we're still following werewolf tracks right now, right?
Yeah, and actually in this area, there's also like a very uneasy feeling like you're being watched. Like you're very restless feeling in you. It's almost like you're being watched. But at this point, you notice that the wolf tracks go from normal to bloody. They're much easier to follow because they're clearer because of the fact that they're covered in blood. So you're guessing that
Like,
At
we
this
would
point-
be able to figure out, since we're tracking it, that what's leaving these tracks is also bleeding as well.
yes.
Okay.
And the tracks just continue through the clearing and keep going on.
Through all these areas where all these effigies are.
Yes.
Like, wow, the werewolf is injured, it appears.
Hopefully, we'll stand more of a chance then.
Although these effigies are disturbing.
I know nothing of them.
What about you, Mark? Have you ever heard of
Unsettling.
effigies made of sticks and twine?
No knowledge to me.
Okay. You guys continue. Nothing really interesting happens. It's just the tracks. You eventually come across what looks to be a den.
You know, the tracks lead right into it.
Yes.
Well, it's not the wisest thing to encounter a hurt animal, you know, inside a closed space, but it might also be our best opportunity to catch it
Yeah.
off guard.
I don't think we have much of a choice at this point.
Is it hurt or was its victim hurt?
Well, based off of the way that these tracks look and the way that the blood is dripping, I would say that it's the creature itself. Although you could be
Did I
right,
miss
it
that?
could be holding on to a victim that's bleeding with it, but
Did I miss you thinking that it was hurt or something?
we saw blood with the tracks, and whatever it is, the blood is going with the tracks, so we assume that the creature itself is injured.
Okay.
Are there effigies around the den?
No, there are not.
Okay. Were there with the effigies, were there torches or anything else that would suggest that there was man or sentient life of some sort out there with the effigies?
Yeah, you would assume that something sentient had to have made them.
Right. Well, I'm more thinking were there torches people gather there to worship the effigies?
Oh,
or-
no, nothing like that.
Okay.
Mhm.
All right, then. I guess. What can we tell how far back the den is? How big the den is, just from standing outside of it?
It's not too terribly big. Looking inside, it's dark enough that you can't really tell, but you would assume that if it's like any wolves den, it probably only goes back 100 feet, probably. Not anything too terribly big.
Okay. Well, then I stop and just set my ear to the ground or, to the cave and listen for breathing or.
One of my cantrips kind of found this out for me. I took light.
Well, I mean, you can help the party. You don't hear anything from the inside, but you know it's definitely wolves den because you see like the gnawed bones, and you can smell. At this point, you can smell like the rotten flesh from whatever's been eaten and decomposed in there.
Okay. I say I can create a noise inside besides just yelling in there. I can create a noise to see if I stir anything.
Okay. You just.
Well,
That's fine with me.
Yeah,
I
say
ready myself in
you're
case
the-
it jumps out of the den.
You're the tracker. You know more about this than I do.
You're
Do
caught up
whatever
with
you
me
feel
just
is
as
best.
much. So, I guess I tear off a bit of fleece from my new winter garments and throw it into the air and make a circle and try to create a minor illusion by calling out. I don't know. I can't think of any magic words. Nuest, and as I say Nuest, I create an illusion of a man inside the den, and kind of make him whimper and act as though he's hurt. Try to, as best as I can, replicate Laszlo's image inside there.
As you do that, nothing seems to stir inside of the cave. Your best guess is that the cave is actually empty at this point because the tracks lead to this
Right.
area, but they don't go into the cave.
So I break the illusion. Look, and I look to you, I'm like, well, it appears that this may be its den, but it looks like the tracks all kind of just converge here.
Hopefully it's not expecting us.
How big did you
Like,
say the den
like-
was again?
Look around the area again.
Not too terribly big, maybe like 100 feet back.
And if it's not in there, I don't think it's wise to wander
Yeah,
in
to
there
wander
and
in.
then get cornered if it happens to show up.
I could toss a rock in with some light so you guys can see in there.
Dark vision.
Huh?
We have dark vision.
Can anybody else not see, or is that just me?
But
I can throw it really far in there so you guys can see even further.
well, I suggest we do what Varys is suggesting and either leave or wait somewhere in hiding outside the den for it to return. Because it obviously comes here. Can we tell that the werewolf comes here frequently based off of the tracks?
Yes.
Okay.
Are there trees
How
around?
long do we think we have until the blizzard comes in? Because I know we've been here for a few hours.
As you guys are standing out there, it seems as though the blizzard is pretty close to letting loose, and that you would probably want to be somewhere with cover.
Good thing we have this den here.
I know, right? It's almost like it was planned that
The
way.
snow's already starting to fall. We lost track of time. At least I did when I was studying the tracks.
Well,
We may need to take shelter up here, else you'll freeze to death.
this animal is gonna need to come back at some point to weather the storm, isn't it?
True.
Maybe if we can catch it off guard as it comes back, we can then use the den as cover. In the
Suppose we
hopes
could
that
try
maybe
to
it's the
fashion
only
a
one.
trap of some sort for it.
Get inside the den and build a wall to trap it inside.
Ha ha! Oh wait.
We'll call this place Den Land or Den Place. That'll be our
Market.
little village.
Yeah.
And so if there's sturdy branches around, I start shaving them down into sharpened sticks that we could use to perhaps fashion some sort of trap for the creature at the
Okay.
entrance to the den. While we wait for the storm or for this creature to appear.
Okay. So we'll say you spend like 30 minutes.
And
Crafting
as
some
he's doing
stuff.
this, I'll keep watch around the perimeter to see if, just to look and.
So are
see,
you in the den?
No, I'm
Okay.
I'm sitting outside the den after
Right.
I gathered a good bundle of large branches, and I'm
Some
just
bags.
using the skinny knife to.
Yeah. So after about 30 minutes, you've got a good deal of it made, and then the flurries, the snow starts to come down, and it starts to actually thunder, and it's like freezing rain, hail, and it's like a blizzard coming down, and you know that seeking shelter is probably best at this point.
Yeah, I would assume since you're running perimeter that you would like as soon as you start hearing that and seeing it coming
Yeah.
down that you'd return.
Yeah. So as I start hearing that, I say, I think we have to seek shelter in the den now.
It's getting worse out there, and I like start driving the sharpened sticks so they point out. But like they're far enough into the den where anything without dark vision probably wouldn't see the pikes and maybe just run right into them.
Right. Yes, that works. So as you guys head into the den, you see, like I said, with the bones that have been gnawed on, things like gnawed bones, half-eaten chunks of meat. One thing that catches your mind is a leather satchel that looks like it's been gnawed on, but it is still closed.
Inside the den we see stuff gnawed on.
Yeah. Specifically a leather satchel. So you guys open it? I take it.
I mean, if it looks like, yeah, I mean, I would. That's my first instinct is to see what's inside.
Yeah, I'm still probably just setting the sharpened
So as
sticks in
he's
place.
doing that, I'll seek shelter in the den and.
Okay. So. So you guys inside find an ink quill, you find some herbs, and you find a journal that has been written in, and it has this inside.
And
And as you're reading, you're going through stuff, you hear the storm outside getting worse and the thunder echoing through.
And I'm assuming I'm the one opening this, and I open the satchel, and does it have her name written on it anywhere?
No, it doesn't.
Okay. So, I just open it and say, found this journal, it's, and I read it out loud. I don't know whose this is, but, it says, I can feel the call, it pulls me, it compels me. The forest is so far, so cold. Laszlo needs me. I can't.
Our child will
Need
Our child will need me. I cannot. I said goodbye to my son today. I will never see him again. I will never see Laszlo again. I will never see people again, lest I feel the hunger. There is no cure but solitude.
Were we supposed to read that
Yeah,
top
was I
right
supposed to
one
read it?
before?
Top right one.
Top left, top right. Oh, he cut me and I ended him. What will we do? I will take our pup to the village and give him up. I will return to the forest.
What was that word in the middle?
Looks like a name. or son.
Yeah, you can ignore that one.
That's why I just skipped it.
I written it. The IA. This is like a adventure that I took half of and melded it with. It was an Adventures League one, and it was like they assumed you were in Faerun, and it was like half. I liked half of it, and the other half was stupid and retarded, so I threw out half of it.
Well, this mentions Laszlo by name, so that makes me think that it's Alina.
Based off of everything you've read, it sounds as though she has succumbed to the curse of lycanthropy.
So I fear what you suspected is correct.
If so, the pup that she describes that she left in town, could it be the pup at the store?
That's the only thing I can think of. We'll have to ask when we return.
Did that pelt man lead us out here as food?
I'd like to hope not.
Yes, same, I would hope not.
But then again, you can't trust anybody out
It's
here.
hard to trust. Either way, we'll weather the storm inside this den, and should Alina come here, we can't hesitate to put her down.
Yes.
And as you guys say that, you hear a loud bang of thunder, and a howl. And at the entryway of the den, you see a woman and a wolf. The wolf has been injured by your traps, having, what you assume is run in ahead of her. She's bleeding from her abdomen. She yells a curse.
Wait, the wolf or
The woman.
The woman.
So the
and
woman
she's
also
like-
ran into the traps, or?
No, the wolf ran ahead of her, it looks
Okay.
like.
She's probably cursing that her wolf
She's like
just
walking. She's walking towards you, and she's saying things under her breath about Laszlo and about how she's sorry, but as she does, she starts to like fall towards the floor, and you just see her body contorting and changing in front of you, and she's lets out a loud scream that slowly turns into a roar as you see her face grow a snout, and she stands up on her hind legs.
As this is
the
all
werewolf.
happening, I pull out my sword.
You start smacking the wall. So she transforms, and before she even finishes her transformation, her wolf friend is upon you guys, rushing at you. But since you guys were aware of him, we'll say that you guys go ahead and do your
As soon
thing.
as she falls to the ground, I grab my bow out and I'm just ready to fire it.
Alright. Like as
At
she's
her.
falling to the ground and the wolf starts to charge, I look to you, Malark, I'm like, can you take care of the wolf? I'm like, we need to get you close with that silver dagger to Alina.
I will certainly do my best.
So do I have disadvantage on attacks too, or
Just ability
Just ability
checks.
checks. But for you, Dewey, since you seem to be the one who knows about lycanthropy, the one thing to remember about people that are inflicted with lycanthropy is it's not always, I mean, like, typically it's forced upon them,
Right.
and they're not necessarily bad people, and some people do try to fight it, and if they transform into a werewolf and kill somebody, it's not necessarily like they meant to.
Yeah, I get that, and that's where it's like my thing is thinking, well, she's a threat either way, and
Right.
the only thing we can do now is, unfortunately, stop her from spreading the
Yeah.
curse or
my
killing
character
innocent
pretty
people.
much sees it as putting her out of her misery.
Yeah. But yeah, I tell you, we need to get you close to that blade. Let me distract her and then see if you can't drive it up her backside. Well,
Yeah. Hey.
whoa.
You're suddenly in the encampment.
Whoa!
Okay.
So yeah, I charge towards Alina and try to get it so that she faces me towards the front of the den so that Varys can come in and stab her in the back.
Okay.
Yeah, and have they noticed me? I would assume they did, because I wasn't making any attempt to hide.
Yeah, they noticed all of you.
I charge at the wolf and go to attack the wolf.
Okay.
As I'm charging
8.
past,
It's a miss.
Film nice.
as I'm charging past Alina, So I trace my hand in the air again and call out Shalas as I cast Blade Ward upon myself and try to.
Go ahead.
Like I said, as I'm running, I'm unstrapping my greatsword and then I basically throw my hands in the air, call out Shalas and cast Blade Ward on myself and try to run to the mouth of the cave, getting Alina to focus on me by claiming my sword and just basically draw her attention.
Okay. One thing to remember for you, since you are aware of werewolves, lycanthropy is a disease that can be spread.
Yeah.
So, I don't know if you've warned them to watch themselves around her.
Well, that's why hopefully I can draw her attention while
Okay.
he runs up and that's another reason that I'm like we need to kill her lest she spread
Right,
the
right.
curse.
Okay. What did you do?
So as he takes her attention away, I'm pretty much just running up, grabbing the silver dagger, and I'm just gonna go to just try and drive it into the back of her neck.
Okay.
And
Go ahead and give me your attacks.
Has she taken a turn yet, technically?
No, you can get your bonus concern. JT,
Yes.
the wolf that you whiffed on gives everything he has to pin you down and attack you. Just so you know, my dice really don't like you. You take 15 points of piercing damage.
Jesus fucking Christ.
As is, if you roll something high, he'll be pissed.
No, it was just a 3.
Is he clamped on me or does he release?
He releases.
As he releases,
He just snipped at you.
okay. As he releases, you see blood to spurt out of where.
All of you can tell this is a dire wolf, by the way. It's massive compared to the size of wolf. So
15 to hit for one attack.
for Alina,
Yeah.
you hit.
Okay. So a silver dagger is the same amount of damage, right? But it just
Is
ignores
it
the.
second wind a full action or a bonus?
You see, I don't know because it doesn't say anything
Or
on.
it might be a free
Let's see.
bonus action.
So what does silver do?
Some monsters that have immunity or resistance to non-magical weapons are susceptible to silver weapons, so cautious adventurers.
Oh, okay, I see.
So basically,
So if
normal
you
weapons
bypass her immunity with
are
okay,
less. Okay.
okay, that makes
So
sense.
I do normal damage.
The wording on the monster sheet is kind of it didn't make sense at first, but okay.
Alright.
And also, I don't know if you know, JT, it heals D10 plus your fighter level.
Yeah, that I know. Okay.
12 damage.
Okay. She lets out a howl as the dagger digs into her back. As she lets out a howl, the wolf directs his attention from you to the thing injuring its master and focuses on Varys. So, go ahead.
Yeah, like I said, I'm standing in front of her. I don't know if she's attacked. But, she hasn't attacked.
I go to try and jump in front of the wolf as it goes to towards where some attack it is. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the way I see it, the way that Morgan
17 hit.
explained it to me,
Yes.
I basically
5 slashing. And as I hit it, I use second wind to gain some hit points back.
I am basically like thinking that I'm our best chance to defeat Alina, and I'm pretty much ignoring the dire wolf even if it begins to charge at me, and I'm just gonna pull my blade back out and just go to stab again.
Okay.
And do I get advantage if since we're flanking, or does that get?
Yeah, since you and Dewey are both beating her up, you get advantage.
Yeah.
The wolf hasn't gotten to you yet because JT stopped it.
Well, I swing my great sword horizontally, just try to cut into her ribs.
And 17 for me.
You had.
11 to hit.
You do not hit.
13. Oh wait. 13 damage. So basically, it just like I jumped on her back and just.
Okay.
Basically
As she realizes that
wildly.
somebody behind her is what's hurting her the most, she goes to wildly gnash and claw at you, Varus. You take 7 slashing damage as she goes to slash at you, and then she goes to bite at you, and you take 6 piercing damage. You make me a Constitution save.
Does that count as a check? Or,
That is a.
like
You
when I
said
have
ability
disadvantage
checks.
for my.
It's an ability check, so I don't think saves count as it, right?
Yeah, you said that saves were separate from.
Okay, that's what I thought. I could remember.
Fuck. 4.
As she bites, you feel like an insane burning sensation, and
Bullshit.
you suddenly it feels wrong, bad. You know that you've been infected.
How much damage did you say it was?
6.
6. And then, did you say there was more damage?
She did 2 attacks, 1 for 6 and 1 for 4.
Okay. As she bites into me, you hear me just scream out in pain, and whenever she lets go,
You guys have bad luck with curses.
yeah, blood just, you see blood just,
It's okay. This is all a hallucination.
Okay. Like as that happens, I scream out, "Curse you!" and I just start hacking at the back of this thing.
Okay. Go ahead and make me an attack. Oh, the wolf gets to attack you, JT. It misses.
Okay, so 24, and then I'm also going to use actual surge and swing at it again.
I'm going to go and attack the wolf again.
Okay.
24 hit.
Oh, yeah, sorry, it does.
And I will use
15
an
hit.
action surge as I
15.
miss
Yes.
to try and hit it again. I missed the first time.
oh
12?
shit. Forgot about that.
Damn it. I whiffed.
Yeah, basically I just
do it.
figure, well, might as well keep swinging, and
Fuck it!
I do 11 with my first swing across her back, and then I rip that out and just come straight vertically down along her spine, and then I do another 9 damage.
What type of damage?
It's slashing.
As you are hitting her, you get everything you have, and it's like you're just... You suddenly, you remember, like, you can't
Yeah, like
hurt her without silver. But at this point, it's enough that it's still causing her pain. It's causing
yeah.
her...
At this point, I'm trying to get her attention
Yeah,
off.
exactly.
I just rolled a critical.
Okay.
So, how did you want us to do that again?
1 full
Max damage,
and then
Plus
roll.
1 more. I think, right?
Okay.
Yeah, roll
Do you want me to do
second
max for my sneak attack, or roll that twice, or roll 1.5, or
I'm not sure, is it weapon or ability damage?
Weapon.
So weapon. You still roll for sneak attack.
Okay, so. Oh, sweet, man. Oh, that is good. Alright, so 4, 8. 20 points of damage. So after she lets go, I pretty much just scream out in anger, just slash at her face.
Yeah! Mitchell turns into a blender.
Curse you! And just.
She begins to bleed.
Only now?
And then.
Well, he did a lot of damage, so he knocked her. He could have knocked her far into him.
And then, realizing that I am not very well off, I want to use Cunning Action to... I can take a bonus action on each of your turn to dash, disengage, or hide. So I would like to disengage.
Okay. So it allows you
How
to
does
just like
that
jump
work?
back out of combat without her
Okay.
smacking you.
So after I like slash at her face, I just jump ninja style off of her and just try to make distance
Okay.
between us.
She goes to swipe at the guy smacking her repeatedly in the back. She manages to hit you with one of her claws.
Okay.
What
As
is
she
your...
does, I trace the triangle again and call out martial arts, casting shield.
What's your AC?
20 with shield.
Well, just so you don't blow it, she rolled a 22 and a 23.
I still.
I don't mind if you want to save it. It's not a big deal to me.
If she turns around, that's what I'm frantically
Okay.
doing. I'm frantically trying to cast.
Okay. So she goes to attack you and you go to cast, but both of her attacks manage to get through. And in her frenzy, she goes to swipe at you and bite at you. You take same damage as Mitch, so 10 total damage, and make me a Constitution save. I'm gonna turn you all into werewolves. Wait a second, if JT turns into werewolf, does he have eyes? Only one way to find out.
10 total damage.
Yes. It was a slashing and piercing.
And you need me to make a con save?
Yes.
Yeah.
6.
As she bites into you, you feel an extreme burning sensation, and you know you've been infected. She turns and she looks at you. Lycanthropy is not that bad in D&D though. I mean, you only transform once a month, or do you? I'll look that up. Okay, back to you guys. Oh, the wolf goes to bite at you, JT. And he misses. This is just like a battle of wits between you and the wolf. It's no longer a fight, it's just like, you're missing, so you might as well just have a battle of wits. Back to you guys.
I lift up my eye patch as I go to attack it again. And yell at it, I will take you down, and go to attack it again. 19.
For actions, what is a
10
potion?
slashing.
Potion is a, like, not action, whatever that is in 5th edition, where it's like a minor.
So could I
You can use a
chug
potion
it and then
move
go
and
attack
attack.
her?
Yeah.
Okay.
What was your
'Cause
damage?
I want
10 slashing. Sorry.
what did we say it was? A D8 plus.
It's
No,
2d4 plus 2.
2d4 plus 2.
Makes it better than a D8.
I mean, like another one in here. Yeah, that's what I want. Where's my?
Where's your weapon?
I'm missing another D4. But
Did you knock it on the one of the tables when you last rolled?
Oh, sweet. 4. No, plus 2 is 6.
Okay, so as I see you quaff the potion and I'm kind of like fending her off and she's obviously dug her fangs into my shoulder, I look to see if you're charging back in with your silver dagger.
Yeah, after I chug the potion, I pretty much just like throw the flask at the ground and go back to charge at her and jump and again aim for
So
her Nate.
at this point then, if I see him like quaffing the potion and then start the charge, I just drop my sword and just go to like grab her arms and try to hold her and grapple her in
Okay.
place. So 21 athletics.
You successfully grapple her. She's fighting to get loose, but you're too strong. Go make your attack.
God. Are you kidding me? Look.
Is it wolf started?
That's some voodoo shit.
Right? I literally just rolled 2 1s.
You die.
Oh my god.
You miss her, slice yourself, and instantly kill
And
yourself.
then hit Dewey too.
Yeah. I'll hold her for you. Oh, fuck!
I didn't expect you to do that.
Okay, so it goes to her. Seeing as
Yeah, so I pretty much like jump at her and just in the heat of the moment, just like I don't know, see a hallucination that like really throws me off, and I basically like I don't know, get thrown off balance and just stab her a little bit.
She goes to Nash at Vargas, but since he's got her in a hold and she's surrounded, she manages to miss. It goes back to the wolf, who goes to nip at Malarkey, and he misses miserably.
At least I did this time.
He cocks his leg, basically.
What do you mean?
Are you attacking him?
Oh, I will attack him again, yeah. 19 again.
You hit?
9 damage, slashing. You're so close. You're so close.
The wolf is bleeding.
Finally.
Bah.
What?
Like bleating.
Yeah.
Shouldn't it be howling?
Back to you guys.
It's the sound of the dead sheep he ate coming out.
Yeah, exactly. Anybody want some veal?
Yeah, I pretty much recollect myself and like realize that whatever I saw wasn't actually there. After I like look for it again for a second, and just see my opportunity to strike again. That Borges has her grappled.
Is lycanthropy detailed in the PHP?
Well, I think so.
So let's see it in the glossary for
Here, I'll look it up while they're doing their thing.
And 18 to hit for me.
It might be under curses or.
You hit. I was thinking it was under diseases. Oh, I can't spell is the issue. I'm spelling disease wrong.
It's D-I-S, not D-I-C.
I was looking for DEI.
Diseases.
Well, it's not in here, so I guess I'll just give you guys sewer plague instead.
Sounds good. 9 damage.
Okay. Maybe it's a monster right here.
It could be underneath the werewolf.
Who would have thought?
Yeah.
I believe they're lycanthropes, not werewolves.
Looks like they're separate now.
Huh.
I think it was 4th edition that they made them just lycanthrope. That's what I was thinking too, but I didn't see it, so
It should be underneath the werewolf in there.
it's under my curse. Your brain gets eaten. Hey, where did this mind flare come from? Oh shit, it's not there.
I don't see anything in the PHP either.
There's no like separate table or anything for it.
Yeah. That's weird. most of them are DMG.
I'm gonna go run up to the bathroom real quick.
It's
really weird.
Here soon.
Huh?
So I guess we're gonna be a party of werewolves here soon.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. Lycanthropy can be cursed though, or cured.
Well, like killing yourself.
I think actually you just need to remove curse spell. If you guys don't know how to druid in the party that took anything useful and actually showed up to the sessions, you could probably learn it and cure you.
Why can't
Any
you
luck
do
on
it?
your end finding it doing?
I'm certain that it's not going to be in the PHB. I'm trying to see if there's something online that I can find out about it.
Why does everybody call it midnight? It's already 11:12.
Do you... That's really weird that's not in the monster manual on the werewolf.
Yeah.
It's not even in their text box? Like for their attacks and stuff?
No, that's what's really weird. Okay.
But tells you how it's contracted?
Yes.
What about the DMG underneath diseases and stuff? Did you check the DMG?
The thing that's stupid is, in here it says lycanthrope can be cured with a remove curse spell. The spell is available, blah blah blah. Vampires can be cured by a wish spell. Ultimately, a vampire character can be slain and returned to life with the raised dead. And then it just says that lycanthropes can't be used in Adventure League games after this, so. I don't know, that's kind of weird here if you want to check.
Okay, so what's going on?
I guess it's gonna be better at finding things out than me. Okay, so the wolf staggers and falls over, collapsing. It's not
Someone
dead,
attack it.
but it's not able to
Wait,
fight anymore.
who?
The wolf. And as you drive your dagger into Alina, and you pull it out, you see her starting to revert back in her human form. And as she does, she falls to the ground and she's like clearly barely alive. And she's sobbing and just over and over saying that she's sorry for everything that she's done and that she's tried so hard to control it for so long and it finally got the best of her and she couldn't control it anymore. And she starts to beg you to spare her.
Do you want to hand me that monster manual?
Yeah. Yeah, because it might be somewhere else in here, but it wasn't under werewolves. It might be in, I guess, the Curse of Strahd manual, but it's been around since 5th edition launched, so.
If she's calling out for us to spare her, I look to you, I'm like, the curse is too far. There's nothing we can do for her, she's too much of a threat. And I leave the decision up to you as I continue to try and hold her.
She hears him say that, and she begs you to at least take her to see her pup went last time.
I asked her, where's this pup?
She tells you that she tied it up to the post outside of hair and hair.
So basically we can...
And you see a wound in her abdomen, and you guys are smart enough to infer that she cut it out of herself. And you remember back to whenever the guy said that he felt like it may have been a premature pup because it was so small. So.
So is it just a werewolf pup?
It's a normal wolf.
Okay,
Likely because she was in her wolf form whenever she cut it out.
gotcha.
And again, anybody that knows anything about lycanthropy, you know, whenever they're werewolf, most people try to seclude themselves in the wilderness, and the only person that she killed was her husband, who attacked her when he found out she was a werewolf. And she
Well, I
killed her.
mean, we're not aware of that, really.
Yeah,
I mean,
we
all we
don't
saw
know.
was that he stabbed me, and it didn't say,
Yeah.
like... So, according to this, what happens is we can either embrace the curse or try to resist it. If we embrace it, we basically become the alignment of the were creature, which the werewolf is chaotic evil. But if we resist it, then on the full moon, that's when we can't fight it and we shapeshift. But we
Oh, so embracing it, you have control over it.
No, embracing it means like we just succumb to it and just allow the feral spirit of lycanthropy to take over. Resisting it means we try to fight off like the pull towards, you know, the chaotic evil of the lycanthrope.
So you're a werewolf at all times if you accept it?
The lycanthrope can either resist its curse or embrace it. By resisting the curse, the lycanthrope retains its normal alignment and personality while in humanoid form. It lives its life as it always has, burying deep the bestial urges and raging inside it. However, when the full moon rises, the curse becomes too strong to resist, transforming the individual into its beast form or into a horrible hybrid form. When the moon wanes, the beast within can be controlled once again, especially if the cursed creature is unaware of the condition. It might not remember the events of its transformation. So yeah. By embracing it, like I said, it just means we give way to the bestial, you know, rage and just become chaotic evil werewolves running around the mob.
But can you still like polymorph back to normal?
I think if we embrace it, we just turn into the hybrid form or the full beast form of it.
So I was thinking of something like if you embraced it, you were chaotic evil, but you could like transform at will. I'm not.
A lot of it sounds like it's up to your discretion what you want to do with it.
They may have changed it from whenever they published that, because in her description it said that she had the polymorph ability and she could change at any point in time.
Yeah, because she's trying to resist it.
Okay.
But from the sounds of it, it sounds like since she's resisting it, she only should be shapeshifting when a full moon or whatever it is that you deem causes the transformation
Right.
to occur.
My guess would be like a full moon or any time that too much stress is put on you to be able to actually control keeping a curse at bay. So as she's laying there sobbing, she does explain to you like I've never harmed a person other than what was his name? Laszlo. He came at me and attacked me whenever he found out what I truly was. I've tried to hide it from him for years, but one night whenever I brought myself to this den, he stumbled upon me. He attacked me, I changed back, and he tried to finish me off. I only killed him out of self-defense.
I basically look to you, Marcus,
Like since you're the one with the blade, I'm like, she's attacked us already. To just imagine what she'd do if she lost control within the village. She doesn't have a strong enough will to fight the transformation.
How long have you been a werewolf?
Say she's been a werewolf since her youth, so she doesn't tell you exactly. She says since my youth, and looking how old she is, you would guess that's probably over 20 years.
So I let go of her and I like push her off of me, and I like reach at the wound that she's left on me. I'm like, either way, I hate to say it, but our fates are shared with hers. It's just a matter of when. At least for me, I know the curse has taken hold. She's spread the curse to me. So I guess it's not fair or just if we deem a punishment for her and not accept it of ourselves.
Yes, and if she says that if she's truthful and she says she only has harmed one person in 20 plus years of the affliction.
If you've had this curse for as long as you've said you've had, how did your husband just now become
I've kept
aware
it
of
hidden from him whenever the full moons occurred. I retreated to this den and stayed away from him.
So how did he discover the curse that you bear?
I guess bad luck. The eve that I came here, this past full moon, he must have been out trapping and looking for game and stumbled across this den. I tried my hardest to find a den that was outside of our normal hunting grounds, but after the most recent disgusting festival that the burgomaster had, he cleaned out most of what we would hunt in our area, so my husband had to branch out.
You said you gave birth to a pup. Is the pup his child, or?
Yes, the pup is his. But since I was in my wolf form, whenever I ripped it out of myself, it resembled a wolf and not a man.
Is there...
dick for a cheeseburger.
I asked her if there's any cure. Like, is there any cure for this?
She rolls over on her back like in excruciating pain, and she stares up and she's like, "If there is, there's not one that I've come across. Maybe a cleric, but good luck finding a cleric in this land. A witch, a wizard, good luck finding one of those that wouldn't try to kill you."
I place my hand on your shoulder and speak quietly into your ear, she didn't. I hate to keep going back and forth, but she, as soon as the transformation took place, she had no control. She attacked us on sight.
After you say that, you basically see this calm come over me. Almost like I've done this dozens of times before, and I just take the dagger and just plunge it into her skull to finish her off.
Okay. And as you kill her, she says, she slowly says, I was just defending my home. And then you kill her.
Oh, shit. Well, either way, she did just attack us.
I just shrug it off,
As you pull the
assassin, motherfucker.
As you pull the blade from her skull, I place my hand on your shoulder and say, "You made a wise choice."
In fear that the wolf is going to attack him, I go punch my sword into its skull.
The wolf just says to you, "I was just marking my territory." There's a talking wolf! But nobody's gonna believe you, because you're blind!
Now yours worked fine.
Yeah, he's not dead.
Yeah, but maybe he stabbed a rock, you see.
Well, yeah.
This is a talking rock!
Yeah, I place my hand on your shoulders, Varys, and say you made the right choice, and if the same were to befall me, because I shake my head as I look at the infected wound, I say, I would expect you to do the same.
With the one silver dagger. Damn, he's like, if he loses control, you guys are fucked.
Yeah. Yeah, I basically say, I fear that we've both been afflicted, and we need to find a cure if there is one. From what she said, I don't think there is. But you at least have to try.
I agree.
So as you guys are talking, the storm outside is still going. It's calmed down a bit. It's to the point where it's no longer hailing or icing, it's just heavy snow, and you know that you'd be good to to make a trek back.
That might.
Yeah, you guys will be. You may not be.
I move the wolf and her body off to the side of the den somewhere so that we can set up camp and try and ride out the rest of the storm here, so we can at least rest and heal from our wounds and try to figure out what we're going to do next. Since these two are now cursed.
It's such a shame that in the land of Barovia there's a full moon every night.
Shit.
Whatever.
You wake up and he's dead again. What happened to him? Why are my hands covered in blood? So you guys set up camp and rest?
Mm-hmm.
What time is it?
It's like 11:30.
You guys want to call it? It's a good place to call it.
Fine with me.
You can eventually venture back to town and find out what the evil burgomaster's been up to.
In one night?
Man, evil doesn't sleep.
Neither does rape.
Happen.
Well, I mean, I guess it would depend on what side of rape you're looking at. Like, if
That's
it's the roofies, then that person's probably asleep.
Yeah, yeah. Good point.
Ooh, yeah, that's true.